Temple of the Winds by Terry Goodkind, continuing on page 436. In the darkness, she reached out and clutched his arm. "Dreffin, listen to me. You must promise. You can never tell what just happened, what I just did with you." Her hand tightened. Her fingernails dug into his arm. "I'll do whatever you tell me to do for the rest of my life, but you must promise me that you will never tell—" Ribbons of lightning lit the room. "Richard—" Thunder crashed, jarring the ground. Lightning snaked along the bottoms of the clouds, lighting the room with a harsh glare. In the flickering flashes, gray eyes were fixed on her. "I think Richard already knows." Kaylin screamed. Chapter 59. Kaylin froze. Thoughts crashed through her mind in a confusion of thundering terror. Her scream came again, ripping through the night, loud enough to be heard over the sound of the thunder. She couldn't make herself blink. She couldn't tear her eyes from Richard's face. She couldn't understand, couldn't make sense of it. The world felt as if it had turned upside down. Everything tumbled around in her mind, making it impossible to think. As the lightning lit the room again, she knew only one thing. This was Richard, not Dreffin. No look she had ever seen on Richard's face was as terrifying to Kaylin as the one she saw now. There was nothing in his eyes. Not rage, not lethal commitment, not determination, not a deadly calm countenance, not jealousy, not even empty disinterest. There was no soul in those gray eyes, no heart. Kaylin covered her mouth with both trembling hands. She backed away until her back smacked into the stone wall. He had known from the first instant she had come into the room. Richard could tell it was her coming into a room. He had known it was her the whole time. From the first instant Kara had led her in here. He knew. He had tried to squeeze her hand, to reassure her, to let her know. She had pushed his hand away. He had been as gentle as he could. He had tried to brush her tears away after. She had pushed his hand away. She hadn't let him show her that it was him. Kaylin collapsed to the floor with a wail of horror. "No! Dear spirits, no!" Richard didn't rush to her, didn't speak words of comfort, didn't yell. Instead, he went to where his clothes were lying near the door and began getting dressed. Kaylin scurried to her things nearby. She raced to pull on her underthings, suddenly feeling the humiliation of her nakedness, its reminder of what she had just done. She scooped up her dress. She paused, tears streaming down her face. She reached around the outside of the doorway and brought the sword and scabbard up before her face. It had a leather handle, just as she remembered seeing, not a wire-wound hilt. It wasn't the sword of truth, Richard's sword. It was Dreffin's sword. Kaylin gripped Richard by his wrist as he picked up his pants. "How? This is Dreffin's sword, not yours. It's Dreffin's sword." Richard took it from her and leaned it against the wall. "They took your power. You have no way to defend yourself. Dreffin will be the one near you now, not me. I gave him the sword of truth so that he could protect you." His eyes finally met hers. "I guess this one finds the truth just as well as the other." Richard stuffed his leg into his pants. Kaylin snatched his arm again. "Richard, don't you see? It was you. It was you in here with me, not Dreffin. The spirits mark a distinction between intent and deed. It wasn't him, it was you all along." He pulled his arm away. The spirits might mark a distinction, but he didn't. To Richard, the intent was the same as the deed. "Richard, you don't understand. It wasn't what you think." He shot her a glare of such power that it staggered her back a step. He waited as she stood frozen, unable to find any words to explain. He went back to dressing. Kaylin pulled on her white confessor's dress. Outside, the lightning was coming closer. During some of the closer strikes, she could see an immense structure rising up at the edge of the cliff, the Temple of the Winds. When the flash extinguished, the temple vanished again, and she could see the distant mountains beyond, lit by the lightning farther away. "Richard," she wept as he pulled on a boot. "Please talk to me. Say something. Ask me to explain. Tell me there can be no explanation. Yell at me, call me a whore, tell me you hate me, hit me, do something, don't ignore me." He turned and picked up his black sleeveless undershirt. As he pulled it on over his head, She scooped up his black shirt and held it to her breast, hoping to halt his dressing. "Richard, please. I love you." His gaze again rose to hers. She thought he was going to say something, but instead he turned away and retrieved his belt with the leather packs on it. He snapped on his wristbands. Kaylin held his shirt to her chest and shook as she watched him hook his belt together. She didn't know what to do. He picked up Drethen's sword and buckled it on. "Richard, please talk to me. Say something. This is the doing of the spirits. Don't you remember what I told you that Grandfather Spirit told me? The winds have decided that you are the path of the price. They did this to us." He shot her a look again. The intensity in his eyes extinguished. He saw that she wasn't going to surrender his shirt, so he threw his golden cloak around his shoulders. As he turned toward the door, Kaylin seized his arm with both her hands and turned him back to her. "Richard, I love you. You've got to believe me. I'll explain this in here to you later, but for now you have to believe me. I love you, no other. My heart is yours alone. Dear spirits, please believe me." Richard gripped her jaw in his hand and wiped a thumb across her lips. He held his thumb up for her to see in the pandemonium of lightning. "For the one in white, his true beloved, will betray him in her blood." His words ripped her heart. Kaylin covered her scream with his shirt as he swept out the door. The one thing she had sworn she would never do, she had done. She had betrayed him. It could have been no worse betrayal. It was a betrayal that had destroyed his heart. Crying hysterically, Kaylin raced after him out into the wild night. She had to do something to mend that heart. She couldn't let him endure the pain she had caused him. She loved him more than life itself, and she had done the worst thing possible to him. Outside, the wind howled across the mountain. She could see his black shape, his bare arms, in the flashes of lightning as he headed for the road. As he reached the edge of the cliff at the end of the road, Kaylin threw herself on him, dragging him to a halt. The sky was a savage show of violent discharges. Thunder thumped in her bones. Lightning ripped across the sky, followed by deafening booms. Beyond the edge, when the most powerful of those bolts struck, the Temple of the Winds was there. But only during those fierce strikes. Between those strikes, there was nothing but empty space. "Richard, what are you going to do?" "I'm going to stop the plague." "When will you be back?" "I'll wait here. When will you be back?" He stared into her eyes a long moment as the storm raged around them. "There is nothing here for me." Kaylin clutched at him. "Richard, you have to come back. Come back. I'll be here waiting. I love you. Dear spirits, I need you. Richard, you have to come back to me." "You have a husband. You have given him an oath. And everything else." "Richard, don't leave me alone," Kaylin wailed, on the edge of hysteria. "If you don't come back, I'll never forgive you." Richard turned to the edge of the cliff. "Richard, you have a wife. You have to come back." Thunder shuddered the mountain. He looked back over his shoulder. "Nadine is dead. I am no longer bound by my oath to her. You have a husband and an oath. There is nothing here for me." Brutal cords of lightning slammed into the road beyond the edge of the cliff, bringing the Temple of the Winds into full view. Golden Cloak billowing out behind, Richard leaped into the lightning. "Richard, I'm here. I'm here for you. We can find a way. Please come back to me." When the frenetic flash cut off, the temple was gone. Another flash came, and the soaring towers were back for a second, weaker this time, and then gone again. Kaylin dropped to the ground, clutching Richard's black shirt to herself. She had destroyed him. From the side, Richard saw a streak of red. It was Kara racing for the edge of the cliff. She leaped just as another flash erupted, lighting the Temple of the Winds into the world of life. She landed on the road in the sky, and when the flash was gone, so was the Temple of the Winds, Richard, and Kara. Devastated, Kaylin stared silently at the rampaging storm, seeing from time to time the towering phantom temple in another world. It never looked solid enough again, or she would have jumped across. She should have. She couldn't understand why she hadn't. Why had she just stood here? Because Richard didn't want her. She had betrayed him. How could he do this to her? He said he would always love her. He said they would be together in the next world. He made her promises. He swore his eternal love. So had she, and she had betrayed him. From somewhere out in the storm, Kaelin heard the distant sound of laughter. The malevolent chuckle made her skin crawl. Dreffin strolled up beside her. He was alone. "Where's Nadine?" Kaelin asked. Dreffin cleared his throat. "When the lightning came and she saw it was me and not Richard, she screamed. She went crazy. She leaped over the edge of the mountain." Kaelin stared up at him. Richard knew. He told her Nadine was dead. Richard was a wizard. She had seen that too in his eyes at the end before he jumped across. She saw magic in his eyes. "Where's Richard?" Kaelin stared out at the empty air, at the black wall of night. "Gone." On the road to the Temple of the Winds, in the eerie silence, Richard drew his sword. Its alien feel surprised him for an instant, until he recalled whose sword it was. He was no longer the seeker of truth. He had had all the truth he could stand. It wasn't night here, nor day, yet there was light. It wasn't like sunlight, more like an overcast day, with no hint of exactly where the sun was. But he knew that there was no sun here. This was not the world of life. This was a part of the underworld, an isolated, remote, obscure niche in the world of the dead. It was as if the wizards had found an out-of-the-way hole in which to hide the Temple of the Winds. It had been similarly hidden when in the world of life. The dark walls of the immense Temple of the Winds rose up before him, the twin towers soaring up into trailers of mist. The entire side of Mount Chimermost was here, the whole part that was missing in the world of life. Richard knew where he was going. He knew more than he had ever known before. Knowledge was flooding into his mind. He was a war wizard. The Temple of the Winds had opened a floodgate into his mind. It was feeding him all he needed to know and more. He felt as if he were sentient for the first time. Recompense for the price demanded. "Lord Rahl!" A breathless Kara ran up beside him. Aegil in hand, she took up a defensive position. Her Aegil would be useless here. For that matter, it would be useless back in the world of life now. Richard turned to the winds and started out again. It wasn't far, not far at all. He knew the way in. "Kara, go home. You don't belong here." "Lord Rahl, what happened? Go home." She scowled at him as she pushed past to clear his way of any danger. She had no concept of the dangers here. "I am Lord Sith. I am here to protect the Lord Rahl." "I am no longer the Lord Rahl," Richard whispered. She gazed up at the huge black stone pillars beside the entrance ahead. Beside them, on walls of inky stone banded with copper-colored caps, frozen in raven-black granite, stood the Skrin, guardians of the boundary between worlds, frozen only to Kara's eyes, not to his. Kara lifted a hand, bidding him to stay back as she peered down the passageway to the distant entry, checking for danger. There were bones at their feet. "Lord Rahl, what is this place?" "You can't go in here, Kara." "Why not?" Richard turned and looked back toward the way he had come, at everything he was leaving behind. At nothing. "Because this is the Hall of the Betrayed." Richard glanced up at the twin Skrin, guardians that had left the bones of two wizards here on this walkway at their feet. Richard remembered well the message the Sliff had passed on from Wizard Ricker. Ward left in. Richard now knew what that meant. He lifted his left arm, fist out, toward the Skrin perched on the stone wall at the right. Ward left told him which arm to use and which Skrin to ward. The wrong arm would have denied him entry into this place in the world of the dead. One of Ricker's traps for the enemy. His wristband heated. The leather pad protected his flesh from the power he focused in that band. A green glow enveloped his fist. The Skrin to the right, to which he directed his birthright of authority, glowed in sympathy with his fist, immobilized for now, to allow Richard to enter. Richard glanced up at the guardian of raven-black granite to his left. Richard called out its name, a guttural sound, to which it answered. Black stone cracked and crumbled as the Skrin turned to its master, awaiting instruction. Richard made the sound of its name again. He lifted his hand to Kara. "This one does not belong here. Ward her back to the world of life. Do not harm her." After, return to your post. The Skrin sprang from the stone wall, enveloping Kara.
Lord Rahl, when will you be home?
Richard gazed into her blue eyes. I am home. Light flared and silent thunder shook the soundless world as the Skrin vanished on its journey with Kara back to the world of life. Richard turned to the winds. The four winds and a seer watched from their place up on the wall. Richard scanned the solid gold runes running up each side of the wall beside the entrance to the hall, reading the messages and warnings placed there by wizards past. In a world without wind, Richard's cloak billowed out behind, a telltale in a place with eddies of power and currents of force as he strode onward into the Hall of the Betrayed. Kaelin threw up an arm before her face as lightning suddenly cracked before her. The road into the Temple of the Winds lit for an instant. In the distance, Kaelin could see Richard's back as he strode resolutely into a passageway. Kara tumbled to the ground on the road at the edge of the cliff at Kaelin's feet. With the boom of thunder, the temple and Richard were gone. Kara rolled to her feet. With wild fury, she seized Kaelin by the shoulders.
What have you done?
Kaelin hurt too much to speak. She stared at the ground.
Mother Confessor, what have you done? I fixed it for you. What did you do to him?
Kaelin's head came up.
You what? I swore an oath. We are sisters of the Aegil. I swore an oath to you that if anything ever happened, if anything went wrong, I would see to it that it was you and not Nadine who was with Richard.
Kaelin's mouth fell open.
Kara, what did you do? What you wanted? I spoke the words of the winds as they came to me, but when I took you and Nadine to the buildings, I switched you both. I took Nadine to Drefn, and I took you to Lord Rahl. I wanted you to be with the man you truly loved. I took you to Richard. Didn't you trust in me? Didn't you have faith in me?
Kaelin fell into Kara's arms.
Oh, Kara, I'm sorry. I should have believed in you. Dear spirits, I should have trusted you. Lord Rahl said he was going into the Hall of the Betrayed. I asked when he would be coming home. He said he was home. He isn't coming back. What have you done? The Hall of the Betrayed.
Kaelin crumpled to the ground.
I have fulfilled the prophecy. I have helped Richard get into the Temple of the Winds. I have helped him stop the plague. In so doing, I have destroyed him. In so doing, I have destroyed myself.
You have done more than that, Kara whispered.
What do you mean?
Kara lifted her Aegil in her fist.
My Aegil. It has lost its power.
The power of a Mord Sith works only in the presence of the bond to our Lord Rahl.
It exists to protect the Lord Rahl. Without a Lord Rahl, there is no bond. I have lost my power.
I am Lord Rahl now, Drefn said as he strode up behind Kaelin. Kara sneered at him.
You are no Lord Rahl. You do not have the gift.
Drefn met her glare. I'm all the Lord Rahl you have now. Someone has to hold the Daharan Empire together. Kaelin clutched Richard's black shirt to her stomach.
I am the Mother Confessor. I will hold the Alliance together.
You, my dear, have lost your power too. You are no longer a confessor, much less the Mother Confessor. He reached down and gripped Kaelin under her arm. His powerful fingers tightened painfully as he lifted her. You are my wife now, and you will do as I tell you to do. You have sworn an oath to obey me. Kara reached out to force him to let go of Kaelin. Drefn backhanded her across the mouth, knocking her to the ground. And you, Kara, are a toothless snake now. If you wish to stick around, then you will have to obey me. If not, I have no use for you. For now, only we know that your Aegil doesn't work. Keep it that way. You will protect me as any Lord Rahl. Kara gave him a venomous look as she wiped the blood from her mouth.
You are not the Lord Rahl.
No? He lifted the sword of truth, Richard's sword, and let it drop back into its scabbard. Well, I am the Seeker now.
You are not the Seeker either, Kaelin growled. Richard is the Seeker.
Richard? There is no Richard anymore. I am now Lord Rahl and the Seeker.
Drefn pulled Kaelin against him, his darkened Rahl eyes burning into her.
And you are my wife. At least you will be once we consummate the marriage. But this is neither the time nor place. We have to get back. There is work to be done.
Never. If you ever touch me, I'll cut your throat.
You have sworn an oath before the spirits. You will do as you have sworn. Dreffin smiled. You're a whore. You'll enjoy it. I want you to enjoy it, to be pleased. I really do.
How dare you call me that? I am no whore, especially yours.
His smile widened. Really? Then how did you betray Richard? Why would he walk away without even looking back? My guess would be that you enjoyed it when you thought it was me. I'd say Richard saw you for the whore you are. When it really is me, you will find pleasure in it then, too. I'll like that. Chapter 60. Verna gently shoved Warren.
Wake up. Someone is coming.
Warren knuckled his eyes. I'm awake. Verna glanced back at the other windows to make sure that the dead guards were still propped up to make it appear they were on watch. A light from a lamp on the table was just enough to show those outside the guards at the windows, but it would provide enough light to see her and Warren, too, so they stayed away from the windows.
How do you feel? She asked. Better. I think I'm all right now.
He had been unconscious earlier. The headaches caused by the gift were coming closer and closer together. Verna didn't know what to do for him. She didn't know how long it would be before his gift killed him. The only thing she could think to do was to stick to her plan. Warren had said that prophecy had told him that his only chance was to be with her. Out the window in the darkness, she could see two shadowed figures approaching up the road. In the distance, on the hills, campfires by the thousands made the countryside look like a lake's reflection of the starry sky. Verna shuddered to think of the hundreds of thousands of brutes in those tents. The sooner they left this place, the better. She was thankful they weren't going up into Jgang's stronghold again. They wouldn't be able to pull off that kind of magic twice. The spells Warren had used would not trick the guards again. Thankfully, once was enough. This time, her friends, Janet and Amelia, were coming out to meet her and Warren. If that was, in fact, Janet and Amelia she saw approaching. It had to be. This was the fourth night after the full moon. This was where they were to meet. Janet had said that Amelia would be back from the tents by now. Verna feared to think of what kind of shape Amelia would be in. She would probably need to be healed. Verna hoped that it wouldn't take long. It was close to dawn. She and Warren had taken turns at short naps. They had a lot of traveling to do to get back to General Rybish and his army, and they needed to be rested for the journey. Verna wanted to be as far away from this place as she could get in case an alert rose from the stronghold. Verna hoped that Janet had already told Amelia about the bond to Richard so that she wouldn't have to waste time with that, too. As soon as Amelia was sworn to Richard, the bond would protect her, too, from the Dreamwalker. Then they could escape. Verna dearly wanted to rescue the rest of the sisters, but she knew that presumption was a road to ruin. On her 20-year journey away from the cloistered life of the Palace of the Prophets, Verna had learned that out in the world a sister had to do her work with care if there was to be any hope of success. Rescuing the rest of the sisters would be worse than tricky, and it would do them no good if Verna got herself caught while trying to rescue them all at once. Best be aware of your limitations and take it one step at a time. She would get the rest of the sisters safely away from the Dreamwalker in due time. Right now, it was most important to get her two friends out, get information from them that would help her to rescue the rest, and get Warren some help. Without Warren, their cause would be jeopardized. Warren was a prophet, just beginning to come into his talent, if that talent didn't kill him before they could get him the help he needed. One step at a time, she reminded herself. Use care, use your head, and you have the best chance of success. A knock came at the door. Verna cracked it open and peeked out as Warren called out like a guard for them to announce themselves.
Two of His Excellency's slaves, Sister Janet and Sister Amelia.
Verna pulled open the door, reached out, snatching the cloak of one, yanked her in, and then the other. Verna flattened them both against the wall so they couldn't be seen from the windows.
Thank the Creator, Verna said with a sigh. I thought you two would never get here.
Both women stood with wide eyes, trembling like frightened rabbits. Sister Amelia's face was bruised, cut, and swollen. Warren moved close to Verna. She took his hand as she looked from one white face to the other. Her heart ached for Amelia's obvious pain, but there was something more in her eyes. Terror. "What's wrong?" she whispered.
You lied to us.
Janet said in a pained whisper. "What are you talking about?"
The bond. The bond to protect us from His Excellency. I told Amelia about it. She swore the oath to Richard as you told it to me."
Verna frowned and leaned closer. "What in creation are you saying? I told you it will keep Jagang from entering your mind." Janet slowly shook her head.
"No, Verna, it won't. Not from my mind, not from Amelia's, not from Warren's, not from yours."
Verna laid a comforting hand on Janet's arm, trying to calm the frightened woman. "Yes, it will, Janet. You must only believe, and you will be protected." Janet slowly shook her head again.
"Before I swore the oath to Richard, Jagang was in my mind. He knew my thoughts. He knew what you told me. He knew it all."
Verna covered her mouth in horror. She hadn't considered that possibility.
"But you swore the oath. That protects you now."
Again, Janet slowly shook her head.
"It did for the first day. But 4 days ago, on the night of the full moon, His Excellency returned to my mind. I didn't know it. I told Amelia about the oath. She swore, as had I. We thought we were safe. We thought that when you came back, we would escape with you."
"You will," Verna assured her. "We all will escape right now."
"None of us is going to escape, Verna. Jagang has you. He has Warren. He told us that he slipped into the cracks of your minds while you slept, the first night after the full moon."
Tears filled Janet's eyes.
"I'm sorry, Verna. You should never have come here to rescue me. It is to cost you both your freedom."
Verna smiled through her rising panic. "Janet, that just isn't possible. The bond protects us." "It would," Janet said in a suddenly gruff, suddenly sinister voice, "were Richard Rahl still alive. But Richard Rahl departed the world of the living 4 nights ago, on the night of the full moon." Janet laughed a hearty belly laugh, even as tears ran down her face. Verna couldn't draw a breath.
"Richard is dead?"
Warren slapped his hands to the sides of his head as he let out a cry of anguish.
"No! No!"
Verna clutched at him as he sank toward the floor.
"Warren, what is it?"
His Excellency has tasks for me."
"Tasks? Warren, what's wrong? What's happening?"
"His Excellency has a new prophet," Warren cried out. "Please stop the pain. I will serve. I will serve as I am commanded." Verna crouched over him.
"Warren!"
It felt as if a white-hot steel rod slammed through her skull. Verna cried out as she clamped her hands to her head. Nothing in her entire life of 156 years had prepared her for the fount of pain erupting in her mind. The room went black. She felt the floor smack her face. Her arms and legs twitched with the agony. Baleful laughter danced through the hot torture like flames through a ruin. Verna prayed to the Creator that she would black out. Her prayer went unanswered. Above her, she heard a voice, Janet's voice.
"I'm so sorry, Verna. You should never have come here to try to rescue us. You will serve His Excellency now as his slaves."
The blonde one, Kara, followed him into the reception room. She stayed 3 paces behind, as he had ordered. She always wore her red leather now, as he had ordered. He liked the way the red leather made them look, like they were sheathed in blood. One of them was always there with him, a blood-red reminder of the slick, sticky debauchery to come. Her blue eyes turned away when he glanced back over his shoulder. He knew that she stayed only to be near Kalin. That was fine by him. That she stayed was all that mattered. She was harmless now, but it looked better if the Lord Rahl had an escort of guards like her, a proper accoutrement of his rank. And he was the Lord Rahl now, as the whispers from the ethers had promised him. Only he had the intellect to perceive the voices, the wisdom to hear them, the acumen to heed them. It had brought him triumph. Attention to detail had brought him his rewards. His extraordinary insight had brought him to the place of power he had always deserved. His gift was his genius, and it would serve him better than mere magic. He was a man above others, and for good reason. He was superior to others. A man of rare understanding, instinct, and rare ethics, unadulterated by the twisted excuses women put to their vulgar pleasures. His own virtue intoxicated him. Kaelin glanced up when she saw him striding into the room. Her face showed a blankness, an expression she wore almost constantly. She only thought it showed nothing. To him, it revealed a panoply of emotion. Immersed in the details of her bewitching face, he could discern the rich flux of emotions she tried to hide. He saw the way she looked at him. He had caught her glances at his body in the past. He knew. She wanted him. She hungered for him. She wanted pleasure from him. That she tried to deny it only excited him all the more. That she covered her hunger for him with harsh words only proved it to him. That she pretended revulsion only showed him the extraordinary depths of her need. When she finally gave in to her lust, it would be all the more glorious for the wait, for the abstinence, for the yearning, for the delayed fulfillment. Then at long last he would give her what she wanted. Then he would hear her screams. The general with Kaelin bowed. "Good morning, Lord Ral." "What's this?" he asked. He didn't like it when the soldiers brought things to Kaelin without seeing to informing the Lord Ral first. "It's just the morning reports, Dreffin," Kaelin said in that flat tone of hers. "Then why wasn't I informed? Reports should come to the Lord Ral first." General Curson stole a glance at Kaelin. He bowed again. "As you wish, Lord Ral. I just thought—" "I do the thinking. You do the soldiering." The general cleared his throat. "Of course, Lord Ral. So what do the morning reports have to say?" The general glanced to Kaelin again. Dreffin saw the slight nod, as if the general needed permission from the Lord Ral's wife to report. Dreffin let it pass, as he always did. He enjoyed her games, the way she thought he missed things. It amused him. "Well, Lord Ral, the plague is nearly over." "Describe nearly over, if you would, please. As a healer, vagueness hardly does me any good." "In the last week, the deaths from the plague have dropped to only 3 confirmed cases last night. Nearly everyone who was sick when he caught himself, when Richard left, has recovered. Whatever Richard did, my brother died. That's what he did. I am the healer. I am the one responsible for the plague ending." Kaelin lost the calm look. Her expression twisted to tightly controlled rage. He wondered how her face would twist. Were it pain? Were it terror? He would know in the end. "Richard went to the Temple of the Winds. He sacrificed himself to save everyone. Richard, not you, Dreffin, Richard." Dreffin dismissed her tirade with a casual flip of his hand. "Nonsense. What did Richard know of healing? I am the healer. It is Lord Ral who has saved his people from the plague." Dreffin raised a finger to the general. "And you had better see to it that everyone knows it." Kaelin gave her slight nod to the general again. "Yes, Lord Ral," the general said. "I will personally see to it that everyone knows that it was Lord Ral himself who stopped the plague." Kaelin's face showed the slightest hint of a smile at the general's ambiguous response. Dreffin let it go. He had more important business than her disrespect for her husband. "And what else have you to report, General?" "Well, Lord Ral, it seems that some of our units are missing." "Missing? How can troops be missing? I want them found. We must have the army together to defend against the Imperial Order. I won't have the Daharan Empire fall to the Imperial Order because my officers failed to maintain discipline." "Yes, Lord Ral. I have already sent scouts to find the troops who have wandered off from their stations." "It's the bond, Dreffin," Kaelin said. "The Daharans aren't bonded to you. The army is breaking up, wandering off aimlessly, because they have lost the bond, lost their leader. They don't know what to do. They are without a Lord Ral." He struck her. The sharp sound reverberated through the room. "Stand up!" He waited until she regained her feet. "I'll not have insolence from my wife. Do you understand?" Kaelin pressed her fingers to her nose, trying to halt the flow of blood. The crimson tide flooded over her fingers and lips and down her chin. The sight of it nearly drove a gasp from him. The sight of the mother confessor with blood on her made his hands shake. He longed for the slicing. for the sight of blood everywhere on her, for her screams, for her terror. But he could wait until she begged for it. As had Nadine. He had enjoyed Nadine's perverted hunger. He had relished her surprise, her terror, her agony before he cast her over the side of the mountain, still alive, so she could think about her vile nature all the way down. It had sated him for now. He could wait until the mother confessor's true corruption finally surfaced once again, as it had the first night. Richard must have been horrified to discover how much she really wanted his brother, that the woman he had loved was as impure as any whore. Poor, innocent, stupid Richard. He never even looked back over his shoulder as he walked away. Dreffin could wait. She would need time to recover from the shock of causing Richard's death. Dreffin could wait. It wouldn't take her long, as badly as she wanted him. He swept Kaelin up in his arms. "Forgive me, my wife. I didn't mean to hurt you. Forgive me, please. I was only worried for our safety from the Order. Distraught that these worthless soldiers won't follow orders and in so doing endanger us all." Kaelin wrenched herself out of his arms. "I understand." She lied so poorly. From the corner of his eye he could see the coiled form in red leather. If she moved to strike, he would slice her down. If she didn't, he still had use for her. Kaelin twitched a finger in caution to Kara. Kara reluctantly relaxed. Kaelin thought she was so clever, thought he didn't see the way she gave orders to people. For now it didn't matter. "General Curson," Dreffin said, "I want those derelict troops found. We must have discipline in the army, or we are lost to the Order. When they are found, I want the officers executed." "What? You want me to execute my own men because they have lost the bond?" "I want you to execute them for treason. When the rest of the men learn that we won't tolerate such negligence to duty, they will think twice about joining with our enemy." "Our enemy, Lord Raoul?" "Of course. If they don't do their duty as Daharans to serve and protect the Daharan Empire, to say nothing of their Lord Raoul, then they are aiding the enemy. That makes them traitors. It endangers the life of my wife, of everyone." He glided his fingers over the raised gold letters on the hilt of the Sword of Truth. His sword. He wielded it by right. "Now, do you have anything else to report?" The general and Kaelin surreptitiously shared a look. "No, Lord Raoul." "Good. That will be all, then. Dismissed." He turned to Kaelin and held out his arm. "Come, my dear. We will have breakfast together." Chapter 61. In a daze, Richard stepped down off the wizard's throne at the head of the Hall of the Winds. His footsteps echoed into the distance. It was his rightful place, the wizard's throne. He was the only war wizard, the only wizard with both additive and subtractive magic. The inside of the Temple of the Winds was beyond colossal. It was almost beyond comprehension. There was no sound in this soundless place, unless he put one there, or willed it into being. The arched ceiling enclosing the lofty heights overhead could have contained eagles, and they hardly would have been aware that they were captive inside a structure. Mountain hawks, were there any, could soar and dive under that aerial arch and feel at home. To the sides, massive columns supported walls that ascended into the remote curve of the ribbed ceiling. In those side walls, enormous windows let in more of the omnipresent diffused light. At least he could see the side walls. The far distant end of the hall simply faded out of sight into a haze. Nearly everything was the color of a pale afternoon mist. The floors, the columns, the walls, the ceiling. They almost seemed made of the filmy light. Richard was a flea in a vast canyon. Even so, the place was not limitless, as it was outside the walls. Before, he would have been stunned and awed by this place. Now he was neither. He was simply numb. Here, time had no meaning, other than that which he brought with him. Time had no place to anchor in eternity. He could have been here a century, rather than a mere couple of weeks, and only he would note the difference, and then only if he so chose. Life had little meaning here, a concept as distant as the other end of eternity. He brought that, too, to this place. Yet the Temple of the Winds had perception, and sheltered him in its wizard-crafted stone embrace. To the sides, as he strode the hall, there were alcoves under each arch, beyond each pair of columns. In each alcove resided the things of magic stored here for safekeeping, sent here from the world of life for the safekeeping of the world of life. Richard understood them and could use them. He understood how dangerous these things were and why some had wanted them locked away for all time. The knowledge of the winds was his now. With that knowledge, he had halted the plague. He didn't have the book that was used to start the plague, but it wasn't necessary to have the book to render it impotent. The book was stolen from this place, and so was still yoked to the winds. It was a simple matter of switching the fluxes of power emanating from the winds, which enabled the magic of the book to function in the world of life. In fact, it was so simple that he was ashamed that he hadn't realized the way to do it before. Thousands of people had died because he had been so ignorant. Had he known then what he knew now, he could have merely cast a web spun with both sides of his power, and the book would have been useless to Jagang. All those people dead, and it had been so simple. At least he was able to use his healing powers to halt the sickness among most who were afflicted before he had interrupted the currents of magic. At least the plague was ended. It had only cost him everything. What price for all those lives? What price the spirits had set? What price, indeed? It had cost Nadine her life. He felt profound sorrow for her. He would have eliminated Jagang and the threat from the old world, too, but he couldn't do so from this place. That was the world of life, and he could only affect those things taken from this place to the world of life, and the damage they caused. He had touched the core of power in this place, though. There would be no more entry through Betrayer's Hall. Jagang would not twice accomplish the same feat. Richard paused. He drew his sword. Dreffin's sword. He held it out in his palm, staring at it, watching the light catch it. This wasn't his sword, the sword of truth. He let his will flow from the core of his soul, carrying his birthright of power with it. His gift came as easily as a sigh, where before he had struggled to bring forth the most insignificant shred of his power. Force flowed outward through his arms and into the object he held. His mind guided its elements, balancing each to the desired sequence and result, until the sword in his hands transmuted into the twin of the one he knew so well. He held the twin to the sword of truth, although without its attendant impressions of those past souls who had used his real sword. In every other way, though, it was the same. It held the same power, the same magic. Wizards had died in the attempt to make the sword of truth, until some were finally successful. Once they had succeeded, that knowledge was born to this place, and it was therefore Richard's for the taking, as was all the knowledge here. He seized the hilt and held the blade aloft. Richard let the power, the magic, the rage of the sword inundate him, storm through him, just to feel something. Even wrath was something. He had no need of a sword, though. The wrath winked out, to be replaced again by the emptiness. He tossed the sword high into the air and held it there, where it rotated slowly on a bed of force. With a pulse of power, he shattered the sword he had made into a cloud of metallic dust, and with another thought, evacuated the dust out of existence. He stood empty again, empty and alone. A presence caused him to turn. It was another spirit. They came from time to time to see him, to speak with him, to urge him to return to his world before it was too late, before he lost the thread back to the world of life. This form, this spirit, rooted him to the floor in rigid shock. It looked like Kalen. The soft, glowing apparition hovered before him, radiating with the glow the same color as everything else in this place, only with more intensity, more definition. It looked like Kalen. For the first time in weeks, his heart pounded. Kalen, have you died? Are you a spirit now? No, the spirit said. I am Kalen's mother. Richard's muscles went slack again. He turned away and continued on through the hall. What do you want? The spirit followed, as they sometimes did, interested in him, a curiosity perhaps in their world. I have brought you something, the spirit said. Richard turned. What? She held out a rose. The green of the stem and the red of the petals were stunning in this colorless world, a ripple of pleasure to his eyes. The fragrance filled his lungs with its pleasant aroma. He had almost forgotten the pleasure of such a thing. What am I to do with this? The spirit held it out, urging him to take it. He had no fear of the spirits who came to see him. Even those who hated him could not harm him. He knew how to protect himself. Richard took the rose. Thank you. He slid the stem behind his belt. He turned and continued on. The spirit of Kalen's mother followed. He didn't like looking into her face. Though she was a spirit, and her features were indistinct in that glow they had, she still looked too much like Kalen. Richard, may I talk with you? His footsteps echoed through the vast hall. If you wish. I wish to tell you about my daughter, Kalen. Richard stopped and turned back to the spirit. Why? Because she is part of me. She was of my flesh, just as you are of your mother's flesh. Kalen is my connection to the world of life, the place I once was, where you must return. Richard started out once more. I am home. I have no intention of returning to that bitter world. If you wish me to carry a message to your daughter, I'm sorry I can't. Leave me. He lifted his hand to banish her from the hall, but she raised her hands, pleading for him to stay his power. I do not wish you to carry a message. Kalen knows I love her. I wish to talk to you. Why? Because of what I did to Kalen. Did to her? What did you do to her? I instilled in her a sense of duty. Confessors don't have love, Kalen. They have duty. That was what I told her. To my shame, I never explained what I meant by that. I fear I left her no room for life. More than any confessor I knew, Kalen wanted to live life, to relish it. Duty denied her much of that. That is what makes her such a good protector of her people. She wants them to have a chance at their joy because she sees so clearly what she was denied. She is left to take small pleasures as she can. Is there a point to this? Don't you enjoy life, Richard? Richard walked on. I understand about duty. I have been born to duty. I am now done with it. I am done with everything. You, too, misunderstand what I meant about duty. To the right person, the person who is truly born to it, duty is a form of love through which all is possible. Duty is not always a denial of things, but an expansion of them to others. Duty is not always a chore, but is best carried out with love. Will you not return to her, Richard? She needs you. Kalen has a husband now. I have no place in her life. You have a place in her heart. Kalen said she would never forgive me. Richard, have you never said something you didn't mean in desperation? Have you never wished you could take back the words? I can't return to her. She is married to another. She has given an oath, and she has... I won't go back. Even if she is married to another, even if you cannot be with her, even if it breaks your heart to know you can't have her, don't you love her enough to mend her heart, to put her heart at peace? Is it all you and none of it her in this love you have? Richard glared at the spirit. She has found happiness in my absence. She doesn't need anything from me. Do you find enjoyment in the rose, Richard? Richard walked on. Yes, it's very nice, thank you. Will you consider going back then? Richard wheeled to the spirit of Kalen's mother. Thank you for the rose. Here are 1,000 in repayment, so you may not say I owe you anything in return. Richard cast out his hand, and the air filled with roses. Rose petals flew and swirled in a red blizzard. I'm sorry I could not make you understand, Richard. I can see that I only bring you pain. I will leave you. When she vanished, the floor was bespattered with red petals, looking like nothing so much as a pool of blood. Richard sank to the floor, feeling too sick to stand. Soon he would be one of them, a spirit, and he would not have to endure this limbo where he twisted between worlds. He had food when he wanted it, he had sleep when he wanted it, but he couldn't maintain life here indefinitely. This was not the world of life. Soon enough, he would be one of them, and finished with this emptiness that was his life. Kaelin had once filled that emptiness. She had once been everything to him. He had trusted her. He had thought his heart had been safe in her care. He had imagined more than was true. How could he have been such a fool? Was it all such illusion? Richard's head came up. He peered across the hall. He went through a mental inventory of the items stored here. The gazing font. It was there, across the hall. He knew how to use it. He rose and crossed the hall, going between two of the columns to find the stone gazing font. It had 2 basins in 2 tiers, the lower one waist high and the upper just above his head. Each basin was a long rectangle. Carved into the glittering charcoal gray stone were ornate symbols of instruction and power. The lower basin was brimful of a silver liquid, appearing similar to the sliff, but very different, he knew. Richard lifted the silver ewer from the shelf below and dipped it in the lower basin. He emptied the ewer into the upper basin. He continued until the upper basin was loaded with its charge of the gazing liquid. Richard leaned across the lower basin to place his hands on the proper symbols, spread wide to each side. He read the ancient words before him as he leaned in, hands pressed to the gazing keyways. When the words were said, he focused his mind on the person he wished to gaze upon. As he did this, he let slip a small cord of power to release the liquid in the upper font. Across the entire knife-edge front of the upper basin, the silver liquid spilled out in a thin, silvery sheet before his face. In that waterfall of gazing liquid, Richard saw the person he called in his mind. Kaelin. His chest tightened at seeing her. He almost gasped, almost called out her name in anguish. She was in her white confessor's dress. The familiar contours of her face made him ache with longing. She was near her rooms, her bedroom in the confessor's palace. It was night there. Richard could feel his heart hammering against his ribs as he watched her glide to a halt at the door. Dreffin slipped up behind her. He put his hands on her shoulders, giving them a squeeze as he leaned close, putting his mouth by her ear. "Kaelin, my wife, my love, are you ready to go into bed? I've had a hard day. I so look forward to a night of your lustful passion." Richard released the font. He lifted his fists as he staggered back. The gazing font exploded apart, heavy pieces of rock driven ahead of huge gouts of flame and smoke. Shards of stone whistled through the hall, disappearing into the distance. Massive chunks of stone wailed as they rose up into the air, lifted on a raging inferno, until they lost their upward momentum and dropped back down to shatter into fragments and dust. The gazing liquid flooded the floor. In each droplet and pool, Richard could see Kaelin's face. He turned his back and stalked away. A furnace of flame blasted the floor, evaporating each droplet, yet he could still perceive her face in the tiniest mist of it filling the air. He cast up his fists. Every droplet, every infinitesimal bit of mist winked into nothingness behind him. In the center of the hall, in a daze, Richard slumped to the floor, staring out at nothing. A malicious chuckle drifted through the winds. Richard knew who it was. His father was back to torment him again. "What's the matter, my son?" Darkenrall said in his derisive hiss. "Aren't you happy with my choice of a husband for your true love? My own son, my own flesh and blood Dreffin, wed to the mother confessor. I think it a good choice myself. He's a good boy. She seemed pleased. But then you already know that, don't you? You should be pleased that she is pleased, so very pleased." Darkenrall's laughter cavorted through the hall. Richard didn't bother to banish the luminous form standing over him. What did it matter? "So, what do you say, my wife? Shall we have a night of wild passion like you showed my brother when you thought it me?" Kaelin used all her strength to ram her elbow into Dreffin's sternum. She had caught him off guard. He hadn't expected that. He doubled over in pain, unable to get his breath. "I told you, Dreffin, if you touch me, I'll cut your throat." Before he could recover to laugh at her anger or to taunt her with his threats of force, she slipped into her room, slammed the door, and threw the bolt. She stood trembling in the near darkness. She had felt something. For a moment, it had felt as if Richard was there with her. She had almost called out his name, screamed she loved him. She clutched her abdomen in agony. When would she ever stop thinking about him? Richard was never coming back. Kaylin crossed the thick carpets in her sitting room and went back into the bedroom. She dropped into a defensive crouch when someone stepped out in front of her. "Sorry," Verdine whispered. "I didn't mean to frighten you." Kaylin sighed as she unclenched her fists and rose to her feet. "Verdine," she threw her arms around the woman. "Oh, Verdine, I'm glad to see you. How are you doing?" Verdine hugged Kaylin with a desperate need for comfort. "It's been a few weeks, but it seems as if Raina died only yesterday. I'm so angry with her for leaving me. And then when I get angry at her, I cry because I miss her so. If she would only have held on for a few more days, she would be alive now. Just a couple of days." I know," Kaylin whispered. She parted from Verdine, keeping her voice low. "What are you doing here?" "I thought you went up to the keep to relieve Kara." "I did, but I had to come down to talk to you." "You mean the Sliff is unguarded?" Verdine nodded. "Verdine, we can't leave her alone. We would never know if someone slipped into Aidendrill. Someone with dangerous magic. That was what—" Verdine shushed her. "I know. This is important, too. Besides, what difference does it really make? Kara and I have lost our power. We couldn't stop someone with magic now if they did come through the Sliff. I have to talk to you, Mother Confessor, and I can never do it in the day because Dreffen is always showing up. Don't let him catch you calling him anything other than Lord Rahl, or he isn't Lord Rahl. He isn't, Mother Confessor. I know, but he's all the Lord Rahl we have." Verdine looked Kaylin in the eye. "Kara and I have been talking. We decided we should kill him. We need you to help us." "We can't do that." Kaylin gripped Verdine's shoulder. "We can't." "Sure we can. We'll hide out on the balcony. You get him out of his clothes so that he's away from those knives of his. And while you distract his attention, we'll burst in and end it." "Verdine, we can't." "Well, all right. If you're skittish about that plan, we can easily think of another. The point is we have to kill him." "No, the point is we can't kill him." Verdine scowled. "Do you want to be married to that pig? Sooner or later, he's going to insist on his rights as your husband." "Verdine, listen to me. Even if he does that, I will have to endure it. I can endure rape if it means saving lives. We can't kill Dreffen. He's the only Lord Rahl we have. Until we can figure out what to do, he is the only thing holding the army together. Right now, they're confused by his aggressive command. The Harans are used to being told what to do by Lord Rahl. Dreffen is acting as if he is the Lord Rahl, and for the moment, the army is scratching their heads wondering if they're sure he isn't." "But he isn't," Verdine insisted. "But at the moment, that's all that is holding the whole thing together. If it falls apart, then the Imperial Order will be able to roll right over the Midlands. Dreffen is right about that much of it." "But you are the Mother Confessor. General Curson is loyal to you. Even without the bond, he sticks around because of you. Most of the officers do the same. Because of you, not Dreffen. You could hold things together as well as Dreffen. Maybe it would work. And maybe not. I may not like Dreffen, but he has done nothing to earn assassination. As much as I don't like his ways, he's doing his best to keep us all together. With him and me, we may be able to keep everyone together in this." Verdine tilted her head closer. "It won't last, and you know it." Kaylin wiped a hand across her face. "Verdine, Dreffen is my husband. I have sworn an oath to him." "An oath, is it? Then why haven't you let him in your bed?" Kaylin opened her mouth, but couldn't find the words. "It's because of Lord Rahl, isn't it? You still think he's coming back, don't you? You want him to come back." Kaylin put her fingertips to her lips. She turned away. "If Richard was going to come back, he'd have done so by now. Maybe it's the plague. Maybe he isn't finished ridding the magic of the plague. Maybe when he's finished, he will return." Kaylin hugged her arms to herself. She knew that wasn't it. "Mother Confessor, you do want him to return, don't you?" "I'm married to Dreffen. I have a husband. That isn't what I asked you. You do want him to return. You must want him to come back." Kaylin shook her head. "He said he would always love me.
He said his heart would always be mine. He promised.
Kalin swallowed the anguish.
He walked away. I may have hurt him, but if he really loved me, he wouldn't do this to me. He'd have given me a chance.
But you still want him back?
No. I don't want ever to go through this kind of pain again. I don't want ever to leave myself open to this much hurt. I was wrong ever to let myself fall in love with him in the first place.
Kalin shook her head again.
I don't want him to come back. I don't believe you. You're just upset, as I get, because Raina died. But if she came back, I'd forgive her for dying and take her back in a heartbeat.
Not Richard. I'll not trust my heart to him again. Regardless of what I did, that doesn't make it right for him to hurt me as he did. He just walked away from me. And after he'd made promises of always loving me no matter what, he failed me in that test. I never thought he would hurt me like that. I thought my heart was safe with him no matter what, but it wasn't. Berdine turned her around and gripped her shoulders. Mother Confessor, you don't mean that. You don't. Trust works both ways. If you really loved him, then you must trust in him, no matter what, just as you expected him to always trust in you. Tears trickled down Kalin's cheeks.
I can't, Berdine. It hurts too much. I'll not put myself through it again. It doesn't matter anyway. It's been weeks. The plague is long over. Richard is never coming back.
Look, I don't know exactly what happened up on the mountain, but you just ask yourself this. If the situation were reversed, if you were in his place, how would you feel? Don't you think I do that every moment of every day? I know how I'd feel. I'd feel betrayed. I'd never forgive me if I were him. I'd hate me, just as I know he does. No, Berdine soothed. That isn't true. He doesn't hate you. Lord Rahl may be confused or hurt, but he could never hate you. He does. He hates me for what I did. That's the other reason I can never take him back.
I hurt him too much. How could I ever look him in the eye again? I couldn't. I could never ask him to trust me again.
Berdine circled an arm around Kalin's neck and drew her to a shoulder. Don't close your heart, Kalin. Please don't do that. You are a sister of the Aegil. As your sister, I beg you not to do that.
It makes no difference, Kalin whispered. I can't be with him anyway, no matter what I might think or wish or hope. I must forget him. The spirits have forced me into marrying Dreffin. I have given my oath to Dreffin and to the spirits in trade to save lives. I must respect the oath I've given. Richard, too, must respect my oath.
Chapter 62. Wake him, the voice in her head commanded. Verna cried out. It felt as though she was covered with wasps, and they were all stinging her at once. She frantically swiped at her arms, her shoulders, her legs, her face. She screamed in panic, swatting. Wake him, came the voice in her head again. His Excellency's voice. Verna snatched the cloth from the bucket. She turned Warren's head. He was sprawled forward on the table, unconscious. She dabbed the wet cloth on his cheeks, his forehead. With trembling fingers, she smoothed back his hair. He hadn't been out long, so she had a better chance to bring him around.
Warren! Warren, please wake up! Warren!
He moaned in delirium. She pressed the wet cloth to his lips. She rubbed his back with her other hand as she kissed his cheek. It broke her heart to see him so afflicted with the pain, not only of the dream walker, but of the gift out of control. She pressed her fingers to the back of his neck and let a warm flow of Han seep into him, hoping it would give him strength, hoping it would bring him around.
Warren, she cried, please wake up! Please, for me, wake up, or His Excellency will be angry. Please, Warren.
Tears streamed down her face. She didn't care. She needed only to wake Warren, or His Excellency would make them both suffer. She had never known that resistance could be so futile. She had never known that she could so easily be made to betray everything in which she believed. She couldn't even protect those she loved by killing herself. She had tried. Oh, how she had tried. He wouldn't allow it. He wanted them alive, so that they could serve him. He wished to use their talents. She now knew that it had to be true. Richard had to be dead. The bond to him was broken, and they were defenseless against the dream walker. He intruded into her mind at will. With frightening ease, Jagang bent her to his wishes. It was as if she were no longer in control of the simplest of actions. If Jagang willed it, her arm lifted, and she could do nothing but watch. He controlled her use of her Han, too. Without the bond, she was powerless. Warren let out another groggy groan. He moved of his own accord at last. Only Verna seemed able to wake him when he passed out from the gift. That was the only reason Jagang hadn't sent her to the tents. Only his heart's connection to her was enough to stir Warren. She knew that it was harmful to wake him when the gift wanted him unconscious. It did that as a way to stretch his endurance until he could get proper help, but she had no choice. She was using their love to wake him, and in so doing was bringing him closer to death. But Jagang didn't care, as long as Warren did as ordered. "Sorry," Warren mumbled. I couldn't." "I know," Verna comforted. "I know. Wake up now, Warren. His Excellency wants us to keep working. We have to keep working." I can't, Verna. My head." "Please, Warren." Verna couldn't control the tears. The pain of 1,000 wasps stinging her everywhere at once made it impossible to hold still. She flinched constantly. "Warren, you know what he'll do to us. Please, Warren, you must go back to the books. I'll carry them down. Just tell me which ones you need. I'll get them for you." He nodded as he pushed himself up. He was becoming more alert. Verna slid the lamp near him and turned up the wick. She pushed close the volume he had been reading when he had passed out and tapped the page. "Here, Warren. Here. This is where you were. His Excellency wants to know what this means." Warren pressed his fists to the sides of his head. "I don't know. Please, Excellency, I don't know. I can't make the visions of prophecy come at will. I'm not a prophet yet. I am only beginning." Warren cried out, squirming in his chair. I'll try. Please let me try." Warren panted as his agony subsided. He bent over the book, licking his lips. Fingers shook as he set them to the book, following along the line of words, the line of prophecy. "Patronizing past," he muttered as he read to himself. "Patronizing past carries forward the same disfavor, twisted to new use for a new master. Dear Creator, I don't know what it means. Please let the vision come." Clarissa peered out into the darkness as the coach rocked to a stop. Dust hung in the air, their ghost-like escort. A stone fortress rose up just outside the coach's window. It was dark, and she couldn't see the whole thing, but what she could see made her heart pound out of control. She waited, twisting her fingers together until the soldier opened the door. "Clarissa," he whispered, "this is the place." Clarissa took his hand as she stepped out into the inky night. "Thank you, Walsh." The other one of Nathan's soldier friends, a man named Bolsdon, waited up in the driver's seat, keeping tight the reins. "Hurry now," Walsh told her. "Nathan said he doesn't want you in there for more than a few minutes. If anything happens, the two of us aren't going to be able to fight much of a battle to get you out." She knew the truth of that. They had ridden past so many tents that it left her stunned by their numbers. The horde who had overrun Renwald had been nothing compared to the numbers of men here. Clarissa pulled up the hood on her cloak. "Don't you worry. I know better than to dally. Nathan told me what to do." She clutched her cloak together in her fist. She had promised Nathan. He had done so much for her. He had saved her life. She would do this for him. She would do this so others wouldn't die. As terrified as she was, she would do anything for Nathan. There was no better man in the whole world. No kinder man. No more compassionate. No braver. Walsh walked beside her as they passed under an iron portcullis and then into an entryway under a barreled roof. Two brutish guards wearing hide mantles and hung with grisly-looking weapons stood beside a hissing torch. Clarissa kept her cloak tightly drawn and her hood pulled forward. She hung her head so that the guards couldn't see her face in the shadow. She let Walsh do the talking, as she had been instructed. Walsh flicked his hand toward her. "The representative of His Excellency's Plenipotentiary Lord Rahl," he said in a gruff voice, as if unhappy that this assignment had fallen to him. The bearded guard grunted.
So I've been told. He lifted a thumb toward the door. Go on in. Someone is supposed to be waiting for you. Walsh adjusted his weapons belt. Good. I have to drive this one back tonight. Can you believe it? Won't even let us wait until morning. That Lord Rahl is as demanding as they come. The guard grunted, as if he well understood the annoyance of night duty. Oh, Walsh added, as if an afterthought. Lord Rahl also wanted to know if his representative could pay the Lord Rahl's respects to His Excellency. The guard shrugged. Sorry. Goodkind took out of here this morning. He took most everyone with him. Just left a few behind to mind things. Clarissa's heart sank with disappointment. Nathan had been hoping that Goodkind would be here, but he had said that even though he hoped it, Goodkind would likely be smarter than that. Goodkind wasn't one to trust his life to the unknown abilities of a wizard as powerful as Nathan. Walsh took Clarissa's arm and pushed her on ahead as he gave the guard a good-natured slap on the shoulder. Thanks. Yeah, just go on in down the hall. There's one of the women waiting there for you. Last I saw her, she was pacing by the second set of torches. Walsh and Bolsden were Imperial Order soldiers, and they had had no trouble with any of the other soldiers either. Clarissa dreaded to think what would have happened to her without those two, the times their coach had been stopped by troops to query its mission. Walsh and Bolsden also had little trouble ushering her through checkpoints. Clarissa remembered all too well what happened to the women in Renwald. She still had nightmares about what she had seen happening to Manda Perlin when the Order's troops captured Renwald. And right there, on the floor beside her murdered husband, Rupert. Their footsteps echoed as they hurried down the stone corridor. It was a dark, dank, and depressing place. It looked to Clarissa to have no comforts other than a few wooden benches. This was a place for soldiers, not a place for families to live. As the guard had said, the woman was waiting near the second set of torches. Yes, the woman asked. What is it? As Clarissa came to a stop before the woman, she could see in the torchlight that her face was badly battered. She had horrid-looking cuts and bruises. One side of her lower lip was swollen to twice normal size. Even Walsh moved back a little when he got a good look at her. I am to meet Sister Amelia. His Excellency's plenipotentiary sent me. The woman slumped with relief. Good. I am Sister Amelia. I have the book. I hope never to see it again. His Excellency's plenipotentiary also told me that I am to pay his respects to an acquaintance of his, Sister Verna. Is she here? Well, I don't know if I should... If I'm not allowed to see her, His Excellency will be most unhappy when his plenipotentiary reports how his request was so rudely treated by a slave. As a slave myself serving His Excellency, I can tell you that I will not be the one to take the blame. Clarissa felt foolish saying such words, but as Nathan had told her, they seemed to work magic. Sister Amelia's eyes fixed on the gold ring through Clarissa's lip. Her hesitation vanished. Of course. Please follow me. That is where the book is kept anyway. With Walsh close at her side and his hand near the hilt of his short sword, Clarissa followed Sister Amelia deeper into the gloomy fortress. They went down a long hall and then took a turn. Clarissa was paying careful attention as they went, so that if they had to get out fast, she wouldn't take a wrong route and be caught in here. Sister Amelia stopped before a door, glancing to Clarissa for just an instant before she lifted the lever and led them in. A woman and a man were in the room, he sitting at a simple plank table reading a book laid open on the table, and she looking over his shoulder. The woman glanced up. She was a little older than Clarissa and attractive, with curly brown hair. She looked to Clarissa to be a woman of authority crushed by humiliation. She looked in agony. Whether it was physical or emotional, Clarissa didn't know. Sister Amelia held out a hand. This is Verna. Verna straightened. She had a gold ring in her lip, the same as Sister Amelia, the same as Clarissa. The man, his curly blonde hair in disarray, didn't look up. He seemed frantically absorbed in his book. Pleased to meet you, Clarissa said. Verna turned back to the man and the book he was studying. Clarissa pushed back her hood as she turned to Sister Amelia. The book? Sister Amelia bowed. Of course, it's right here. She scurried to a shelf. The room wasn't large. One of the stone block walls had a crudely built shelf holding books. There were perhaps no more than 100. Nathan had been hoping there would be a great many more.
As Nathan had expected, though, Jagang wouldn't keep many of his prizes together in one place. Sister Amelia pulled a volume from a shelf and placed it on the table. She looked to be uncomfortable, even touching it. "This is it." The cover was as Nathan had described it to her, a strange black that seemed to absorb the light from the room. Clarissa flipped open the cover. "What are you doing?" Sister Amelia cried out as she stepped closer. Clarissa looked up. "I was instructed how to make sure it is the right book. Please leave it to me." Sister Amelia stepped back, wringing her hands together. "Of course, but I can tell you only too well that it's the right book. It's the one His Excellency agreed to." Clarissa carefully turned over the first page as Sister Amelia nervously licked her lips. Verna watched from the corner of her eye. Clarissa reached inside her cloak and pulled out the little leather pouch of powder Nathan had given her. She sprinkled it over the open page. Words began to appear. "Assigned to the Winds" by Wizard Ricker. It was the book she had come for. Nathan hadn't known the name of the wizard, but he had told her it would say "Assigned to the Winds" and then a name. She flipped the cover closed. "Sister Amelia, would you leave us for a moment, please?" The woman bowed and quickly scurried out of the room. Verna frowned as she straightened again. "What's this about?" "May I see your ring, please?" "My ring?" Verna finally sighed and held out her hand, showing Clarissa the ring on her third finger. It had the sunburst pattern, as Nathan had described. "Why do you want to see—" For the first time, Verna noticed Clarissa's guard. Her eyes went wide. She jostled Warren's shoulder while she spoke. "Walsh." Warren's head came up. Walsh smiled. "How you doing, Prelate? Warren?" "Not very well." Clarissa stepped closer. The man, Warren, was looking very puzzled. "I was sent by Lord Rall to get this book." Clarissa gave Verna and Warren both a meaningful look. "I am bonded to Lord Rall." "Richard is dead," Verna said in a flat whisper. "I know, but I was sent by Lord Rall, Nathan Rall, the master of Dahara. He wanted me to pass along his regards." Verna's mouth fell open. Warren's chair skidded across the floor as he rushed to his feet. "Do you understand?" Clarissa carefully asked. "If you do, then you had better be quick about it." "But, Nathan, we couldn't—" "Well," Clarissa said, "I must be getting back to Lord Rall. He's waiting for me. I have a coach, and I must be leaving at once." Verna's eyes turned up to Walsh. He gave her a nod. Verna fell to her knees. She snatched Warren's violet robes and yanked him down beside her. "Do it, Warren!" She folded her hands together as she bowed her head. Her words spilled out. "Master Rall, guide us. Master Rall, teach us. Master Rall, protect us. In your light we thrive. In your mercy we are sheltered. In your wisdom we are humbled. We live only to serve. Our lives are yours." Warren spoke the words, too, just a little in her wake. Verna knelt frozen for a moment, her hands still folded together prayerfully. She suddenly let out a cry of joy. She laughed like a madwoman. "Thank the Creator! My prayers have been answered. I'm free. He's gone. I can feel that he's gone from my mind." Clarissa sighed in relief. Nathan had warned her that if Verna failed to do as they had hoped, she would have to die here. Verna and Warren hugged as they wept with joy. Clarissa seized them both and urged them up. "We have to get out of here, but Lord Rall wants me to do something else first. I need to look for some books." "Books?" Warren asked. "What books?" "Mountain's Twin, Celeron's Seventh Task, the Book of Inversion and Duplex, and 12 Words Left for Reason." Warren turned to the book on the table. 12 words, that's this one here. I think I saw a couple of the others." Clarissa went to the shelves. "Help me look. Nathan wants to know if they are here. He needs to know." They all scanned the titles on the spines and had to pull out several that weren't marked so as to check their titles. They found all but the Book of Inversion and Duplex. Clarissa brushed the dust from her hands. "That will have to do. Nathan said that they might not all be here. With only one missing, that's better than we could have hoped." "What does Nathan want with these books?" Warren asked. "He doesn't want Jagang to have them. He says that they're dangerous for Jagang to have." "They all could be dangerous," Verna said. "Let me worry about that," Clarissa said, as she slipped the book from the table back into an empty slot. "Nathan just needed to know which were here. Now we can leave." Verna clutched Clarissa's sleeve. "I have 2 friends here. We have to get them out with us. You said you have a coach. We can all go." "Who?" Walsh asked.
Janet and Amelia. Walsh let out a knowing grunt as Clarissa glanced to the door. But Nathan said, "Look, if they give their oath to Lord Rahl also, they can escape." Verna touched the ring in Clarissa's lip. "You don't know what they do to the women here. Did you see Amelia's face?" "I know what they do," Clarissa whispered, remembering the scenes in Renwald. "Will they take the oath?" "Of course. Wouldn't you if it would get you away from here?" Clarissa swallowed. "I'd do anything." "Hurry then," Walsh said. "There's room in the coach, but we have to hurry." Verna nodded and then slipped out the door. While Verna went to get the other two, Clarissa unhooked the clasp on the fine gold chain around her neck. Warren watched with a frown as Clarissa pulled a book from a lower shelf and then set it on the table. Clarissa placed the locket on the shelf in the empty slot. Carefully she laid open the locket. With a finger she gently pushed it all the way back against the wall. She wiggled her fingers at Warren. He handed back the book she had removed. Clarissa slid it back into its place. "What did you do?" Warren asked. "What Nathan wanted me to do." Verna burst back into the room, holding the hands of two beaming women. One was the one with the battered face, Sister Amelia. "They've given the oath," Verna said in a breathless voice. "They are bonded to Lord Rahl. Let's get out of here."
"About time," Walsh said. He had a little smile on his face for Verna. It was obvious to Clarissa that they knew each other. Walsh took a hold of Clarissa's arm, and the two of them led out the rest to retrace their route back through the fortress. The dark, dripping stones smelled of rot. They saw only a few guards inside the stronghold, most people having left along with Jagang, gone to his huge tents. Nathan said that Jagang traveled with a large contingent of people and that he had big round tents with all the comforts of a palace. Of the people left behind, there seemed to be a scattering of officers and guards, and a few of the women who were slaves to Jagang and his army. As they came around a corner, one of those slaves was coming the other way, carrying two steaming kettles of what smelled like lamb stew. She was dressed the same as the other women Clarissa had seen, except Verna. The clothes they wore, like Janet and Amelia, were not clothes as far as Clarissa was concerned. The women might as well have been naked, for all the good those transparent garments did. When the woman looked up and saw them coming, especially Walsh, she immediately stepped to the side of the hall out of their way. Clarissa jerked to a halt, staring at the woman, whose gaze fixed on the floor. "Manda?" Clarissa whispered. "Manda Perlin, is that you?" Manda looked up. "Yes, mistress?" "Manda, it's me, Clarissa, from Renwald. I'm Clarissa." The young woman looked up the length of Clarissa, at her expensive gown, at her jewelry, at her hair all done in ringlets. Manda's gaze met Clarissa's, and her eyes widened. "Clarissa, is it really you?" "Yes." "I don't hardly recognize you. You look so different. You look so—" The spark went out of her expression. "Were you captured back home, too, then? I see the ring." "No, I wasn't captured." Manda's eyes filled with tears. "Oh, good. I'm so glad they didn't get you there. It was—" Clarissa hugged the young woman. Manda had never spoken this many words to her in all the years Clarissa had known her, and the words she had spoken hadn't been decent. Clarissa had always hated Manda for the cruel words, the cruel smirks, the condescending glances. Now Clarissa felt sorrow for her. "Manda, we have to go. Would you like to come away with us?" Verna snatched Clarissa's arm. "We can't do that." Clarissa glared at Verna. "I came here to rescue you. I let you take your friends with us. I want to take my friend out of here, too." Verna sighed and let go of Clarissa's arm. "Of course." "Friend?" Manda whined, as her face twisted with untold sorrow. "Yes," Clarissa said. "I could get you out of here, too." "You would do that for me? After all the times I—" Sobbing, Manda threw her arms around Clarissa. "Oh, yes. Oh, Clarissa, please. Oh, Clarissa, please let me go with you." Clarissa gripped the woman's wrists and pushed her away. "Then listen carefully. I give you only one chance. My master has magic to protect your mind from the Dreamwalker. You must swear an oath to him. You must be loyal to him." Manda fell to her knees, clutching at Clarissa's dress. "Yes, I swear." "Then say these words, and you must mean them with all your heart." Clarissa spoke the devotion, pausing to let Manda repeat the words. When she finished, Verna and Clarissa helped the sobbing woman to her feet. Clarissa had always been so intimidated by Manda, always so afraid of her scorn. How many times had Clarissa crossed the street, her head bowed low, as she tried to avoid Manda's attention? "Hurry now," Walsh said. "Nathan told us to get out of here fast." At the entrance, Walsh had to make up a story about His Excellency's plenipotentiary wanting some women. The guard eyed the nearly naked women, smiled knowingly, and slapped Walsh on the back. They all piled into the coach as Walsh climbed up into the driver's seat with Bolsdon. As the coach lurched and then started out, Clarissa pushed Janet and Manda to the floor in the center so she could lift the leather-covered seat. She pulled out a long cloak. She only had one extra. They had expected to rescue Verna and Warren. Since Verna had a cloak, Clarissa gave the extra cloak to Manda and retrieved blankets for Janet and Amelia. All three women were immensely grateful to be able to cover themselves at last. Clarissa sat at the end of the seat, holding the strange black book Nathan had sent her for, with Amelia at the other end and Manda in the center, clutching at Clarissa for comfort. Page 465. Manda kept weeping on Clarissa's shoulder and thanking her profusely. Clarissa put an arm around Manda and told her that she had expressed her gratitude enough times. It did feel good, though, to have the beautiful Manda Perlin looking up to Clarissa for a change, rather than looking down on her. All because of Nathan. How he had changed her life. Changed everything. They had to stop 3 times while soldiers checked the coach. Once, the soldiers made them all get out and line up for a look. The blankets and cloak had to remain in the coach as Janet, Amelia, and Manda climbed out for inspection. Walsh explained in very crude terms what he was doing with these slaves, how he was taking them for the pleasure of His Excellency's plenipotentiary. The soldiers were satisfied by Walsh's explanation and allowed them to continue on their way. They turned north at the harbor and headed up the coast road. Clarissa sighed in relief as she saw the last of the fires and tents finally fade into the distance behind them. It wasn't until they crested a hill, nearly an hour's ride out after leaving the last of the soldiers, that the flash lit the sky behind. Clarissa heard a cheer from up on the driver's seat. Walsh leaned down, gripping a rail with one arm, and stuck his face nearly upside down, partly into the window. "Good job, Clarissa! You did it!" Clarissa grinned. He swung back up, and he and Bolsdon hooted into the night air. It was then that the sudden boom reached them, making Manda jump with fright. Verna, sitting in the center opposite, produced a flame above her upturned palm and leaned toward Clarissa. "Job? What is it that you have done?" Clarissa patted the inky black book in her lap. "Nathan sent me for this book, and he wanted the ones left behind destroyed. He said that they were dangerous, what with you, and especially Warren, telling Jagang the meaning of the prophecies in them. Nathan didn't want Jagang to be able to use the information." "I see," Verna said. "Lucky for us that we agreed to swear loyalty to Lord Rahl and go with you." Clarissa nodded. "Nathan said I was to offer you the chance, but in either case I was to open that locket and leave it hidden there. He said that Jagang, having both Warren and the prophecies together, could ruin everything if you told Jagang anything important." Verna pressed her lips together as she let out a breath. She shared a look with Warren. "I can't believe that after all this time, I'm finally going to get to meet the prophet himself," Warren said. "Not long ago I had given up hope, and now I will be meeting Nathan." Verna harumphed. "Out of the rain and into the lake. I can't believe I've sworn loyalty to that crazy old man." Clarissa leaned forward. "Nathan is dashing. He isn't old." Verna barked a laugh. "You have no idea, child. And he isn't crazy either. Nathan is the kindest, most wonderful, most generous man I've ever met." Verna glanced down at Clarissa's cleavage and back up to her eyes. She had that look that Clarissa was used to seeing. "Yes," Verna murmured. "I'm sure he is, my dear." "You could have no better man to swear loyalty to," Clarissa said. "Besides being thoughtful and kind, Nathan is a powerful wizard. I saw him turn another wizard to a pile of dust." Verna's brow creased. "Another wizard?" Clarissa nodded. "Named Vincent. Vincent and another wizard and 2 sisters, Jodelle and Wilhelmina, came to see Nathan.
They tried to hurt him. Nathan turned Vincent into a pile of ash.
Verna's eyebrows rose.
After that, Clarissa said, they were very polite to Nathan, and Jagang agreed to give the book, she tapped the book in her lap, to Nathan. Jagang said Nathan could have either the book or Sister Amelia. Now Nathan will have both. Nathan has great plans. Nathan will rule the world one day.
Verna and Warren shared a sidelong glance. She looked at Amelia. What is this book, Amelia?
I stole it from the Temple of the Wind, Amelia said in a hoarse voice. I'm the only one who can use it. I started a plague. Thousands have already died because of what I did. It was how Jagang eliminated Richard Rahl. Thank the Creator that we still have Nathan Rahl to protect us with the bond to him.
Dear Creator, Verna whispered, what have we agreed to with our oath to the likes of Nathan? Chapter 63. Richard rose from the wizard's chair when he recognized the spirit gliding toward him. He couldn't call a specific spirit, and he didn't always know the ones who came, but he knew this one. With this one he had a deep connection. The person this spirit once was, he had loathed, he had feared. Only once he understood her, and only after he had forgiven her for what she had done to him was he able to gain his release. This one he had killed, and in so doing he freed her from her torment. This spirit was the one who had later brought Kalin and Richard together in that place between worlds.
Richard, the spirit said, as she seemed to smile.
Denna.
I see you wear an Aegil. It is not mine.
Richard slowly shook his head. It is that of yet another Mord Sith who died because of me.
Raina. I knew her in the world of life, and I know her here. Since she passed into the spirit world after the violation of the winds, she may not come to you here. She is not one of those who hold sway over the forces involved, as they pertain to you and the winds. Know that her spirit is at peace. You gave her peace in life, and so she asked me to come to you.
Richard rolled the red Aegil in his fingers. I gave your Aegil to Kalin. As I promised you one time, only she is able to give me more pain than you.
Only you, Richard, are able to give yourself more pain than I could give you.
Have it your way. I care not to argue. It is good to see you, Denna.
You may disagree after I am finished with you.
Richard smiled at her nature showing through, even in her spirit form. You cannot harm me here, Denna.
You think not? I may not be able to harm your body, but I can still hurt you.
She nodded to herself.
Oh, yes, Richard, I can hurt you.
And how is that? Denna lifted an arm.
I can make you remember and make it real again. You and I have a past.
Richard spread his hands. And to what purpose? Denna spread her luminous arms.
That is for you to decide, Richard.
With a flash of light in his mind, the Temple of the Winds was gone, fading from his consciousness, and he was in a place he remembered, the castle in Tamarang. He was there again. He could taste the terror. Denna had captured him. She had tortured him for days. He was delirious and weak. Every step was painful as he followed Denna through the grand dining hall. His wrists were cut and swollen from the manacles she used to shackle him up to a beam. When Denna stopped and spoke to people, Richard kept his eyes to her braid as he silently waited behind her. Denna controlled his life, his destiny. He was allowed only that which she granted. He hadn't eaten since she had captured him. He longed to eat something, anything. All around, the jumble of talking and laughter from the Queen's guests droned in his head. Denna, too, was a guest of the Queen. Richard, at the end of a chain running from his mistress to a collar around his neck, was Denna's prisoner. She hadn't let him eat during those days of torture, and he needed food. As she sat at the dining table, Denna snapped her fingers, pointing at the floor behind her chair. Richard sank to the floor, relieved to be allowed that small comfort. He could rest. He wasn't hanging from the shackles. He wasn't being made to stand all night. He wasn't being tortured. All of the guests were eating. The varied aromas tormented him. He ached with hunger. Everyone else was eating, but he had to sit on the floor behind Denna, watching what others enjoyed, what he was denied. Richard thought about the times he had been with Kalin at camp eating rabbit cooked over the fire or porridge sweetened with berries. He licked his lips thinking about the succulent, hot, tender meat, brown and crunchy on the outside from the fire. He had so enjoyed those meals with her. The food and the company were the best. Now he was denied that life and was yoked to another. After everyone else had been eating for a while, a server brought a bowl of gruel. Denna had him hand it down to Richard. He held it in trembling hands. Almost any time before, he would have cast it aside in disgust, but now it was all he had. He was made to put it on the floor and to eat it like a dog, while laughter from the guests filled his ears. He didn't care. He was being allowed to eat at last. Gruel was all he was allowed, but at that moment, in his state of tormented need, it was wonderful. It was freedom from the ache of hunger, freedom from the misery of seeing others eat while he starved, fulfillment of a simple but long-denied need. He slurped at it, relishing it, gulping it down. He could not escape his imprisonment in his new life, over which he had no say, and so he decided that if gruel was all he would be allowed, then he would have to accept that fact and sate his hunger with what he was given. The light flashed in his head. Color bled from his sight, vanishing almost painfully, and he saw again the muted mists of the Temple of the Winds around him. Richard was on his hands and knees on the floor, panting in terror. The glowing white spirit of Denna towered over him. Denna was right. She could hurt him still. This pain, though, she had given him out of love. Richard staggered to his feet. How could he have thought he was ignorant before, and that the knowledge of the Temple of the Winds had brought him new sight? He had had sight all along, but had failed to see. Knowledge without heart was empty. Wizard Ricker had left, with the sliff, a message for him, but he had ignored it. Ward left in, ward right out, guard your heart from stone. He had failed to guard his heart from stone, and it had almost cost him everything. Thank you, Denna, for that gift of pain. It has taught you something, Richard? That I have to go home, back to my world. Thank you, Richard, for living up to what I expect of you. Richard smiled. Were you not a spirit, I'd kiss you. Denna smiled a sad smile. The thought is the gift, Richard. Richard shared a gaze with her for a moment, a gaze between worlds. Denna, please tell Raina that we all love her. Raina knows this. Feelings of the heart cross the boundary. Richard nodded. Then you know how much we love you, too. That is why I came to vouch for you in your quest to the winds. Richard held his arm out. Would you escort me to the passageway? I would find peace in your company before I leave this empty place. The worst is yet ahead of me. Denna glided along at his side as he headed for the passageway out, striding the Hall of the Winds for the last time. They didn't speak. Words were too paltry to touch what was in his heart. Near the great doors, the spirit of Darken Ral waited. Going somewhere, my son? The sound of his words echoed painfully through the hall. Richard glared at the spirit of his father. Back to my world. There is nothing for you there. Kalin, your true love, is married to another man. She has sworn an oath to him before the spirit. You could never understand why I'm going back. Kalin is married to my son, Dreffen. You cannot have her now. That is not why I'm going back. Then why leave this place? The world of life will be empty for you now. Richard stalked past the spirit of his father. He didn't have to explain his reasons to the one who had caused so much grief. Denna glided along beside Richard. At the doors, Darken Ral appeared again, blocking the way. You may not leave. You can't stop me. Oh, yes, my son, I can. You must let him pass, Denna said. Only if he agrees to the terms. Richard turned to Denna. What's he talking about? The spirits set the requirements for your path into our world. Because it was your unique path here, Darken Ral was called upon and given commensurate sway over your price for coming here, your sacrifice to come here. Darken Ral set the more onerous of the sacrifices, such as Dreffen marrying Kalin. If one who participated in your coming so chooses, this spirit also has the right to set requirements if you are to leave. I will simply banish him, Richard said. I know how to do that now. I can banish him from the winds and then leave.
It is not that simple, Denna said. You traveled from the world of life, through the underworld, to this place within the world of souls. You must return through the underworld. The spirits can set a price. It must, however, be one that is fair, in view of the forces and worlds involved, and it must be a price within your ability to satisfy.
Richard ran his fingers back through his hair. And I must pay?
If he names a price within the edicts, then you must, if you are to return to your world.
Smiling that vile smile of his, Darken Ral glided closer. I only have 2 small, insignificant requirements. Meet them, and you may return to your brother Drefen and his wife. Richard glared. Name them. But if you set the price too high and I choose not to pay it and remain here instead, then I swear I will devote my eternity to making your soul twist in torment. And you know I can do it. The winds have taught me how. Then I guess you will have to decide just how important this is to you, my son. I think you will pay it. Richard didn't want to tell him how important it was, or the price would climb. Name the price, and I will decide if I will pay it. I was willing to stay here. I may yet decide to do so. Darken Ral came closer, close enough that the pain of his spirit coruscation was almost enough to make Richard back away. He willed himself to hold his ground without a shield of magic. Oh, the price is going to be high indeed, but I think you will pay it. I know you, Richard. I know your foolish heart. Even this price you will pay for her. Darken Ral did indeed know Richard's heart. Darken Ral, after all, was the one who had almost destroyed it. Name the price or begone. First, the knowledge of the Temple of the Winds was not yours before you came to this place. You will return as you came, without the knowledge you acquired here. Back in your world, you will be as you were before you left it. Richard had expected as much. Agreed. Oh, very good, my son. How eager, how earnest you are. Will you agree to the second requirement so readily? His smile seemed as if it would strip flesh from bone. I wonder. His voice went on in a lethal hiss. When Darken Ral named the second requirement, Richard's knees nearly buckled. Can he do that? Richard could manage no more than a whisper. Can he demand that? Denna stared back with somber spirit eyes. Yes. Richard turned away from the 2 spirits. Head bent, he pressed his hand over his eyes. It is that important to me, he whispered. I agree to the price. I knew you would. Darken Ral's malevolent laugh echoed the length of the Temple of the Wind. I knew that even this you would pay for her. Richard gathered his senses. He slowly turned, lifting his hand toward the evil spirit. And with this price, you have shown me your barren spirit. In that, dear father, you have made a mistake, for I can now use that emptiness against you. The laughter died out. You have agreed to the price I have set within my right and power. You can do nothing but banish me from the winds, and that will not negate the price. The world of souls will enforce it, now that it is named and accepted. So they will, Richard said. But you will taste my revenge for all you have done, including the price you have demanded, when you could have stopped with the first as fair. Richard freed a pristine flow of subtractive magic, uncontaminated by so much as a scintilla of the additive. It was the force of the void unleashed. Total oblivion of light engulfed the spirit of Darken Ral. A wail came from that deep forever as Darken Ral was plunged into the unmitigated shadow of the keeper of the underworld, where not the slightest trace of light from the Creator shone. It was the pain of denial of that light that was the true torture of the keeper's dark eternity. When he was gone, Richard turned once more to the passageway back to the world of life. I am sorry, Richard, came Denna's tender voice. None but he would have demanded this of you. I know, Richard whispered, as he called the lightning to take him back. Dear spirit, I know. Chapter 64 Dreffin hooked his hand under her arm and pulled her shoulder against him. At the white ruffles of his shirt hung 2 red aegils. "Isn't it about time you ended this pretense, my wife? Isn't it about time you gave in to your desires and admitted your hunger for me?" Kalen glared into his blue, dark and raw eyes. "Are you really mad, Dreffin, or do you just pretend it? I agreed to wed you to save lives, not because I wanted it. When will you ever admit it to yourself? I do not love you, nor will I ever." "Love? When have I ever mentioned love? I speak of passion." "You are delusional if you think I will ever—"
"You already have.
You want it again." It cut her to the heart that he had so easily deduced what had happened with Richard. He pointed it out constantly. He taunted her for it. It was her eternal punishment for what she had done, a stain she couldn't annul. Distant thunder rumbled through the mountains as the spring storm that had come so suddenly moved on away from the city. The wild lightning had reminded Kalen of Richard. She had stood at the window watching the violent flashes, remembering. Never.
You are my wife. You have sworn an oath."
"Yes, Dreffin, I have sworn an oath, and I am your wife. I will live by my word. But the spirits are satisfied with what I have given. They demand no more, or the plague would not be gone." She pulled her arm away. "If you want me, then you will have to rape me, for that is what it will be. I will not go to your bed willingly, nor easily." His smile was maddening.
"I can wait until you finally give in to your lust. I want you to enjoy it. I long for you finally to admit it, to ask for it."
He stalked away, but turned back when she called his name. "What are you doing with Kara and Berdine's aegil?" Touching an aegil was painful only if it was one that had been used against you in the past, if you had been the prisoner of a Mord Sith. Aegil were weapons only in the hands of the Mord Sith to whom they belonged, but without the bond to a true Lord Rahl, they no longer functioned. For Dreffin, they were nothing more than obscene decorations. He lifted the red rods away from his chest to have a look at them.
"Well, I thought that since I am the Lord Rahl now, I should wear these as a symbol of my authority. After all, Richard wore one. You wear one."
"The aegil we wear are not symbols of authority. They are symbols of our respect for the women to whom they belong." He shrugged as he let them drop back down.
"The army seems quite intimidated to see me wearing them. That will do. Good night, my dear. Sleep well."
His sly smile returned. "Call out if you have need of anything." Muttering a curse under her breath, Kalen shouldered open the door to her rooms. She was exhausted and wanted only to fall into bed, but she knew that her racing mind would deny her sleep. Berdine was waiting for her. "Is he gone to bed?" she asked, referring to Dreffin. "Yes," Kalen said, "as I am about to do." "No, you can't. You have to come with me." Kalen frowned at the serious look on Berdine's face. "Where do you want me to go?" "We have to go up to the keep." "What's wrong? Is it the Sliff? Has someone tried to come through the Sliff?" Berdine waved dismissively as she stepped closer. No, it's not the Sliff." "Then what is it?" "I just want you to come up there with me, that's all. I want some company." Kalen stroked her hand down the woman's shoulder. "Berdine, I know how lonely you are, but it's late. I have a headache, and I'm tired. All afternoon and evening I've been in meetings with Dreffin, General Curson, and a number of officers. Dreffin wants to move the troops back to Dahara, for us all to go to Dahara. He wants to abandon the Midlands to the Order and concentrate on defending Dahara. I've been arguing myself blue. I need to go to bed and get some rest so I can get up in the morning and try again to convince them of the folly of Dreffin's plan. The General isn't so sure that Dreffin isn't right. I am. Sleep later. You are coming up to the keep with me." Kalen gazed into the Mord Sith's eyes, and that was what they were, Mord Sith eyes. This was not Berdine speaking, it was Mistress Berdine, as cold and demanding as any Mord Sith came. "Not until you tell me why," Kalen said in a level tone. Berdine seized Kalen's arm. "You are going up to the keep with me. You can either go sitting in the saddle or lying over it, your choice. But you are going, and you are going now." Kalen had never seen such a look of determination in Berdine's eyes. It was frightening. That was the only word for it. frightening. All right, if it's that important to you, let's go. I just want to know why. Instead of answering, Berdine tightened her grip on Kalen's arm and forced her to the door. Berdine cracked the door, checking, then opened it enough to stick her head out for a look. It's clear, she whispered. Come on. Berdine, you're scaring me. What's going on? Without answering, Berdine shoved her through the door. They took the service stairs and avoided the passageways that were heavily patrolled. Berdine must have spoken with the guards they did encounter, because when the two of them approached, the guards turned the other way, looking off as if they had seen no one. 2 horses waited, both army horses, big bay gelding. Berdine tossed a soldier's cloak at Kalen. Here, put this on to cover that white dress of yours so people won't recognize you, or Dreffen will hear about it. Why don't you want Dreffen to know where we're going? Berdine seized Kalen's ankle and stuffed her foot into the stirrup. The stirrup was big and loose, made for a man's boot. Berdine smacked Kalen's bottom. Get it up there. Kalen abandoned her resistance. Berdine obviously wasn't going to tell her what the urgency was about. The ride to the Wizard's Keep was silent, as was the march through the empty halls, passageway, and rooms. Before they turned down the last stone corridor to the sliff, they encountered Kara standing guard outside a door. Kara, like Berdine, was unreadable in her stern demeanor as she watched Berdine and Kalen hurry toward her. At the door, Berdine seized the lever with one hand and Kalen's arm with the other. The look in Berdine's eyes was unequivocal sobriety. Don't you dare disappoint me, Mother Confessor, or you will find out exactly why Mord Sith are so feared. Kara and I will be with the sliff. Without looking back, Kara started out toward the sliff while Berdine, without further word, opened the door and roughly shoved Kalen into the room. Kalen stumbled, catching her balance, as she glanced back to see Berdine pull shut the door. Kalen turned and found herself looking into Richard's eyes. Her heart seemed to stop along with her breathing. A half-dozen candles in an iron stand reflected little points of light in his gray eyes. He seemed bigger than life. Every detail was as she remembered. Only his sword was missing from that of her mental image of him. Ambivalence kept her breath locked in her lungs. Finally, she found words. The plague is ended. I know. The room felt so small, the stones so dark, the air so heavy. She labored to breathe, to slow her suddenly racing heart. His forehead was beaded with sweat, even though it was cool in the depths of the keep. A drop rolled down over his cheekbone, leaving a wet trail. And what are you doing here? There can be no point to it. I have a husband. We have nothing to say to each other, not after. Not here like this, alone. His gaze left hers at hearing the cool tone of her voice. She had hoped it would force him to say it. Dear spirits, let him say he forgives me. He said instead, I asked Kara and Berdine to bring you here so I could talk to you. I came back because I must speak with you. Will you grant me that much? Kalen didn't know what to do with her hand. Of course, Richard. He nodded his thanks. He looked in pain. He looked in anguish. His eyes had the dull gloss of distress. She wanted nothing so much as for him to say that he forgave her. Only that would mend her broken heart. Those were the only words that would mean anything to her. She wanted him to say it, but he just stood there while his gaze focused beyond the cold stone of the walls. She decided that if he was going to say it, to forgive her, then the only way was to force him into it. So have you come to forgive me, Richard? His words came softly, but with great resolve. No, I did not come to forgive you. I can't forgive you, Kalen. She turned away. She finally found something to do with her hands. She pressed her fists against her stomach. I see. Kalen, he said from behind her, I can't forgive you because it would be wrong of me to come here to forgive you. Would you have me forgive your humanity? Shall I forgive you slaking your thirst? Shall I forgive your eating when you hunger? Shall I forgive you for the feel of warm sunlight on your face? Kalen wiped at her cheeks and then turned to him. What are you talking about? The stem of a rose was stuck behind his belt. Richard lifted the rose and held it out to her. Your mother gave this to me. My mother? Richard nodded. She asked if I found enjoyment in it. And when I told her that I did, she asked if I would then return to you. It took a long time for me to understand what she meant.
And what did she mean?
What she meant is that we have the capacity to enjoy such things. Is it wrong for you to find pleasure at the sight of a rose in its fragrance if I am not the one who gave it to you? How can I forgive you that?
Richard, this is far different from finding pleasure in the fragrance of a rose.
He sank to one knee. He put a fist to his abdomen. Kalin, I was once connected to a woman by my flesh as you were connected to your mother. That is the only connection of flesh we have in this life. His fist moved to his chest. It is here that we connect ever after that. We can be connected only in our heart. You did not give him your heart. That was mine and mine alone. The winds, the spirits, took their price from you. They left you with little, and you chose to take what was left and to live. You chose to be human. You chose to live life as best you could with what you had left of yourself. You fought for life. You simply took pleasure to which you were entitled. I do not own you. You are not my slave. There is nothing for me to forgive. You did not betray me in your heart. It would be presumption of the worst order if I came with an offer of forgiveness when you never betrayed me with your heart. Kalin could feel herself trembling as she drew a breath.
You hurt me, Richard. I thought my heart was safe with you, always, no matter what, and you walked away from me. You promised it was. You wouldn't even let me try to explain.
I know, he whispered. His other knee touched the floor as he bent at her feet, his head bowed. That is why I have returned. I have come to beg your forgiveness. I am the one who was wrong. I am the one who caused the true pain. I am the one who betrayed our hearts, not you. It is the worst sin I could commit, and I alone am guilty of it. I am without defense. There can be no excuse. I'm so sorry for what I've done to you, Kalin. I cannot undo the wrong I have done. I have wounded your heart, and for that I throw myself before you and beg your forgiveness. I do not deserve it, and so cannot ask it. I can only beg it. The way he knelt at her feet, she towered over him.
Will you forgive me, Richard?
There is no room in my heart to hold anything for you but love, even though we cannot be together. Though I am free of my oath, you are sworn to another, and I must respect that. But I cannot help that I can love no other but you. If your heart wishes it, then I forgive you. Please, Kalin, all I can have in this life, if you will grant it, is your forgiveness. Mere moments before, she had had doubts, been uncertain as to her true feelings about him. Now, absolute conviction avalanched through her. Kalin sank down to the floor before him. She put her hands to his shoulders and urged him to look up at her.
I forgive you, Richard. With all my heart. I love you, and I forgive you.
He smiled a sad smile. Thank you. She could feel the miracle of her heart mending, of joy flooding into the emptiness like life itself returning.
At the ceremony, when I was being married to Dreffin, I said the words aloud that they demanded, but in my mind, in my heart, I was saying the oath of marriage to you.
Richard wiped a tear from her chin. I did the same. She squeezed his arms.
Richard, what are we going to do now?
There is nothing to do now. You are sworn to Dreffin. She touched her fingers to his face.
But what about you? What about you and me?
His smile left. He shook his head. It doesn't matter. I have what I needed, what I came for. You have returned my heart.
But how can we go on like this? Not only that, but we have to do something, and fast. Dreffin wants to withdraw the troops back to Dahara and make a stand against the order there.
Anger flashed in Richard's eyes. No, you can't let him do that, Kalin. If you let Jagang divide the New World, he will take it one piece at a time, with Dahara the last to fall. You can't let Dreffin do that. Promise me you won't.
I don't need to promise. You are Lord Rahl. You can stop it now. I am the Mother Confessor. We'll do it together.
You must do it, Kalin. I can't help you.
But why not? You've returned. Everything will work out. We'll think of something, find a way. You are the seeker. You always find a way.
I'm dying. Ice flashed through her.
What do you mean you're dying? Richard, you can't die. Not now. Not after... No, Richard, no. It's all right now. You're back. Everything is going to be all right. She saw it then, the pain in his eyes, and realized when he slumped to a hip that he was unable to stand. In order for me to return, the spirits demanded a price. He coughed, wincing in pain. She clutched at him. What are you talking about? What price? When I was there at the Temple of the Winds, I gained all the knowledge there. I understood my power. I could use it. I used it to stop the plague. I somehow interrupted the flow of power from the winds that made the Book of Magic work in this world. You mean that you no longer know how to do it? You mean the plague will come back? He lifted a hand to allay her fear. No, the plague will not return. But as the price of returning to this world, I was not allowed to keep the knowledge of the winds. I had to come back as I was before. But you mean that you are simply mortal like before? No. They demanded more. They demanded that if I was to return, I had to take the magic of the stolen book into myself, to keep it from the rest of the world of life. What? Kaelin breathed wide-eyed. You don't mean... I have the plague. She gripped his shoulder with one hand and felt his forehead with the other. He was burning with fever. Richard, why didn't you tell me before? He smiled through the pain. Forgiveness was all I needed, all I wanted. But I had to know it was true and not granted out of pity. Richard, you can't die, not now. Dear spirits, you can't die. The dear spirits had nothing to do with this. It was Darken Rahl who chose Dreffin to be her husband as the price of the path into the winds, and Darken Rahl who demanded this as the price of my return. Your return? Don't tell me that you only came back to die. Oh, Richard, why would you do such a foolish thing? If I had stayed at the Temple of the Winds, I would eventually have died, but without your forgiveness. I chose instead to return in hope that a part of you still loved me enough to forgive me, so I could die with that much at least, with your love back. I couldn't go on knowing what I had done to you, knowing how I had hurt your heart. And you don't think this hurts my heart? Richard, there has to be something we can do. What can we do? Please, you must have known. Richard fell onto his side, holding his stomach. I'm sorry, Kaelin. There is nothing. I am absorbing the magic from the book that was stolen. When I die, the magic will die with me. Kaelin crouched over him, clutching at him as the tears overwhelmed her. Richard, please don't do this. Please don't die. I'm sorry, Kaelin. I can't stop it. I gladly paid the price. My heart is at peace now. He reached up and touched the Aegil hanging from the chain at her throat. There was never a moment's hesitation once I understood. Denna helped me to understand. Kaelin hugged him as he rolled onto his back. Richard, there must be something. You would have known what to do before they took the knowledge from you. Try to remember. Please, Richard, try to remember. His eyelids drooped. I need to rest. I'm sorry, I used all my strength. I need to rest a bit. Kaelin gripped his hand in both of hers as she wept. It was all too overwhelming to endure. To have him back, only to lose him, was too crushing to endure. She opened his limp hand to press it to her cheek and saw something in his palm. She pulled back his fingers, and through the tears, she saw writing in the palm of his hand. It said, Find book. Destroy it to live. Kaelin sprawled over his unconscious form and grabbed his other hand. It, too, had writing in it. Pinch of white sorcerer's sand on 3rd page. 1 grain of black sorcerer's sand tossed on. There were 3 other words, but in her mind's state of chaotic disorder, she couldn't think of how to pronounce them. He knew he was going to forget, and before he did, he wrote a message to himself. He had even forgotten that he had written it. The book. She had to have the book. And then she was running, screaming as she went. Kara, Verdine, help me! Kara, Verdine! Both women dashed out of the Sliff's room, out onto the walkway beside the inky pool when they heard Kaelin screaming their names as she raced into the tower room. Kaelin grasped at their leather as she tried to explain. They each seized one of Kaelin's arms and pressed her up against the wall. Slow down, Verdine said. We can't understand you, Kara said. Get your breath. Stop crying and get your breath. Richard, she tried to point, but they held her arms. Richard has the plague. I need the book. Verdine leaned in close. Lord Raoul has the plague? Kaelin nodded frantically. I have to get the book that was stolen from the Temple of the Winds. I have to get it or he will die. Kaelin tore her arms away from them. Please help me. Richard has the plague. What do you need us to do? Kara asked. I'm going to the old world. Protect him. The old world? Verdine gasped. Do you know where the book is? Did he tell you where to find it? Did he give you any hint? Kaelin shook her head. There wasn't time. She had to hurry. She had to go. I don't know where it is, but it's the only chance he has. He took on the magic of the plague in order to return to this world, in order to beg my forgiveness. He wanted to tell me he was sorry for hurting me. If we don't destroy the book, he'll die. Just so he could say he was sorry. He'll die. I have to go. But Mother Confessor, Verdine said, the old world is a big place. If Richard has the plague, how can you hope to find the book? In time. That was what she meant. How could she hope to find the book in time, before Richard died? Kaelin gripped a fistful of red leather. I have to try. Protect Richard. Don't let Dreffin know that Richard is back. I don't know what Dreffin would do. Don't tell him. Kara was shaking her head. Don't worry about that. We won't tell Dreffin. We'll take care of Richard while you're gone. We'll hide him here in the keep. But hurry. If you can't find it, please come back before... Kaelin rushed into the room with the sliff. She raced to the sliff's well. The sliff smiled at seeing her. Do you wish... Travel! I need to travel now! To where do you wish to travel? The old world. Where in the old world? There are a number of places I know there. We can go to any you wish. I will take you. You will be pleased. Kaelin pressed her hands to her head, growling in frustration as the sliff started naming places Kaelin had never heard of. The place you came to with Richard with your master when he went to get me. The first time I traveled with you. I know the place of which you speak. Kaelin hiked up her white dress and clambered up onto the wall of the well. That place. Take me there. Hurry. Your master's life is at stake. Protect Richard, Kaelin called out to Kara and Verdine. What should we tell Dreffin when he wants to know where you are? Verdine asked. I don't know. You'll have to think of something. We will care for Richard until you return, Kara said. May the good spirits be with you. Tell him I love him. Tell him I love him, she called out as the sliff's silver arms swept Kaelin from the top of the wall. Her voice was still echoing off the stone walls when Kaelin was plunged into the quicksilver froth. She gasped in the sliff, praying to the good spirits that they would help her find the book. With frantic effort, she swam into what in the past had been the silver rapture. Now there was only dark terror. Chapter 65. Anne leaned toward him. This is your fault, you know. Zed, sitting on the floor in the center of the room with her, glanced over. You broke her prized mirror. That was an accident, Anne insisted. You are the one who ruined their shrine. I was simply trying to get it clean. How was I to know that it would catch fire? They shouldn't have put all those dried flowers around it. You were the one who spilled that berry wine on her best dress. Anne turned her nose up. The pitcher was too full. You're the one who filled it. Besides, you broke his prized knife handle. He won't ever be able to find a burled wasson root like that one again. He was understandably upset. Zed harumphed. What do I know about sharpening knives? I'm a wizard, not a blacksmith. That would explain the incident with the elder's horse. They can't blame that on me. I didn't leave the gate open. At least I'm pretty sure I didn't leave it open. Anyway, there is bound to be another horse that fast he can buy. He can afford it. What I want to know is how you managed to turn his number 3 wife's hair that color green. Anne folded her arms. Well, it was an accident. I thought those herbs would make her hair smell good. I wanted to surprise her. But the elder's prized rabbit-skin headdress, that was no accident. That was plain laziness. You should have checked it sooner instead of leaving it to dry unattended over the fire. That headdress was a work of art. What with those thousands of beads? He won't easily replace such a nice headdress. Zed shrugged. Well,
We never told them that we were any good at domestic tasks. We never told them that at all.
Quite right, we didn't. It's not our fault if we didn't work out. We could have told them if they'd asked.
We certainly could have. Anne cleared her throat into the silence.
What do you think they are going to do with us?
Both of them were sitting back to back, bound together with a coarse rope, while the meeting across the room dragged on. They still wore the wristbands that kept them from using their magic. Zed glanced across the room where a heated discussion was being conducted. The bare-headed elder, his #1 wife, several influential members of the Sea-Dok community who had claimed rights to use the services of the captives, and the Sea-Dok shaman were all complaining to one another about troubles they had had. Zed couldn't understand all of the words, but he could understand enough to follow the deliberation. They've decided they want to cut their losses and rid themselves of their domestic slaves, Zed whispered to Anne.
What's happening? Anne asked, when the chattering finally came to an end. What have they decided? Are they going to set us free?
The eyes across the room all turned to the captives. Zed made a warning sound to Anne. I think maybe we should have been a little more attentive to our chores, Zed whispered over his shoulder. I think we're in a great deal of trouble.
Why? What are they going to do? Anne mocked. Return us to the Nang Tong and demand their blankets back?
Zed shook his head as the Sea-Dok rose up. The shaman's necklaces jangled together. The elder thumped his staff. I wish they would. They want to get back all their costs and something toward the damages. They're going to take us on a journey. They have just decided that they can get the best price for us by selling us to cannibals. Anne's head swung around. Cannibals? That's what they said, cannibals.
Zed, you were able to take the collar off your neck. Can't you get these confounded bracelets off our wrists? I think that now would be the time.
I'm afraid we may end up in a cookpot with them still on us. Zed watched an angry elder and a seething shaman stalking toward them. Well, it's been fun, Anne, but I'm afraid the fun is over. Verna put an arm around Warren's waist, trying to help him as he stumbled along. As she followed behind Clarissa, who was following behind Walsh and Bolsdon, Janet hurried to the other side of Warren and lifted his arm, draping it over her shoulder.
Are you sure? Verna whispered to Walsh. Here? Nathan wanted us to meet him in the Hagen Woods?
Yes, Walsh said over his shoulder.
That was the name he told me, too, Clarissa added.
Verna let out an annoyed breath. It was just like Nathan to make them go into the Hagen Woods. Even if Richard had cleared the Mriswith from this place, she still didn't like it. Verna always suspected Nathan of being dangerously unbalanced, and that he would want her to meet him here only confirmed it. Trailers of moss hung down like gauzy rags of the dead. Roots tripped their feet as they moved through the darkness. Unpleasant odors wafted in on the warm, humid air. Verna had never been this deep into the Hagen Woods before, and for good reason.
How are you doing, Warren? She whispered.
Fine, he mumbled in a groggy voice.
It won't be long, Warren. It won't be long now. Just a little farther, and then it will be over. Nathan will help you.
Nathan, he mumbled under his breath. Must warn him. They came upon a massive stone block that was obviously worked by man. It was square. It was nearly covered with snaking tendrils and gnarled roots. More stones, like white bones in the moonlight, jutted up from the thick vegetation. She saw the low, jagged remains of a wall and columns looking like the ribs of a monster. Light shone through the undergrowth. The way it flickered, it appeared to be the light of a campfire. Walsh and Bolsdon held aside the branches for the rest of them. The fire was set in a circle of rocks placed on the stone floor of old ruins. Beyond the fire, Verna could see the round wall of a large well, or something like a well. She had never known that this place was hidden in the Hagen Woods, but as infrequently as anyone went into the Hagen Woods, that wasn't surprising. Nathan, dressed like a rich nobleman, rose to greet them. He was tall and intimidating, especially without a Radahan around his neck. When he saw them all, he grinned that confident Rahl grin. Walsh and Bolsdon laughed aloud and received good-natured slaps on the back. Clarissa ducked under an arm, throwing hers around Nathan's midsection. He grunted when she squeezed with all her might and ardor. When she proudly held out the book, he took it from her. He gave her a private smile laden with meaning, Clarissa's eyes sparkled. Verna's eyes rolled. "Verna!" Nathan called out when he saw her. "Glad you could make it." "How good to see you, Lord Ralph." "You shouldn't scowl like that, Verna. You'll get wrinkles." He scanned the others. "Janet, so you have joined us too." His brow tightened a bit. "And Amelia." He looked to the other woman, standing off to the side. "And who have we here?" Clarissa held out an arm, wiggling her fingers, urging Manda forward. From underneath, Manda's fist tightened the cloak at her throat. She timidly stepped forward. "Nathan, this is a friend of mine. Manda, from Renwald." Manda put a knee to the ground as she bowed deeply. "Lord Ralph, my life is yours." "Renwald." Nathan's brow twitched again as he glanced briefly at Clarissa. "Yes. Well, glad you escaped from Jagang, Manda."
"I owe it all to Clarissa," Manda said as she came to her feet. "She is the bravest woman I've ever seen."
Clarissa giggled as she pressed herself to Nathan.
"Nonsense. I'm so thankful that the good spirits put you where they did, or I'd never have even known you were there."
Nathan turned his attention back toward Verna. "Who have we here? The young Warren, I presume?" Verna did her best to smooth her own brow.
"Nathan,
"Lord Ralph." His grin cracked through the scowl. "But we are old friends, Verna. I am still Nathan to you and all my old friends." Verna dipped her head as she bit the inside of her cheek.
"Nathan," she began again, "you're right. This is Warren. Can you help him? He's just coming into prophecy, just starting to have them. I took his collar off a while back, and there is nothing to protect him from the gift. He's having the headache. Nathan, he's in a bad way. I'll follow you anywhere if you will help him."
"Help him?"
"Please, Nathan, I'm begging you."
"Nothing to it, Verna. I'd be delighted to help the boy." Nathan gestured. "Bring him over here by the fire." Warren mumbled, trying to introduce himself, but he was nearly unconscious. Verna and Janet helped him down where Nathan pointed and balanced him upright. Nathan hiked up his trousers at his knees and lowered himself to the stone floor of the missing building, sitting cross-legged. He set the book beside him. His brow drew down in that raw frown as he studied Warren's face. He waved his hand at Verna and Janet, ordering them away. With a web, Nathan held Warren upright. He inched forward until their knees touched. "Warren," Nathan called in that deep, commanding voice of his. Warren's eyes opened. "Hold up your hands." Fingers extended, both Warren and Nathan held up their hands. They pressed their fingers together, their eyes fixed on each other. "Let your Han flow into my fingertip," Nathan said in gentle prompting. "Open the seventh gateway, close the others. You know of what I speak?"
"Yes."
"That's a good lad. Do it then. It will make it easier if I have your help." A warm, mellow glow enveloped both men. The night air hummed with the power from that light. It was neither flame nor heat. Verna didn't know what Nathan was doing. She was somewhat astounded that Nathan did. Nathan had always been something of an enigma at the Palace of the Prophet. He had seemed an old man to her even when Verna was a young girl. He had always been regarded as, at the least, unbalanced, even by the most magnanimous of the sisters. There were those at the palace who didn't believe that Nathan had more than the slightest hint of the gift in anything but prophecy. Others suspected, but were never sure, that he was capable of much more than he ever showed them. There were others who were so terrified of him that they feared going to the rooms where he was confined, even though he had a Radahan around his neck. Verna had always considered Nathan trouble on 2 feet. Now she watched as this troublesome old lecher of a wizard did his best to save the life of the man Verna loved. At times the light glowed more strongly in one man than the other before passing away, and then coming back, as if it had forgotten something and then returned for it. Walsh and Bolsden loafed near the round stone wall behind Nathan, but the rest of the party watched transfixed. Verna had no more idea what Nathan was doing than did Manda. What unnerved Verna the most was when both men, their knees touching, their fingers pressed together, floated a few inches off the ground. She was relieved when they at last settled back down. Nathan clapped his hands together once. "There," he announced. "That should do it." Verna couldn't see how that could have possibly been enough to set the gift right in Warren. Warren, though, wore a wide grin. "Nathan, that was marvelous."
The headache is completely gone. I feel so clear-headed, so alive. Nathan picked up the inky book and stood. I enjoyed it too, my boy. Took that gaggle of sisters near to 300 years to do for me what I have just done for you. But then they were a misguided lot. He glanced Verna's way. Sorry, Prelate, no slight intended. None taken. Verna rushed to Warren's side. Thank you, Nathan. I was so worried for him. You have no idea what a relief this is. Warren's face was losing the joyous look. Nathan, now that you have done this for me, I can see more clearly that we have inadvertently given Jagang insight into prophecy that Nathan cried out. Clarissa cried out. Verna froze. She could feel something sharp pressed to her back. Amelia had a dakra stabbed in the back of Nathan's thigh. Manda had a knife at Clarissa's throat. Janet was holding a weapon at Verna's back. Warren stiffened when Janet held a warning finger to him and then to the two soldiers. Don't you move a muscle, Nathan, Amelia said, or I let flow my Han and you are instantly dead. Warren is right, Janet said. He did, in fact, give His Excellency some very valuable information. Amelia! Janet! Verna cried out. What are you doing? Amelia turned a wicked smile on Verna. His Excellency's bidding, of course. But you swore the oath. We swore the oath in word only, not in our hearts. But you can be free of him. You don't need to serve Jagang. Had you told us true the first time, maybe. But once we tried and failed to hold the bond when Richard died, His Excellency punished us. We'll not take the chance again. Don't do this, Verna pleaded. We're friends. I came to save you. Don't do this, please. Swear the bond and you will be free.
Oh, darling, I'm afraid she can't do that. It was not Amelia's voice alone, but more. It was the voice Verna had heard in her own head, Jagang. She felt herself suddenly trembling just at hearing his tone and inflection in Amelia's voice. Now, my loyal and faithful plenipotentiary, hand over the book. Sister Amelia and I have more use of it. Nathan held it out to the side. With her other hand, the one not on the dakra in his leg, Amelia snatched back the book. Well, Nathan said, are you going to kill me or not? Oh, yes, I intend to kill you, Amelia said in Jagang's voice. You betrayed our bargain, Lord Ral. Besides, I don't like having subordinates who won't allow me into their minds. Before you die, I thought I'd let you watch how a real slave obeys orders. I thought you'd like to watch me cut your little darling Clarissa's throat. Breathe. Kaelin expelled the sliff from her lungs and with frantic need sucked in the alien air. Night crashed in around her. She refused to spare the time to fear the sudden vision, the sudden sound, to give it time to settle into place in her mind, and instead seized the stone wall to hoist herself out. A frightening sight, to match the words she had already seen, greeted her. With her vision enhanced by the sliff, she took in the whole scene at once in one slamming jolt. The instant she saw him, Kaelin knew this was Nathan. He looked like a Ral, and Richard had told her about Nathan, tall, older, with long white hair to his shoulders. A woman had stabbed a dakra into his leg and was holding it there. Kaelin had heard her name, Amelia, the one who had started the plague. Kaelin saw Verna with a woman at her back. A young man stood frozen. Kaelin saw a beautiful young woman holding another woman by a fistful of hair done in ringlets. It could only be Clarissa. The woman's other fist held a knife at the terrified Clarissa's throat. As Kaelin had emerged from the sliff, she was conscious of the last part of the conversation that had just taken place, and knew well the voice coming from the woman holding the dakra in Nathan's leg. Kaelin knew well the word darlin. She remembered hearing that voice from the wizard Marlin, who had come to assassinate Richard. It was Jagang's voice. The image of the amulet Richard wore came unbidden into Kaelin's mind. It means only one thing and everything, cut. Once committed to fight, cut. Everything else is secondary, cut. Her training at the hands of her warrior father had been much the same, kill or be killed, never yield, never wait, attack. Richard was near death, near his last breath. She had no time to spare, no time to consider. She was committed, cut. In one fluid movement, she erupted from the sliff, dived out of the well, yanked a short sword free of the scabbard on the soldier standing right there, ducked her head, tumbled forward, and came up with the sword already whipping down. In the span of a heartbeat, before anyone had time to flinch, Kaelin was there. She had to stop Amelia before she released her magic into the dakra in Nathan's leg, or he would be dead. Like lightning, her sword descended, severing Sister Amelia's arm at the crook of her elbow. And then everything moved in a painfully slow dance. Kaelin could see the expression on every face. The woman Kaelin had just cut, Sister Amelia, was falling back with a cry. Already, Kaelin's sword was whirling to reverse her handhold as she followed her quarry down. Verna was spinning, a dakra in her own hand, toward a surprised woman behind her. The young man was diving toward the woman with the knife. Nathan's hands were coming up toward Clarissa. His scream cut through the night. Clarissa was reaching toward Nathan. The young woman holding her by the hair snarled with a vicious sneer and savagely cut through Clarissa's throat. Kaelin saw the spray of blood for only an instant before the night exploded with lightning from both Nathan and the young man. Her left hand now joined with her right. Kaelin slammed her sword down through Sister Amelia's heart, pinning her to the ground before the second soldier had his sword clear of his scabbard. Verna's dakra expeditiously dispatched the woman behind her at the same time as the young woman with the knife took two bolts of lightning, shattering her in a red horror as Clarissa's body still collapsed toward the ground. The violence was over before comprehension could catch up with it. In a daze, Nathan staggered toward Clarissa's body. Kaelin rushed past him and knelt beside Clarissa. The sight that greeted her brought a gasp. Kaelin sprang up and put her hands against Nathan, stopping him. "It's too late, Nathan. She's with the spirits now. Don't look. Please don't look. I saw in her eyes the love she had for you. Please don't look at her like this. Remember her the way she was." Nathan nodded. She had a good heart. She saved so many people. She had a good heart. Nathan lifted his arms. He held his palms out toward Clarissa's body. Intense light flared forth, flooding the dead woman with a brilliant blaze so radiant that the body couldn't be seen at its center. "From the light of this fire and into the light, safe journey to the spirit world," Nathan whispered. When the light was gone, only ash remained. Nathan slumped. "The vultures can have the rest of them." Verna tucked her dakra back up her sleeve. One soldier retrieved his sword from Amelia's body as the other sheathed his. The young woman looked in shock. "Nathan, I'm so sorry. I gave Jagang the meaning of prophecy that helped him. I didn't want to, but he made me. I'm so sorry." Nathan's doleful azure eyes turned toward the young man. "I understand, Warren. You didn't do it out of malice. The dream walker was in your mind and you had no choice. You are free of him now." Nathan yanked the dakra from his leg. He turned to Verna. "You brought traitors to me, Verna. You brought assassins to me. But I realize you had not intended it. Sometimes prophecy overwhelms our attempts to outwit it and catches us unaware. Sometimes we think we are more clever than we are, and that we can stay the hand of fate if we wish it hard enough." Verna straightened her cloak on her shoulders. "I thought I was saving them from Jagang. I never had any idea that they would give the oath to you without committing their heart." "I understand," Nathan whispered. "I don't know what goes through that head of yours, Nathan. Lord Ral, indeed." Verna glanced to where Clarissa's body had been, and where now there was only white ash. "And I see that you haven't changed your ways, Nathan. Once again, you've gotten another of your little whores killed." The impact of Nathan's fist lifted Verna clear off the ground. Her jawbone shattered with a loud crack. Strings of blood sailed out into the night air. Warren cried out as Verna landed flat on her back. She didn't move. Warren, crouched at Verna's side, looked up with frantic eyes. "Nathan! Dear Creator, why would you do this? You've broken her jaw. Why would you try to kill her?" Nathan flexed his fist. "If I was trying to kill her, she would be dead. If you want her to live, then I would suggest you heal her. I've heard that you are talented at healing, and with what I have done for you tonight, you should be able to accomplish it in short order. Put some sense in her head while you're at it." Warren bent over Verna, pressing his hands to the unconscious woman's face. Kaelin said nothing. She had seen love in Nathan's eyes when he had looked at Clarissa. She had just seen rage, too. Nathan bent and retrieved the inky black book lying on the ground beside Sister Amelia's body. He straightened and turned those raw eyes on Kaelin. He held out the book. You could be none other than Kaelin. I have been expecting you. Prophecy, you know. I'm glad I was not too late. You don't have much time. Give this to Lord Rahl. I hope he knows how to destroy it. He knew when he was at the Temple of the Winds, but he said he had to give up his knowledge and leave. But he wrote a message in the palms of his hands. It says, pinch of white sorcerer's sand on 3rd page, 1 grain of black sorcerer's sand tossed on. And then there were 3 words, but I don't know what they mean. Nathan laid a big hand on her shoulder. The words are the 3 chimes. Richani, Centrosi, Vasi. I don't have time to teach you about the 3 chimes, but know that they must be spoken after the white and before the black. That's what is important. Richani, Centrosi, Vasi, Kaelin repeated, trying to commit the words to memory. She said them over again in her head. Richard does have both white and black sorcerer's sand, does he not? Kaelin nodded. Yes, he told me about it. He has both. Nathan shook his head, as if considering some private thought. Both, he muttered. Nathan squeezed her shoulder. I know from prophecy some of what he has been through. Stand by him. Love is too precious a gift to lose. Kaelin smiled. I understand. May the good spirits bring it to your heart, Nathan. I can't thank you enough for helping Richard, for helping me. Her voice broke. I didn't know what I was going to do. I only knew I had to come here. Nathan hugged her. She thought more for his own need than hers. You did the right thing. Maybe the good spirits guided you. Get back to him now, or we will lose our Lord Rahl. Kaelin nodded. The killing is over. The killing is just about to begin. Nathan turned and held both fists skyward. An awesome flare of light ignited at his fists and shot into the night sky. Kaelin watched as it streaked northwest, so bright that the stars vanished in the glare. Kaelin saw Verna sitting up with Warren's help. He was wiping the blood away from her newly healed jaw. What have you done? Kaelin asked Nathan. He looked down at her a long moment, and then a sly smile spread on his lips. I have just given Jagang a nasty surprise. I have just given General Rybish the signal to attack. Attack? Attack who? Jagang's expeditionary force. They destroyed Renwald. They are up to other trouble in the New World, too, but are unaware of who shadows them. It will be a short battle. The prophecy says that the Daharans will fight as fiercely as they have ever fought and will, before this night is over, destroy the enemy in the traditional Daharan fashion, without mercy. Verna was coming to her feet. Kaelin had never seen Verna looking so meek. Nathan, I beg your forgiveness. I'm not interested. Kaelin laid a hand on Nathan's arm and whispered up at him. Nathan, please, for your own sake, listen to her. Nathan gazed into Kaelin's eyes a moment before he turned his glare on Verna. I'm listening. Nathan, I've known you a long time, my whole life. I've seen things before that perhaps I didn't understand. I thought you were doing this to seize power for yourself. Please forgive me for lashing out at you, for my own guilt at my friends turning against me, against us. I sometimes jump to judgment. I can see that I have mistaken what was truly going on with you and Clarissa. She adored you, and I thought, I beg you to forgive me, Nathan. Nathan let out a grunt. Knowing you, Verna, that must have been the hardest thing you have ever had to say. Forgiveness granted. Thank you, Nathan, she sighed. Nathan bent and kissed Kaelin's cheek. May the good spirits be with you, Mother Confessor. Tell Richard I give him back his title. Maybe I will see him again someday. With his hands on her waist, he boosted Kaelin up onto the sliff's wall. Thank you, Nathan. I can see why Richard liked you. Clarissa, too. I think she saw the real Nathan. Nathan smiled, but then turned serious. When you get back, you must offer Richard's brother what he truly wants, if you are to save Richard. You wish to travel? The sliff asked. Kaelin's stomach roiled. Yes, back to Aidendrill. Is Richard truly alive? Verna asked.
Yes, Caitlin said with revived panic. He's sick, but he will be fine once I get this book back to him and it's destroyed.
Walsh, Bolsden, Nathan gestured as he started away. My coach awaits. Let's be off.
But Nathan, Warren said, I want to learn about prophecy. I would like to study with you.
A true prophet is born, Warren, not made.
Where are you going? Verna called after him. You can't leave. You're a prophet. You can't be left to run. I mean, we must know where you will be in case we need you.
Without looking back, Nathan pointed. Your sisters are that way, prelate, to the northwest. Go to them and save yourself the trouble of trying to follow me. You won't succeed. Your sisters are safe from the Dreamwalker. I had them transfer their bond to me while Richard went to the world of the dead. If Richard lives, you all can transfer it back to him. Goodbye, Verna. Warren.
Caitlin pressed a fist to her stomach. If he lives? If? Hurry, she said to the sliff. Hurry! A silver arm swept her from the wall and down into the quicksilver froth. Chapter 66. He smiled at the way she struggled. He liked the way she had fought him. He enjoyed teaching her how useless it was to fight a person of his superior strength, superior intellect. He watched in fascination as blood ran from her mouth and nose. The gash on her jaw oozed. You are only succeeding at making your wrists bleed, he taunted. You can't break the ropes, but keep at it if you wish. She spat at him. He smacked her again. He dug his thumb across the cut on her jaw, spellbound by the pattern of blood flooding down the side of her neck. He knew her auras. He'd felt them before. He knew just which ones to touch to cripple her. It hadn't taken long to overpower her. Not long at all. Her teeth gritted as she growled with effort, straining against the ropes. She was strong, but she was not strong enough. Without her power and her weapon, she was a mere woman. No mere woman was a match for him, not in any way. When his fingers began unbuttoning the row of buttons along the side of her ribs, she tugged violently at the ropes holding her wrists and ankles. He liked that. He liked to watch her struggle, to watch her bleed. He punched her face again. He was intrigued that she didn't cry out, that she didn't beg for mercy, that she didn't scream. She would. Oh, how she would scream. His punch had stunned her for the moment. Her eyes rolled as she fought to remain conscious. He threw back the front of her outfit, exposing her breasts and the upper half of her torso. He hooked his fingers under the tight waist of her red leather pants, and with a quick pull yanked them down enough for what he was going to do to her. Her entire belly was exposed. He felt it, tight, hard. There were scars on her. They riveted him. He tried to imagine what had caused such scars. As jagged and white as they were, it would have been bloody. I've been raped before, she sneered. More times than I can remember. I can tell you from experience that you're not very good at it. You haven't even gotten my pants down enough, you stupid pig. Get on with it if you even can. I'm waiting. Oh, Kara, I'm not going to rape you. That would be wrong. I have never raped a woman. I only have women who want it. She laughed at him. Laughed. You are one twisted bastard. He resisted his urge to smash her face. He wanted her awake for this, alive for this. But he shook with rage. Bastard? His fist tightened. Because of women like you. He hammered a fist down on her breast. Her eyes squeezed shut and her teeth clenched as she winced in pain, trying to curl up in a ball but unable to, stretched out in the ropes as she was. He took a settling breath, regaining his control. He wouldn't let her divert him with her filthy mouth. Now, I'm going to give you one last chance. Where is Richard? The soldiers are going wild with talk of Richard being back, of the bond being back. Where are you whores hiding him? The voices from the ether had told him, too, that Richard was back. The voices had told him that if he wished to assume his rightful place, he must eliminate Richard. And where is my loving wife? Where has she gone to? The voices told him that she was in the sliff, but the sliff wouldn't tell him where she had gone.
Kara spat at him again. I am Mord Sith. You are too stupid to even imagine what has been done to me before. You couldn't fill the boots of the meekest trainer of Mord Sith. Your puny torture will pry nothing from me. Oh, Kara, you have never encountered one of my talents. Do what you want with me, Dreffen, but Lord Rahl, the real Lord Rahl, is going to cut you up into little pieces. And just how would he be able to do that? He lifted the hilt of the Sword of Truth clear of its scabbard, so she could see the gold lettering that spelled out the word truth. I'm the one who is going to be doing the cutting into little pieces. Little tiny Richard pieces. Where is he? When she spat at him again, he couldn't resist fisting her across her cut and swollen lip. The blood gushed anew. He turned and retrieved one of the items he had brought, an iron pot. He put it on her belly, upside down. I'm too big to cook in that pot, you stupid pig. You will have to cut me up. Do I have to explain everything to you? He liked the way she tried to antagonize him, to make him lose his temper. She wanted him to kill her. He would, but she would talk first. Cook you? Oh, no, Kara, you have the wrong idea. The wrong idea entirely. You think me some maniacal murderer. No murderer I. I am the hand of justice. I am the hand of mercy, come to bring eternal virtue to those who have none. This pot isn't to cook you. It's to cook the rat. He was watching. He saw the way her blue eyes flicked toward him. He had been waiting for just that reaction. Rat. I hope you aren't stupid enough to think that I am afraid of rats just because I am a woman. I'm no woman like you have ever seen before. I used to keep rats as pets. Really? You lie so poorly. My dear, loving, passionate wife, explain to me how afraid you are of rats. She didn't answer. She was afraid of showing her fear, but he could see it in her eyes. I have a sack of rats here. Nice, fat rats. Just get on with this rape. I'm growing bored. I told you I don't rape women. They want it from me. They ask for it. They beg for it. He tugged down his ruffled cuffs. No, Kara, I have something else in mind for you. I want you to tell me where I can find my loving brother. She turned her face away. Never. Get on with the torture before I fall asleep and miss it. You see, as I told you, women always ask me for it. He pressed the iron pot to her belly and wound a chain around her middle to hold down the pot. He forced a finger under the rim, checking to make sure that it was tight enough. He then loosened the rough knot in the chain so he could get the rats under the pot. Kara showed no reaction when he shoved the first under the pot. Holding the second by the scruff of its neck, he held it before her face, letting her see it squirm and squeak. See, Kara? As I promised you, rat. Big rat. Sweat beaded on her forehead. I kind of like it. It feels fuzzy against my stomach. I may fall asleep. He stuffed the second and then a third under the pot. There was room for no more. He took the slack from the chain and tightened the knot of length. Fuzzy, he mocked. I think they will keep you wide awake, Kara. Wide awake and eager to talk, eager to betray Richard. Whores have no honor. You will betray him. Berdine is going to be here soon. She will skin you alive. He lifted an eyebrow. You relieved Berdine. I saw you. After she left, I took you down. She won't be back for quite a while. But when she does come back, she will get the same as you. With tongs, he retrieved a big glowing coal from the pan over the mass of candles. He plunked the red-hot coal down inside the rim of the footed bottom of the iron pot. You see, Kara, the coals are going to heat this iron pot. Get it very hot. He looked at her eyes. The rats aren't going to like that. They are going to want out. Her breathing quickened. Sweat rolled down her face. Where were her brave words now? She was silent now. And how do you suppose the rats are going to get out, Kara, once they start to get hot? Once the iron pot starts burning them, singeing their tender noses? Just cut my throat and kill me, you bastard. When the rats get hot enough under there, they'll panic. They'll be frantic to get out. Guess how they'll get out, Kara." She had no haughty answer to fill the silence. He pulled his knife and with the handle tapped the iron pot. "How are you doing in there, my little rat friends?" Kara flinched. He smiled when her eyes turned to him, watching him. He could see fear in those eyes, real fear. He plunked down a half-dozen more glowing coals on the iron pot. "Where is Richard?" She had nothing to say. He piled on more coals into a nice round hump. That was all the pot's bottom would hold. He bent over and looked into her eyes. Her skin was as white as chalk. Sweat glistened on her face, on her breast. "Where are you whores hiding Richard?" "You are crazy, Dreffen. I don't like this, but if this is how I am to die, then I will die. But I will never betray Lord Ral." "I am Lord Ral. When I get rid of my brother, there will be no one to challenge my rule. I am the son of Darken Ral, and the rightful master of Dahara." She turned her face away. He saw her swallow. Her feet were trembling. Her smooth breathing was interrupted now and again, caught up short. He chuckled. "I'll ask again when the rats start gnawing their way through you to get away from their hot iron prison. When their sharp little claws start digging into your belly. When the rats start tunneling into your guts trying to get out." Kara's whole body jerked. It jerked again. Her eyes widened as she glared up at the ceiling, trying to keep the moan from escaping her throat. He glanced back and saw a drop of blood run from under the rim of the bowl down her side. "Well, looks like they already want out. Ready to talk yet?" She spat at him and then gasped sharply. Her wide blue eyes fixed on the ceiling. She was trembling all over now. Her whole body stiffened. Every muscle strained. She started to pant. Tears filled the corners of her eyes to run down the side of her face. She was feeling every little thing the rats did, every frantic bite, every desperate digging, ripping of their claws. Kara let out a short little cry, sharp, shrill, clipped. It was rapture. He knew it was only the beginning. Even if she talked, he had no intention of stopping this. He longed to hear screams, real from-the-gut screams. Kara obliged him and let out her first. Because of his singular perception, another detail caught his attention. His vigilance had again rewarded him. Smiling, he turned to the Sliff's well. "Breathe." Kaelin expelled the Sliff, but she knew something was wrong even before she sucked a breath of air. A piercing scream echoed around the stone room. Kaelin thought the shriek would make her ears bleed. As she erupted from the Sliff before she could brace herself to react, big, strong hands reached down and seized her. She struggled to get her bearings, to make sense of what was happening as the sudden light and sound whirled in around her. The hands tore the book from her grasp. An arm clamped around her neck, its big fist gripping her arm. She felt rope being wound around her wrist. A nightmare came to life in her vision as she was dragged from the well, kicking and twisting and trying to get away. She went limp when a fist in her gut drove the wind from her lungs. Her knees smacked the stone floor. Her arms felt as if they were being wrenched from her shoulder sockets as they were twisted behind her back. She fought to reach her confessor's power, only to remember when she couldn't touch it that the spirits had walled it from her, so she could be married to Dreffen. She was defenseless. It was Dreffen attacking her. Kara was there, on the floor, her wrists bound above her head, the rope fastened to a pin in the wall. Her ankles, likewise secured with rope, were stretched toward the opposite wall. She had an iron pot chained over her middle. The smell of hot coals and burning flesh assailed Kaelin's nostrils, gagging her. Dreffen pressed his knee to her arm as he knotted rope around her wrist. Kaelin tried to bite his leg. He backhanded her across the face so hard that her vision narrowed to a tiny spot. She fought to keep that vision, to stay conscious. She knew that she was lost if she passed out. Her arms bound behind her, unable to break her fall, she smacked into the stone floor, face first. Dreffen pounced on her back, sitting on her, holding her down as he bound her legs together. Kaelin struggled to pull a breath against the weight of him. Blood gushed from her nose. The rope around her wrists was so tight that already her fingers were tingling. Kara screamed. It was the loudest scream Kaelin had ever heard. It sent icy needles stabbing into her head. It made her face hurt. Blood was running from under the rim of the iron pot. Kara shook and thrashed. She stiffened and screamed again. Dreffin lifted Kaelin's head by her hair. "Where's Richard?" "Richard? Richard is dead." Kaelin grunted at a punch in her kidney. She couldn't get her breath. Dreffin turned his attention to Kara. "Ready to talk yet? Where did you hide Richard?" Kara's only answer was another shuddering scream. When it ended, she panted in pain. "Why did you tell him?" Kara wept. "Why did you tell him about the rats? Dear spirits, why did you tell him about the rats?" Terror locked Kaelin's breath in her lungs. Blood, vivid red against white skin, ran in rivulets from under the pot's rim and down Kara's side. Smoke curled up from the hot coals atop it. And then Kaelin saw the bloody claw wriggling from under the rim of the pot on Kara's stomach. Kaelin suddenly understood. It took all her force of will to keep from vomiting. Kara cried hysterically, thrashing at the bloody ropes holding her. Kaelin furiously squirmed forward, going for the chain to try to undo it with her teeth, to try to get the iron pot off Kara. Dreffin lifted Kaelin by her hair. "Your turn will come, wife." He heaved her back. Kaelin smacked into the wall and slid down onto something hard and sharp. The pain brought stinging tears to her eyes. It was Nadine's bag, full of all those horn containers. She lurched and wrenched herself until she was able to slip to the side off the bag and get her breath back. Dreffin turned his dark and raw eyes on her. "If you tell me where Richard is, I'll let Kara go." "Don't tell him," Kara screamed. "Don't tell him." "I couldn't if I wanted to," Kaelin called out to Kara. "I don't know where you hid him." Dreffin picked up the book Kaelin had brought. "What's this?" Kaelin's gaze locked on the sinister black book. She had to have that book or Richard would die. "Well, no matter. You won't be needing it anymore." "No!" Kaelin screamed when she saw what Dreffin was going to do with the book. "Please!" He looked back at her as he held the book out over the Sliff's well. "Tell me where Richard is." He smiled, lifting an eyebrow. "No?" Page 493. He dropped the book down the well. Kaelin's heart sank with the book. The Sliff, who liked to watch the people in the room, was nowhere to be seen now. She probably had been frightened away by the screams. "Dreffin, let Kara go, please. You have me. Do what you want to with me, but please let her go." Dreffin smiled as wicked a smile as Kaelin had ever seen. It was a twin to Darken Ral's smile. "Oh, don't you worry. I intend to do what I want with you, when it is time." He turned back to Kara. "How are the rats doing, Kara? Ready to talk yet?" Kara cursed him through clenched teeth. Dreffin reached into his sack and brought out a rat, holding it by the scruff of its neck. He shook it in her face as she tried to turn away. He lowered it against her. Squeaking and twisting, its claws scratched and dug as it tried to get away from Dreffin's grip, leaving red streaks along Kara's cheeks, chin, and lips. "Please," Kara wailed, "please get him away." "Where's Richard?" "Dear spirits, help me. Please help me. Please help me," she mumbled over and over. "Where's Richard?" Kara's body jerked violently. "Mama!" she shrieked. "Help me! Mama! Get them off! Mama!" Kara was alone in a cage with rats, in the grip of terror and pain. She was a helpless child again, begging for the comfort and protection of her mother, wailing for her mother. Kaelin gasped in tears. This was her fault. She had told Dreffin that Kara was afraid of rats. "Kara, forgive me, I didn't know." Kara thrashed at her ropes, a little girl, frantically begging for her mother to get the rats away. Kaelin strained to pull a hand free. If she could only get a hand free of the ropes, but they were so tight. She tugged and pulled. Her fingers tingled. The coarse rope cut into her wrists. Kaelin pressed her wrists against Nadine's bag, searching for something sharp to cut the ropes. The bag was cloth, the handle smooth wood. The bag. Kaelin bent to the side, her fingers feeling for the button that held the bag closed. She found it. She struggled to undo the button, but her fingers were numb, and at the angle that her arms were twisted, she couldn't make her fingers work properly. She dug at the button with her thumbnail, trying to hook it to the side, trying to rip it off. It was sewn on with heavy thread to stand up to the rigors of use and weight. At last, the button popped through its hole. Kaelin scooped at the contents in the bag, trying to sling them out where she could see them. Every shrill wail from Kara made Kaelin flinch. Every time Kara cried for her mother to save her from the rats, Kaelin had to hold back a sob of her own. When she glanced up, she saw Dreffin wiping a rat across Kara's face. He had broken the back of another and draped it across her throat. Kaelin gritted her teeth and fingered the horn containers out of the bag. Kara was her sister of the Aegil. Kaelin had to do something. Kara's only hope was Kaelin. She twisted her neck trying to see the markings on the horns. She couldn't find the one she wanted. She used her fingers groping at the symbols scratched into the horn. She felt one that she thought was the right one, and her hope soared, only to be dashed when she felt that there were 3 circles. She flicked each horn out of the way when she determined that it was not the one she needed. She rooted in the bag and found another. Her fingers blindly felt the scratches. They went in a circle. She slipped her fingers along the horn and found another circle. She felt a heavily scratched straight line between them. Kaelin held the horn in her fingertips and twisted, trying to see if she was right. Kara screamed and Kaelin dropped the horn. She scooted to the side so she could see it on the floor. It had 2 circles scratched into the patina of the horn. A horizontal line ran through both circles. It was the right one, Canaan pepper. Nadine had warned her about taking off the wooden stopper, warned her about getting it in your face, your eyes. It would immobilize a person for a time, Nadine had said. Make them helpless for a time. Kaelin worked the horn back into her fingers. She wiggled the wooden stopper, trying to loosen it. It was cut to fit tightly to keep the dangerous substance from leaking out. Kaelin's fingers were so numb they had no strength. She gritted her teeth as she tried to work the stopper loose. She didn't want it off yet, but she had to know she could get it off. With her hands behind her back, she couldn't throw it. She frantically tried to think of what she was going to do. She had to do something. If she didn't, Kara would soon be dead, and then Dreffin would start in on his loving wife. Kara wailed in agony.
Please, Mama, get the rats away from Kari. Please, Mama, please. Help me. Please help me.
The pleading cries of hopeless terror ripped at Kaelin's heart. She could wait no longer. She would just have to figure out what to do when the time came. She had to act. Dreffin! His head twisted around. Are you ready to tell me where Richard is? Kaelin remembered something Nathan had told her. You must offer Richard's brother what he truly wants if you are to save Richard. Maybe it would save Kara. Richard? What would I want with Richard? You know that it's you I want. He smiled a knowing, satisfied smile. Soon, my dear, in a little while. You can wait. He turned back to Kara. No, Dreffin, I can't wait. I need you now. I want you now. I can't resist any longer. I can't pretend any longer. I need you. I said, just like your mother. He froze at her words. I need you like your whore of a mother needed your father. His expression darkened. Like a provoked bull, he turned toward her, his piercing eyes riveted on her. What do you mean? You know exactly what I mean. I need to be taken like your father took your mother. I want you to take me like that. Only you can satisfy me. Do it. Do it now, please. He rose up, huge and imposing. His muscles rippled and knotted. His brow drew down in that grim, raw glare. I knew it, he breathed. I knew it. I knew you would finally give in to your filthy perversion. He hesitated, looking back at Kara. Yes, you're right. You're always right, Dreffin. You're smarter than me. You were right all along. I can't fool you any longer. Give me what I want. Give me what I need. Please, Dreffin, I'm begging you. I need you. The look on his face was frightening. It was madness. If she could have shrunk back into the stone, she would have. Dreffin slipped free the knife at his belt as his tongue wet his lips. He started toward her. She had had no idea just how effective her words had been. In sudden panic, Kalen wiggled the wooden stopper. Dreffen's whole face, the whole way he carried his body, changed. He was a seething monster coming at her. His eyes narrowed with bestial loathing, savage hatred. Hatred for her. Kalen swallowed back the sudden terror welling up in her throat. Dear spirits, what had she just done? She scuffed her feet against the stone floor, trying to back away. She was already against the wall. How was she going to get the powder in his face? Dear spirits, what do I do? Kalen wiggled the stopper with all her might. It popped off. Dreffen went to a knee beside her. Tell me how much you want me to please you. Yes, I want you now. Give me the pleasure only you can give me. He brought the knife up as he leaned toward her. Kalen heaved herself toward him, twisting, rolling to the side as hard as she could, flinging the horn full of powder at his face as she rolled onto hers. She couldn't see, face down on the stone. She didn't know if she had missed, if the oily powder had come out, if she had had the horn turned the right way, if he was close enough. She held her breath, bracing for the thrust of his knife, imagining it coming, knowing it was coming. She could almost feel the sharp edge slicing her. She struggled against the panic of not knowing just where he was going to cut her. Dreffen staggered back. She turned her face and saw him fall on his back, writhing, gasping for breath. Kalen flipped herself over and started scooting toward Kara. She tried to move around Dreffen, but she didn't have much room to maneuver. His groping hand caught her ankles. She kicked, trying to pull away from his grip. His fingers tightened around her ankles. His powerful arm dragged her toward him. He gasped for air, his other hand flailing about, trying to feel what was around him. He was blind. Kalen saw yellow powder on his cheek and neck. She hadn't gotten it in his eyes, as she had hoped. She hadn't gotten it directly in his mouth or nose, just the side of his face. Most had missed. She didn't know how long that would stop him, but she didn't think for long. Dear spirits, let it be enough. The horn was on the other side of him. She couldn't get to it. With all her strength, when he tugged on her leg, she used his pull to add momentum and kicked as hard as she could at his face. She caught his ear, tearing it partly away from his head. He bellowed and released her ankle. Desperately, Kalen pushed with her feet to get away from his grasping fingers. She made it out of his reach. She bumped into Kara. Kalen sat up and scooted back toward the woman. Hold on, Kara. Please hold on. I'm here. I'm going to get them off you. I swear I'll get them off you. Please, Mama, Kara wailed. It hurts so much. It hurts. It hurts. Kalen pulled her feet under herself so she could raise up enough. She craned her neck, looking over her shoulder, trying to see what she was doing. She seized the chain. It burned her fingers, making her recoil. She made herself grab the chain again. She tugged on the iron knot, shaking, twisting, pulling. Through burning fingers, she felt a link slip and the chain loosen. She stole a quick glance. Dreffen was still struggling to breathe, but he had straightened his legs. He put his arms at his sides. What was he doing? Kalen felt a link pull past resistance. She wiggled the chain to loosen the knot, to give it more room to come undone. Another link slipped free. The chain loosened further. She tugged at it, refusing to let go, even though the hot iron was burning her fingers. Dreffen's breathing was evening out. He was laying perfectly still. What was he doing? Kalen cried out with joy when the chain rattled off the side of the pot. With her back to Kara, Kalen hooked her fingers under the rim of the scalding pot and heaved it up and back, flipping it off Kara. Bloody rats tumbled to the floor, squirming and wriggling, trying to get their feet as they scurried away. Kalen was near tears with joy. I got them off, Kara. I got them off you. Kara's head lolled from side to side. Her eyes rolled. She mumbled incoherently. When she looked over her shoulder and saw Kara's stomach, Kalen had to look away or be sick. She scooted up toward Kara's hands. With frenzied effort, Kalen dug at the knot of rope, but the knots were pulled impossibly tight from Kara's thrashing. Kalen couldn't budge them. She wasn't going to be able to untie them. She would have to cut them. Dreffen's knife lay on the floor near him. He was lying there perfectly still. She had to hurry. She had to get the knife and cut Kara's ropes. She had to cut her own before he recovered. Kalen dug in her heels and scooted toward the knife. She turned around, feeling for it with her fingers. Dreffen rose up and seized her, Holding her around the middle, he lifted her as if she weighed nothing. He brought the knife around in front of her face. "Nasty stuff, powdered cayenne pepper. Lucky for me, I know how to use my auras to overcome it. Now, my whore of a wife, it's time you paid the price for your perversion." Chapter 67. Richard staggered toward the Sliffs' room. From a room not far away, where Kara and Berdine had put him, he had heard the screams. He had no idea how long he had been insensate, no idea how long it had been since they had taken him there, but the screams had brought him awake. Someone needed help. And the last scream, he knew. Kalin. His head pounded in violent pain. He hurt everywhere. He hadn't thought he would be able to stand, but he did. He hadn't thought he would be able to walk, but he did. He had to. He was barefooted and without a shirt. He had on only his pants. He knew that the lower keep was cool, but he was covered in a sheen of sweat, hardly able to breathe through the heat he felt. He used all his willpower to force himself to move. He straightened, put a hand to the side of the door into the Sliffs' room, and walked in. Dreffin looked up. He had his arm around Kalin's middle. He had a knife in his other hand. To the side, Kara was lying on the floor, tied in ropes. Her middle was ripped open. She was still alive, but shivering in agony. Richard couldn't make sense of it. "What in the name of all that's good is going on, Dreffin?" "Richard," he sneered. "Just the man I'm looking for." "Well, now I'm here. Let Kalin go." "Oh, I will, dear brother. Soon. It is you I need." "Why?" Dreffin's eyebrows lifted. "So that I can be reinstated as Lord Rahl. It's my rightful place. The voices told me. My father told me. I am to be Lord Rahl. I was born to it." The plague was a far distant drone in Richard's mind and body, yet this all seemed a dream too. "Drop the knife, Dreffin, and give up. It's over. Let Kalin go." Dreffin laughed. He threw his head back and roared with laughter. When it died out, Dreffin's eyes narrowed with frightening resolve. "She wants me. She begs for it. You know the truth of that, my dear brother. You saw what she is. She is a whore. She is just like all the others. Just like Nadine, just like my mother. She must die like all the rest." Richard looked into Kalin's eyes. What was going on? Dear spirits, how was he going to get her away from Dreffin? "You're wrong, Dreffin. Your mother loved you. She took you to a place where you would be safe from Dark and Rahl. She loved you. Please let Kalin go. I'm begging you." "She is mine. My wife. I will do with her what I will." Dreffin slammed the knife into Kalin's lower back. Richard flinched at hearing it hit bone. Kalin grunted with the impact, her eyes going wide in shock. Dreffin released her. She dropped to her knees and crumpled to her side. Richard tried with all his might to make sense of this. He couldn't decide if this was real or a dream. He had been having so many dreams, so many nightmares. This seemed like all the rest, but different. He didn't even know if he was alive anymore. The whole room swam before him. Dreffin drew the sword of truth. The ring of steel that Richard knew so well echoed around the stone room, a chime that seemed to awaken him into a nightmare. Richard could see the rage from the sword, the magic, take Dreffin's eyes. "I'm all right, Richard," Kalin panted as she stared up at him. "You don't have a weapon. Get out of here. Get away. I love you. Please, for me, run." The rage in Dreffin's eyes was nothing to match the rage thundering into Richard's heart. "Drop the sword, Dreffin, now, or I will kill you." Dreffin swept the sword around. "How? With your bare hands?" Richard vividly remembered what Zed had told him when first giving him the sword of truth. The sword was only a tool. The seeker was the weapon. A true seeker didn't need the sword. Richard started forward. "And with hate in my heart. I will enjoy killing you at last, Richard, even if you don't have a weapon. I am the weapon." Richard was running. The distance between them shrank at an alarming rate. Kalin screamed for him to get away. He hardly heard her. Richard was committed. Dreffin lifted the sword overhead, pulling a breath in preparation to cleave Richard. That was the opening. Richard knew that a thrust was faster than a cut. He was in the iron grip of deadly determination. Richard was lost in the dance with death. Dreffin bellowed in rage as the sword started down. Richard dropped to his left knee through the opening, using his forward momentum and a twist of his torso to add force to his strike. Fingers straight and stiff, he drove his arm ahead with all his might. Before the sword could touch him, Richard struck like lightning, driving his hand through Dreffin's soft middle. In the blink of an eye, he had seized Dreffin's spinal column and yanked it back out, ripping it apart. Dreffin pitched backward, crashing against the Slith's well, slumping down in a spreading crimson flood. Richard bent to Kaelin, cupping her face with his left hand. He didn't want to touch her with Dreffin's blood. She was panting in pain. From the corner of his eye, Richard could see Dreffin's arm move.
I can't feel my legs. Richard, I can't feel my legs. Dear spirits, what did he do to me?
Her voice quivered with panic.
I can't make them move.
Richard was already lost in need. He had forgotten how to use his power as the price of returning from the Temple of the Winds, but he had used it before. He had healed before. He was a wizard. He ignored his dizzy head, his sick stomach. He couldn't allow that to stop him. From Nathan, Richard had learned that his power was called through need, if the need was great enough, or through anger, if the anger was great enough. He had never had more need than he had at that moment, nor more anger.
Richard. Oh, Richard, I love you. I want you to know if we...
Hush, he said in a gentle voice. Her face was cut and bloody. It made him ache to see her pain, her panic. I will heal you. Lie still, and I will make you whole again.
Oh, Richard, I had the book. I lost it. Oh, Richard, I'm so sorry. I had it, but it's gone.
With a sinking feeling, he grasped what she was saying. He was going to die. There was nothing to be done now. He was lost.
Richard, please heal Kara.
No. I don't think I have enough strength to heal both of you. To heal, he had to take the pain from the one injured. Killing Dreffin had taken nearly all the strength he had. I must heal you. Kaelin shook her head.
Please, Richard, if you love me, do as I ask. Heal Kara. It's my fault what he did to her. My fault.
A tear ran down her cheek.
I lost the book. I can't save you. Heal Kara.
She stifled a cry.
We will be together soon, for all time then.
He understood. They were both to die. They would be together in the spirit world. She didn't want to live without him. Richard kissed her brow. Hold on. Don't give up. Please, Kaelin, I love you. Don't give up. Richard turned to Kara. He already felt so sick that the sight didn't affect him the way it normally would have. Her suffering, though, bent him with pain for her. He laid his hands across Kara's bloody, torn middle. Kara, I'm here. Hold on. For me, hold on so I can help you. She didn't seem to hear his words as she mumbled, her head lolling from side to side. Richard closed his eyes and opened his heart, his need, his soul. He released himself into the current of empathy. He wanted nothing but to make Kara whole again. She had given her all for them. He didn't know if he had strength enough, but he gave all of himself over to it. He descended into the swirl of her agony. He felt everything she felt, suffered with her. He gritted his teeth, held his breath, and pulled her pain into himself, onward, ever onward, without sparing anything to protect himself. He shook with the suffering, and his mind wailed with it. He absorbed it into himself, and then asked for more. He asked for all of it. He demanded it. The world was liquid, twisting, coursing pain. He was swept away in a molten river of it. Its fiery heat consumed his being. Time lost all meaning. There was only the pain. When he felt it all gathered into himself, he let flow his empathy, his power, healing strength, healing heart. He didn't know how to direct it. He just let it flow into her. It felt as if his whole self drained away into her need. She was baked, barren earth soaking in life-giving rain. When at last he opened his eyes and lifted his head, his arms were lying across the smooth skin of her midriff. She was whole again. Though she seemed still unaware of it, she was whole. Richard turned. Kaylin was lying on her side, her breath coming in short, sharp pants. Her face was ashen and covered with sweat and blood, her eyes half closed. "Richard," she whispered when he bent to her. "Free my hand. I want to be hugging you when she died." That was what she was going to say. Richard snatched up a knife lying nearby and sliced through the ropes. The anger was back, but only as a distant glow now. He could hardly see the room anymore, hardly hear her, hardly see her. Her wrists finally free, she threw an arm over his neck and drew him to her. Richard struggled to keep from falling on her. "Richard, Richard, Richard," she whispered. "I love you." Richard went to embrace her and saw the pool of blood spreading under her. His rage ignited anew. His need ignited anew. He took her up in his arms, begging the spirits to spare her. "Please give me the strength to heal this loved one," he whispered in choking tears. "I have done everything required of me. I have sacrificed everything. Please, losing this loved one should not be part of it. I'm dying. Give me the time. Help me." It was all he wanted, all he needed, as he held her to him. He wanted her to live, to be well, to be whole. Holding her in his arms, he once again released himself into the torrent. He pulled the pain onward, heedless of it, welcoming it, drawing it with all his might. At the same time, he let flow his love, his warmth, his compassion. Kaylin gasped. Richard could see that his arms were glowing as if a spirit were sharing his body with him. Perhaps he was already a spirit, but he didn't care. He cared only that he would heal her, and cared not at what cost. He would pay any price. Kaylin gasped with the feel of it, the feel of the power surging into her. Her legs began to tingle. It was the first time she had felt anything in them since Dreffin had stabbed her. Richard seemed to glow around her as he hugged her in his arms, held her in his warm, loving embrace. The rapture of the Sliff, by comparison, was torture. This was beyond anything she had ever felt in her life. She could feel his warm, healing magic coursing through every fiber of her. It was like being born anew. Life and vitality welled up in her. Tears of bliss flooded from her eyes as she hung in Richard's arms, his magic completely overwhelming her. When at last he parted from her, she moved without pain. Her legs moved. She felt whole. She was healed. Richard wiped the blood from her lips as he gazed into her eyes. Kneeling on the floor together, Kaylin kissed him, tasting their salty tears. She parted, gripping his arms, looking into his eyes, seeing him as if in a new light. She had just shared something with him that was beyond words, beyond comprehension. Kaylin stood, holding out her hand to help him up. Richard lifted his hand toward hers, and then he toppled over onto his face. "Richard!" She dropped down, rolling him over onto his back. He was hardly breathing. "Richard, please, Richard, don't leave me. Please don't leave me." She clutched at his shoulders. He was burning with fever. His eyes were closed. He struggled for each shallow breath. "Oh, Richard, I'm so sorry. I lost the book. Please, Richard, I love you. Don't die and leave me alone." "Here," came a voice that echoed around the room. Kaylin's head came up. The voice seemed unreal. She couldn't understand it. Then realization hit her. Kaylin spun around and saw the quicksilver face of the Sliff looking down at her. A liquid silver arm held out the black book. "Master needs this," the Sliff said. "Take it." Kaylin snatched the book. Thank you, Sliff." Kaylin dropped down to get the sorcerer's sand that Richard carried in the leather packs, but he wasn't wearing his big overbelt. She rushed to Kara, still tied in the ropes. Kara's head rolled from side to side as she mumbled, as if she didn't know that Richard had healed her. She was still lost in a prison of her own private terror. Zed had told Kaylin that the gift couldn't heal maladies of the mind. Kara, where were you keeping Richard? Where are his things?" Kara didn't respond. Kaylin snatched the knife off the floor and sliced through the ropes. Kara just lay there. Kaylin pressed her hands to Kara's face, making the woman look at her. "Kara, it's all right now. The rats are gone. They're gone. You're safe.
Richard healed you. You're all right." "Rats," Kara mumbled. "Get them off me, please, please." Kaelin hugged her. "Kara, they're gone. I'm your sister of the Aegil. I need you. Please, Kara, come back to me, please." Kara only mumbled. "Kara," Kaelin wept, "Richard will die if you don't help me. There are thousands of rooms in the keep. I need to know where you kept him." "Please, Kara, Richard helped you. Now he needs your help, or he will die. There's no time. Richard needs you." Kara's eyes focused, as if she were coming awake. "Richard?" Kaelin wiped the tears from her face. "Yes, Richard. Hurry, Kara. I need the belt Richard wears. I need it or he will die." Kara brought her hands down, rubbing her wrists, now smooth where they had been cut before. She felt her stomach. Even the old scars were gone. "I am healed," she whispered. "Lord Ral healed me." "Yes. Kara, please. Richard is dying. I have the book, but I need the things he keeps in his belt." Kara abruptly sat up, pulling the red leather across her chest. She buttoned 2 of the buttons to hold it closed. "His belt, yes. You stay with Lord Ral. I will get it." "Hurry!" Kara stood, swaying for a moment as she steadied herself, and then she dashed from the room. Kaelin hugged the inky black book to herself. She bent over Richard. He was hardly breathing. She knew that any one of those breaths could be his last. He had given them, Kara and Kaelin, the rest of his strength. "Dear spirits, help him. Give him just a little more time, please. He has suffered so much. Please just give him a little time until I can destroy this vile book." Kaelin bent over him and kissed his lips. "Hold on, Richard. Hold on for me, please. If you can hear me, we have the book. I know how to destroy it. Please just hold on." Kaelin knelt down on a clear spot closer to the door and laid open the book to the 3rd page, so she would be ready when Kara returned. She gazed into a vision of a wasteland. There was sand blown into dunes, stretching into the distance of the phantasm emanating from the book. Kaelin stared into that barren place and saw runes on the sand, lines drawn in geometric patterns. Her sight was drawn into the pattern of lines that swirled and twisted around. There in the runes was light. It flared forth, every color shining out toward her, calling to her. "Mother Confessor!" Kara yelled, shaking Kaelin's shoulders. "Didn't you hear me? I have Lord Ral's belt." Kaelin blinked, shaking her head, trying to clear her mind. She snatched the belt and undid the bone holder on the flap of the pack where Richard kept the sorcerer's sand. Inside, she found the leather pouch of white sand. With Kara standing behind her, touching her shoulder, Kaelin cast a pinch of the white sand into the book. The color boiled and twisted, tumbled and turned. Kaelin pulled her eyes away and stabbed her hand back into the pack, pulling out the other leather pouch, the one with the black sorcerer's sand. With 2 fingers, she carefully pulled the top open. Inside, she could see the inky black sand. Troubled, Kaelin paused. There was something else, something tickling at the back of her mind. The words. Nathan said to say the words, the 3 chimes, before using the black sand. 3 words. What were they? She couldn't remember them. Her mind raced after them, but they kept going around dark corners, and when she turned, they were gone again. Her thoughts mired in staggering fright. She ached in desperate thought, but the words wouldn't come to her. Richard had them written in the palm of his hand. Kaelin turned to go to read them from his palm and froze. Dreffin, leaning up against the well of the sliff where he had fallen, somehow still hanging to a thread of life, was holding up the sword. Richard was lying right there on the floor within reach. Dreffin was going to kill him. "No!" Kaelin screamed. But the sword was already sweeping down. Faint, maniacal laughter drifted on the air. Kaelin threw her fist up, calling the blue lightning to protect Richard. It didn't come. She was blocked from her power. Kara was already diving toward Dreffin, but she was too far away. She wasn't going to make it. The sword was halfway there. A silver arm swept down and seized Dreffin's arm, holding it tight. Kaelin held her breath. Another liquid silver arm enveloped Dreffin's head. "Breathe," the sliff cooed, a voice promising the sating of bestial lust, a voice promising rapture.
I wish you to please me. Breathe. Dreffen's chest rose as he inhaled the sliff. He went still, holding the sliff in his lungs. The sliff freed him, and he slumped to the side. His breath left him, releasing the sliff he had inhaled. It drained from his mouth and nose, not silver, but red. Kaelin felt something inside her part, a profound unraveling, and all at once she joined with her power, a sweet reclaiming that brought a gasp of euphoric inner union. Dreffen was dead. As long as they both live, those were the words. Her oath was ended. The winds had returned her power. Kaelin was brought out of her daze when she heard Richard gasp for a breath. With renewed panic, she scrambled across the floor and scooped up his right hand where Richard had written the message. She pried open his fingers. The words were gone. The act of stopping Dreffen and his blood had scoured away the writing. Kaelin screamed in frustrated rage. She scrambled back to the open book. She couldn't remember the words. Her mind ached with frustration. She couldn't make the words come. What was she going to do? Maybe if she just threw in the grain of black sand anyway. No, she knew better than to disregard what a wizard like Nathan said to do. She squeezed her head between the heels of her hands, as if trying to press the words out. Kara knelt down, grasping her by her shoulders. Mother Confessor, what's wrong? You must hurry. Lortherall is hardly breathing. Hurry! Tears ran down her face. I can't remember the words. Oh, Kara, I can't remember them. Nathan told me, but I can't remember them. Kaelin clambered back across the floor to Richard. She smoothed a hand down his face. Richard, please wake up. I need to know the words. Please, Richard, what are the words? The 3 words. He struggled to draw a breath, gasping with the effort. He wasn't going to wake. He wasn't going to live. Kaelin rushed back to the book. She snatched up the leather pouch of black sand. She would have to do it without the words. Maybe it would work. It would work. It had to work. She couldn't make her hands move. She knew better. It wouldn't work unless she said the words. She knew it wouldn't. She had grown up around wizards and magic. She knew better than to disregard what Nathan had told her. Without the words, it wouldn't work. She fell forward with a wail, beating her fists against the stone floor. I can't remember the words. I can't. Kara put an arm around Kaelin, making her sit up, holding her in a gentle embrace. Calm down. Take a breath. Good. Let it go. Take another. Now picture in your mind this man Nathan. Picture him telling you the words, and how happy you were that you could save Richard's life. Kaelin tried. She tried so hard she wanted to scream. I can't remember them, she wept. Richard's going to die because I can't remember 3 stupid words. I can't remember the 3 chimes. The 3 chimes? Kara asked. You mean Ricciani, Sinthrosi, Vasi? Those 3 chimes? Kaelin stared in disbelief. That's them. The 3 chimes. Ricciani, Sinthrosi, Vasi. Ricciani, Sinthrosi, Vasi. I remember. Thank you, Kara. I remember. Kaelin pulled out a grain of black sorcerer's sand between her thumb and finger. Ricciani, Sinthrosi, Vasi, she said again for good measure. She tossed the grain of black sand into the book. She and Kara both held their breath. A hum slowly built in the room. The air seemed to dance and vibrate. Light of every color flared forth, twisting and tumbling, pulsing and throbbing. It grew with the hum until Kaelin had to turn her eyes away. Rays of light swept across the stone walls. Kara put a hand up before her face. Kaelin did the same. So bright was the light that just turning away was not enough. And then darkness began gathering, like the inky black of a nightstone, or of the book's cover itself, pulling the light and color back into the book. It drew all the light from the room until all fell into darkness. In that depth of sightless obscurity, there came such terrible moans that Kaelin was thankful she couldn't see their source. The wails of souls filled the room, scattering about in a blind, mad frenzy, swirling through the air, lost, frantic, wild. The sound of distant laughter that Kaelin knew all too well died into a wail that stretched into eternity. When the light of the candles returned, the book was gone, only a stain of ash to show where it had been. Kaelin and Kara rushed to Richard. He opened his eyes. He still didn't look well, but he looked more alert. His breathing was stronger and even. "What happened?" he asked. "I can breathe. My head isn't pounding." "The Mother Confessor saved you," Kara announced. "As I have told you so often, women are stronger than men." "Kara," Kaelin whispered, "how did you know the 3 chimes?" Kara shrugged. "The Legate Rishi knew the words with the message from the winds. When you said the 3 chimes, they just came to me through his magic, as the other messages from the winds came to me." Kaelin pressed her forehead to Kara's shoulder in relief, in wordless gratitude. With equally silent empathy, Kara stroked Kaelin's back. Richard blinked and scrunched his eyes as if clearing his head. When he sat up, Kaelin leaned to hug him, but Kara held her back. "Please, Mother Confessor, may I be first? I fear that once you start, I may never again get a chance." Kaelin grinned. "You're right about that. Take all you want." As Kara threw her arms around Richard and squeezed for all she was worth, whispering private, heartfelt words in his ear, Kaelin stood and faced the Sliff. "I can't thank you enough, Sliff. You saved Richard. You are a friend, and I will honor you as long as I live." The silver face warped into a satisfied smile. She looked down at Dreffin's body. "He had no magic, but he was using his talent to stop the flow of blood so that he might live long enough to kill Master. It is death to breathe me if you have no magic. I am pleased I could take him on a journey to the world of the dead." Richard stood on wobbly legs and slipped an arm around Kaelin's waist. "Sliff, you have my gratitude, too. I don't know what it is I could ever do for you, but if it is within my power, it's yours for the asking." The Sliff smiled. "Thank you, Master. I would be pleased to have you travel with me. You will be pleased." Even though he was unsteady on his feet, Richard's eyes had the sparkle back. "Yes, we would like to travel. I need to rest for a time first, to finish recovering and get my strength back. And then we will travel, I promise you." Kaelin took up Kara's hand. "Are you all right? I mean, are you really all right? Everything?" Kara nodded with a haunted look in her eyes. "I still have the ghosts of the past with me, but I am all right. Thank you, sister, for helping me. It is not often that a moored Sith can depend on anyone else for help, but with Richard as Lord Rao and you as Mother Confessor, all things seem possible." Kara glanced to Richard. "When you healed the Mother Confessor, you seemed to glow as if a spirit was with you." "I believe the good spirits helped me. I do indeed." "I recognized the spirit. It was Raina." Richard nodded. "It felt like Raina. When I was in the spirit world, Denna told me that Raina was at peace and knows that we love her." "I think we should tell this to Berdine," Kara said. Richard slipped his other arm around Kara's waist and started them all toward the door. "I think we should, too." Chapter 68. Several days later, when Richard was almost fully recovered, Tristan Bashkar's uncle, King Jarin Bashkar, the king of Jara, rode into Aidendril at the head of his company of king's lancers. On the point of each of the 100 lances was a head. Kaelin watched from a window as the lances, under the watchful eye of Daharan soldiers, were deployed in an arrow-straight double row along the entrance to the Confessor's palace. Flags of state flew from poles held by the first opposing pair of Jarian soldiers. Jarin Bashkar, with his star guide Javis Kadar behind him, waited until the lancers were lined up perfectly, their armor gleaming in the sun, before he strode regally between the row of heads toward the entrance. As she peered out the window, Kaelin touched Kara's arm. "Go get Richard. Have him meet me in the council chambers." Kara was out the door and on her way before Kaelin could turn to be on her way too. Kaelin Amnel, Mother Confessor, sitting in the first chair under the figures of Magda Cirrus, the first Mother Confessor, and her wizard Merit, painted across the expanse of the dome above the council chambers, waited for her wizard. Her heart lifted when she saw him sweep into the room, golden cloak billowing out behind, dressed in the gold-trimmed black outfit of a war wizard, the gold and ruby amulet on his chest gleaming in the streamers of sunlight through which he strode, his silver wristbands burnished and bright. The sword of truth at his hip caught the light, sending out a starburst of sunlight to glitter across the polished marble. "Good morning, my queen," he called out, his voice echoing around the huge room. "How do you fare this, your last day of freedom?" Kaelin rarely laughed in the council chambers. It had always seemed improper. She laughed now, the lilting sound echoing around the cavernous room, bringing a smile to the guards. "I fare well, Lord Rahl," she said as he ascended the dais. Kara and Verdine followed in his shadow, along with Ulick and Egan, taking up places to either side. "What's going on?" he asked more seriously. "I heard that some king just rode in with 100 heads on pikes." "The king of Jara, remember? You sent him Tristan's head demanding his surrender?" "Oh, that king." Richard slid down into a chair beside her. "Whose heads are they?" "I guess we're about to find out." The guards pulled open the double doors. Light stabbed in through the doorway, silhouetting the two figures as they approached. Once before the dais, the king spread his violet cape, trimmed in spotted white fox, and went to one knee in a deep bow. Behind him, the Star Guide went to both knees in his bow. "Rise, my children," Kaelin said in formal response to the bow. "Mother Confessor," King Joran said, "how good to see you again." His trim figure, his graying hair meticulously cut so that it swept back as if he were facing the wind, his elegant scabbard and sword, his ribbons, his sash, his red and blue and gold-embroidered coat, and his jeweled pins, made him look one of the most grand of kings, Kaelin had always thought. "And you, King Joran," Kaelin lifted an introductory hand. "This is Lord Rahl, master of the Daharan Empire and my husband-to-be." The king lifted an eyebrow. "As I have heard it told. My congratulations." Richard leaned forward. "I sent you a message. What is your reply?" Kaelin thought that she had a lot of work to do, teaching Richard proper diplomatic decorum. The king let out a belly laugh. "It will be a pleasure being part of an empire led by a man who doesn't jibber-jabber me to death." He lifted a thumb, indicating the Star Guide behind him. "Like some people?" "And does that mean that you surrender?" Richard pressed. "It does indeed, Lord Rahl, Mother Confessor. A large delegation from the Imperial Order came to Sandalar and invited us to join the Imperial Order. We had been waiting for a sign, as requested by Javas Kadar here. Tristan thought to take matters into his own hands and try to strike a favorable deal with the Order. When the plague came, we thought it showed the power of the Order, and we feared that, I must admit. But when you swept the plague from the land, that was sign enough for me. Javas here will no doubt soon find the appropriate sign in the sky to confirm my decision. If not, there are other Star Guides." A red-faced Javas Kadar bowed. "As I told you, Your Highness, as your Star Guide, I will be able to confirm your decision without difficulty." The king scowled over his shoulder. "Good." "And the heads?" Richard asked. "The delegation from the Imperial Order. I brought you their heads to show you my sincerity. I wanted you to see that this is a choice I make with conviction. I thought it a fitting answer to the likes of people who would cast a plague into the land to kill indiscriminately. It shows their true nature, putting the lie to all the things they say." Richard bowed his head to the king. "Thank you, King Joran." "Who ordered the beheading of my nephew, Tristan?" "I did," Richard said. "As I stood on a balcony watching with the Mother Confessor at my side, Tristan entered the Mother Confessor's bedroom and stabbed a nightdress stuffed with tow that we had placed there. He thought he was killing her." The king shrugged. "Justice befits all, no matter his station. I bear no grudge. Tristan did not serve our people well, either. I look forward to the day we can be rid of the threat from the Order." "As do we," Richard said. "With your help, we are that much closer to that day." As the king went to see to the signing of papers and to discuss logistics with the Daharan command, Richard and Kalin rose to leave, but were interrupted by a guard. "What is it?" Kalin asked. "There are 3 men asking to see Lord Rahl." "3 men? Who are they?" "They did not give their names, Mother Confessor, but they said they were Rog Moss." Richard sat back down. "Send them in." Under the desk, Kalin reached over and curled her fingers around his hand, giving him a reassuring squeeze as 3 figures in flaxen cloaks with broad hoods pulled up onto their heads, and with their hands folded before them, glided up to the dais. "I am Lord Rahl," Richard said. "Yes," the one in front said. "We feel the bond." He lifted a hand out to his side. "This is Brother Kerloff, and this is Brother Hawk." He pushed his hood back to reveal a heavily creased face and a head of thinning gray hair. "I am Marsden Tabur." Richard warily eyed the 3 men. "Welcome to Edendril. I hear you wanted to see me. What is it I can do for you?" "We are searching for Drefen Rahl," Marsden Tabur said. Richard rubbed his thumb along the edge of the desk as he watched the 3 men. "I'm sorry, but your high priest is dead." The 2 in back shared a look. Marsden Tabur's expression darkened. "High priest? I am the high priest of the Rog Moss, and have been since before Drefen was born." Richard frowned. "Drefen told us he was the high priest." Marsden Tabur stroked his temple as he searched for words. "Lord Rahl, I'm afraid that your brother was given to delusion. If he told you that he was the high priest of the Rog Moss, then he was deceiving you for reasons I fear to imagine. He was left with us by his mother when he was a young boy. We raised him knowing what his father would do should he come to discover a son without the gift. Drefen could be dangerous. Once we realized this, we kept him confined within our community to prevent him from hurting anyone. He was talented at healing, and we always hoped that he would come to be at peace with himself. We hoped that through healing he could find a way to prove his worth in his own right. A while back, he vanished. Several of our healers were found dead. They had been killed in a most unpleasant fashion. Torture. We have been searching for Drefen since. We have been to several places where he had been, and found women who had been murdered in a similar way. Drefen had an unsavory attitude toward women. His father, too, was not inclined to be kind toward women. Though he escaped his father in body, I think he failed to escape him in spirit. I pray he has not caused harm to anyone here." Richard was silent for a time before he spoke. "We had a plague. A terrible plague. Thousands died. Without regard for himself, Drefen, upholding the noble ideals of the Rog Moss, worked to help those stricken. He shared his knowledge, and in that way may have prevented yet more from dying. My brother in his own way helped stop the plague, and in so doing he died." Marsden Tabur folded his hands before him again as he studied Richard's eyes. "Is this the way you wish it remembered? He was my brother. Partly because of his being here, I learned the power of forgiveness." Kalin squeezed Richard's hand under the table. "Thank you for seeing me, Lord Rahl." Marsden Tabur bowed. "In your light we thrive." "Thank you," Richard whispered. The 3 healers started away, but Marsden Tabur turned back. "I knew your father. You do not take after him. Drefen did. Not many will mourn the passing of your father or your brother. I can see in your eyes, Lord Rahl, a healer, a true healer, besides a warrior. A wizard as a healer must be in balance or he is lost. Dahara is well served at long last. Call on us if you have need." Ulick let out a sigh when the doors closed. "Lord Rahl, there are other representatives also wishing to see you." "If you are well enough," Kara added. "Someone always wants to see us." Richard stood and held out his hand to Kalin. "General Curzon can see them. Don't we have something more important to do?" "Are you sure you are well enough?" Kalin asked. "I've never felt better. You haven't had a change of mind, have you?" Kalin smiled as she took his hand and stood. "Never. If Lord Rahl is fully recovered, what are we waiting for? My things are ready." "About time," Verdine muttered. As they waited for Richard to return, Kalin put a reassuring hand on Kara's back. She wouldn't lie to us, Kara. If the Sliff says you can travel, you can travel. The Sliff had tested Kara, Berdine, Ulick, and Egan, all of them thinking that as guards they should go along to protect Richard and Kalin. Only Kara had passed the Sliff's test. Richard guessed that it was because Kara had linked with the Andolian leader, Legate Rishi, and he must have an element of both sides of the magic. Kara didn't like anything to do with magic, and the Sliff was definitely magic enough to give her pause. Kalin leaned close and whispered in Kara's ear, "You have passed bigger tests than this in this room. I am a sister of the Aegil. I will hold your hand the whole way." Kara eyed Kalin, and then the Sliff. "You have to do it, Kara," Berdine pleaded. "You will be the only Mord Sith at the wedding of our Lord Ral and Mother Confessor." Kara's brow twitched as she leaned toward Berdine. "Lord Ral healed you one time," Berdine nodded. "Since then, have you felt a special bond with him?" Berdine smiled. "Yes. That is why I want you to go. I'll be all right. I know Raina would want you to go, too." She gave Ulick a backhanded slap on his stomach. "Besides, someone has to stay here and keep Ulick and Egan in line." Ulick and Egan together rolled their eyes. Kara put a hand on Kalin's arm as she leaned close and whispered, "Since Lord Ral healed you, have you felt it too?" Kalin smiled. "I felt it before he healed me. It is called love, Kara. Truly caring about someone else. Not only because you are bonded to them, but because you share something in your heart. When he healed you, you felt his love for you." "But I knew before that." Kalin shrugged. "Maybe it was just a more vivid way of feeling it." Kara lifted her Aegil, rolling it in her fingers. "Maybe he is a brother of the Aegil." Kalin smiled. "With all we've been through together, I guess we are all as close as family." Richard strode into the room. "I'm ready. Shall we travel?" Richard couldn't take the Sword of Truth into the Sliff. Its magic was incompatible with life being sustained while traveling. He had gone up to leave his sword in the first wizard's enclave, where it would be safe, where no one but he could get to it. Except Zed, of course. But Zed was no longer living. At least Kalin didn't think he was alive. Richard refused to doubt that he was. Richard rubbed his hands together. "So, Kara, are you going or not? I would really like you to be there. It would mean a lot to us." Kara smiled. "I must go. You are incapable of protecting yourself. Without a Mord Sith, you would be helpless." Richard turned to the silver face, watching them. "Sliff, I know that I put you to sleep before, but you didn't stay asleep. Why?" "You did not put me into the deep sleep from which only one such as yourself can call me. You put me at rest. Others can call me if I am only at rest." "But we can't allow those others to use you. Can't you refuse? Can't you just not go to them if they call? We can't have you taking Jagang's wizards and such all over creation to cause trouble." The Sliff regarded him with a thoughtful expression. "Those who made me the Sliff made me this way. I must travel with those who ask if they have the price of power required." She moved to the edge of her well, closer to him. "But if I was asleep, only you have the power to call me, Master, and then the others could not use me." "But I tried to put you to sleep before, and it didn't work." The Sliff's smile returned. "You did not have the silver required before." "Silver?" The Sliff reached out and touched his wristbands. "Silver." "You mean when I crossed my wrists to put you to sleep before, it didn't work because I didn't have these? And now if I put you to sleep, it will work?" "Yes, Master." Richard thought a moment. "Does it hurt or anything when you are put into this sleep?" "No. It is rapture for me when I sleep, because I am with the rest of my soul." Richard's eyes widened. "When you sleep, you go to the world of souls?" "Yes, Master. I am not to tell anyone how it is that they can put me into the sleep, but you are the only Master. And since you wish to know, you will not be angry that I tell you." Richard sighed with relief. "Thank you, Sliff. You have given us a way to prevent the wrong people from using you. I'm glad to know that you will be pleased to go into your sleep." Richard hugged Berdine. "Take care of everything until we get back."
"I am to be in charge, then?"
Berdine asked. Richard frowned suspiciously. "All three of you are in charge."
"Are you sure you heard that, Mistress Berdine?" Ulick asked. "I don't want you to later say that you heard no such orders."
Berdine made a face at him as Richard helped Kalin up onto the well.
"I heard. All three of us are to take care of things."
Kalin adjusted the bone knife on her arm and the pack on her back. She took Kara's hand as she climbed up. "Sliff," Richard said with a big grin, "we wish to travel." Chapter 69. Breathe. Kalin let go the silken rapture and drew in a breath and the world. As they sat up on the edge of the Sliff stone wall, Kalin smacked Kara on the back. "Breathe, Kara. Come on, let it go. Let out the Sliff and breathe." Kara finally bent forward and released the Sliff from her lungs, reluctantly pulling a breath. Kalin remembered how hard it was the first time, not only to breathe the Sliff, but to then breathe the air again. Kara had held on tightly to Richard and Kalin's hands the whole time they traveled. Kara looked up with a silly grin.
"That was wonderful."
Richard gave them both a hand down. Kalin adjusted the bone knife on her arm and the small pack on her back. It felt good to be in her traveling clothes again. Kara thought that Kalin looked odd in pants.
"This is where you wished to travel," the Sliff said. "The Jokopo treasure."
Richard looked around the cave, having to duck down because the ceiling was so low. "I don't see any treasure."
"It's in the next room," Kalin told him. "Someone must be expecting us. They left a torch burning."
"Are you ready to sleep?" Richard asked the Sliff.
"Yes, master. I look forward to being with my soul."
The thought of what the Sliff was, what the wizards had made her into, gave Kalin shivers. "Will it make you unhappy when I need to wake you again?"
"No, master. I am always ready to please."
Richard nodded. "Thank you for your help. We all are in your debt. Have a good sleep." The Sliff smiled at him as Richard crossed his wrists, closing his eyes, calling the magic. The shiny silver face, reflecting the dancing torchlight, softened, melting back into the pool of quicksilver. Richard's fists began to glow. The silver wristbands he wore brightened to such intensity that Kalin could see the other side of them through his flesh and bone, and the way they touched, they formed into endless twin loops, the symbol for infinity. The pool of sparkling silver took on the glow as the Sliff sank down into her well, slowly at first, and then with gathering speed, until she vanished into the far darkness below. Richard took the reed torch, and the three of them moved out through a wide, low passageway, following the twisting, turning route through dark brown rock, until they came at last to an expansive room. Kalin gestured around the room.
"The Jokopo treasure."
Richard held the torch up. Torchlight reflected back in thousands of golden sparkles from the room, filled with gold in nearly every form, from nuggets and crude ingots to gold statues. "Well, it isn't hard to see why it's called the Jokopo treasure," Richard said. He pointed toward the shelves. "Looks like something is missing."
Kalin saw what he meant. "When I was here before, those shelves were packed full of rolled vellum scrolls." She sniffed the air. "Something else is missing, too. This room was filled with foul air before. It's gone now."
She remembered how it made her gag and cough and her head spin, having to breathe the stench. On the floor of the cave was a smoldering heap of ash. Kalin swiped the toe of her boot across the ash.
"I wonder what happened here."
The flame of the torch whipped and fluttered as they followed the twisting tunnel up and out into a golden dawn. Thin bands of violet clouds drifted across the sunrise. Luminous gold, more stunning than the Jokopo treasure, edged the clouds. Verdant grasslands spread out before them, smelling clean and fresh.
"It looks like the Azrith Plains in spring," Kara said, "before the high heat of summer bakes it barren."
Broad swaths of wildflowers at their feet led in the general direction of the Mud People. Kalin took Richard's hand. It was a beautiful morning for a walk through the spring grasslands of the wilds. It was a beautiful day to be married. Long before they reached the Mud People's village, they could hear the sound of drums drifting out onto the plains. Laughter and song filled the morning air. "Sounds like the Mud People are having a banquet," Richard said. "What do you think that's about?" His voice sounded uneasy. She felt the same. Banquets were usually held to call the spirit ancestors in preparation for a gathering. Chandalin met them not far from the village. He was wearing the coyote hide of an elder. His hair was slicked down with sticky mud. He was bare-chested and had on his ceremonial dress of buckskin pants and his finest knife, and he carried his best spear. Grim-faced, Chandalin strode forward and slapped Kalin. "Strength to Confessor Kalin." Richard caught Kara by the wrist. "Easy," he whispered. "We told you about this. It's the way they greet people." Kalin returned the slap, a show of respect for a person's strength. "Strength to Chandalin and the Mud People. It is good to be home." She fingered the coyote hide. "You are an elder now?" He nodded. "Elder Bregandarin died of the fever. I was named elder." Kalin smiled. "A wise choice, them picking you." Chandalin stood before Richard, appraising him a moment. The two men had once been foes. Chandalin finally slapped Richard, harder than he had Kalin. "Strength to Richard with the temper. It is good to see you again, too. I am happy that you are to marry the Mother Confessor, so that she will not pick Chandalin." Richard returned the slap in kind. "Strength to Chandalin. You have my gratitude for protecting Kalin on your journey together." He lifted a hand. "This is our friend and protector, Kara." Chandalin was a protector of his people, and the term had special meaning to him. He lifted his chin as he looked into her eyes. He slapped her harder than he had slapped either Richard or Kalin. "Strength to protector Kara." It was fortunate that Kara wasn't wearing her armored gloves. As hard as she punched him, she would have broken his jaw. Chandalin grinned when he straightened his neck. "Strength to Chandalin," she said to him, and then to Richard. "I like this custom." Kara reached out and ran a finger over a few of Chandalin's scars. "Very nice. This one here is excellent. The pain must have been exquisite." Chandalin frowned at Kalin and spoke in his language. "What does that last word mean?" "It means that it must have been intense pain," Kalin told him. She had taught Chandalin her language, and he did very well, but he still had some to learn. Chandalin grinned with pride. "Yes, it was very painful. I wept for my mother." Kara lifted an eyebrow to Kalin. "I like him." Chandalin looked Kara up and down, taking in the red leather and the shape of her. "You have fine breasts." Her aegil flicked up into her fist. Kalin put a restraining hand on Kara's arm. "The Mud People have different customs," she whispered. "To them, it means that you look like a healthy, strong woman able to bear children and raise them to be healthy. To them, this is a strictly proper compliment." She leaned closer, lowering her voice so that Chandalin couldn't hear. "Just don't tell him that you would like to see him with the mud washed out of his hair, or you will be inviting him to give you those children." Kara took in all this, considering Kalin's words with care. Finally, she turned and, bending over a little, lifted her red leather to expose a nasty scar. "This one was very painful, like the one you have." Chandalin grunted with knowing appreciation. "I had more on my front, but Lord Rahl made them disappear. It is a shame. Some were quite remarkable." Richard and Kalin followed behind Chandalin and Kara as he showed her his weapons, and they discussed the worst place to be wounded. She was impressed with his knowledge. "Chandalin," Kalin asked, "what's going on? Why has a banquet been called?" He looked over his shoulder as if she were deranged. "It is a wedding banquet. For your wedding." Kalin and Richard shared a look. "But how did you know we were coming to be married?" Chandalin shrugged. "The Birdman told me." As they entered the village, they were surrounded by a flood of people. Children swept in around them, touching the wandering Mud People as they called Richard and Kalin. People they knew came to give them gentle slaps in greeting. Savidlin was there, clapping Richard on the back, and his wife Wessalon was hugging and kissing them both. Their son, Sidon, threw his arms around Kalin's leg, jabbering up at them in his language. It felt so good to ruffle his hair again. Richard and Kara didn't understand any of it. Only Chandalin spoke their language. "We have come to be married," Kalin told Wessalon. "I brought the beautiful dress you made for me. I hope you remember that I asked you to stand with me." Wessalon beamed. "I remember." Kalin saw a man with long silver hair dressed in buckskin pants and tunic approaching. She leaned toward Kara. "This is their leader." The birdman greeted them with the gentle slaps customary in the village proper. He embraced Kalin in a fatherly hug. "The fever is over. Our ancestor's spirit must have been a help to you." Kalin nodded. "I am glad you are home. It will be good to wed you and Richard with the temper. Everything is prepared." "What did he say?" Richard asked. "Everything is prepared for our wedding." Richard scowled. "It makes me nervous when people know things that we haven't told them." "Richard with the temper is upset? He is not happy with our preparations?" "No, it's not that," Kalin said. "Everything is wonderful. It's just that we don't understand how you could know we would be here to be married. We're puzzled. We didn't know ourselves until just a couple of days ago." The birdman pointed to one of the open pole structures shaded under a grass roof. "That man over there told us." "Really?" Richard said after Kalin translated, his scowl growing. "Well, I think it's about time we go see this man who seems to know more about us than we do." As they turned away, Kalin caught the birdman scratching a cheek to screen a smile. They had to work at making their way through the throng. The entire village was out in the open area, celebrating. Musicians and dancers, entranced children and adults alike. People paused to talk to Richard and Kalin as they passed. Young people, especially young girls, who were always painfully shy in the past, now boldly offered congratulations. It was as festive an event as Kalin had ever seen. At various open pole structures where food was being prepared, people beguiled by the different aromas crowded around to sample the fare. A contingent of young women carried bowls and platters and passed around food. Kalin saw special women at one of the cook fires preparing a singular offering served only at gatherings. No one congregated to sample it. This dish was presented only by those women according to strict protocol and by invitation only. Kara didn't like how close people crowded in around her charges, but she did her best to remain tolerant while at the same time watchful and prepared to react. She wasn't gripping her aegil, but Kalin knew that it was never more than a flick away. Young women were carrying platters of the more traditional food to and from the pole building where the birdman had pointed them. Richard, holding Kalin by the hand, pushed his way through the crowd around the platform. They finally made it to the head of the crowd at the platform. Richard and Kalin froze in shock. "Zed," Richard whispered. Reposing in his splendid violet and black robes, the regal effect somewhat diminished by the way his wavy white hair stuck out in its typical disarray, was Richard's grandfather. The raw-boned old wizard glanced up from the platform as young women offered him platters of food to sample. A squat woman in a dark dress and cloak sat cross-legged beside him. "Zed!" Richard bounded onto the platform. Zed smiled and waved. "Oh, there you are, my boy. You're alive. I knew you were alive." "Well, of course I'm—" That was all he got out before Richard scooped him up, squeezing so hard that Zed lost his wind with a whoosh. Zed's fists beat on Richard's shoulders. "Richard!" he squeaked. "Bags, Richard, you're going to crush me. Leave go." Richard set him down, only to have Kalin rush to embrace him. "Richard kept saying you were alive, but I didn't believe him." The woman rose up. "Good to see you, Richard." "Anne, you're alive, too." She smiled. "No thanks to your fool grandfather." Her knowing eyes turned to Kalin. "And this could be none other than the Mother Confessor herself." Richard hugged her before the introductions. Zed took a bite of a rice cake while he watched. Richard brought Kara forward. She spoke before he had a chance. "I am Lord Rawl's bodyguard." Richard looked to her eyes. "This is Kara, and she is more than a guard. She is our friend. Kara, this is my grandfather, Zed, and Annalena Aldurin, prelate of the Sisters of the Light." "Retired prelate," Anne said. "Pleased to meet a friend of Richard." Richard turned back to Zed. "I can't believe you're here. This is the best surprise we could possibly have. But what's this about you knowing we were coming to get married?" Zed spoke with his mouth full. "Read it. Read all about it."
Read it? Where? In the Jocopo treasure. Kalen leaned in. There's writing on all that gold? Zed waved the rice cake. No, not the gold. The Jocopo treasure, the prophecies. All those scrolls, they were the Jocopo treasure. We burned them to keep them out of the hands of the Imperial Order. I read a few before I destroyed them. That's when I read the prophecy about you two being married, and figured out the day. She's quite knowledgeable about prophecy. Well, it wasn't a difficult prophecy, Anne said. None of them were. That was why they were so dangerous if Jagang had captured them. He nearly did. So you two came to destroy the prophecies? Richard asked. Yes. Zed threw up his hands with a huff. Oh, but a terrible time of it we've had, though. Yes, just terrible, Anne confirmed. Zed shook a stick-like finger at Richard. While you've been larking about in Aidendrill, we've had real trouble. Trouble? What sort of trouble? Awful trouble, Anne said. Yes, Zed agreed. We were captured and held in the most horrid of conditions. It was awful, simply awful. We barely got away with our lives. Who captured you? The Nang Tong. Kalen cleared her throat. The Nang Tong? Why would the Nang Tong capture you? Zed tugged his robe straight. They were going to sacrifice us. Human sacrifices we almost were. We were in mortal danger the entire time. Kalen squinted skeptically. The Nang Tong are daring to engage in their forbidden rites? Something about red moons, Zed offered. They feared the worst and were only trying to protect themselves. Kalen cocked her head. Nonetheless, I will have to pay them a visit and see to this. You could have been killed, Richard said. Piffle! A wizard and a sorceress are smarter than a wandering band of Nang Tong, aren't we, Anne? Anne blinked. Well, yes, as Anne says, it was more complicated than that. Zed turned away from her. But it was just awful, I can assure you. And then we were sold into slavery. Richard's brow lifted. Slavery? Indeed, to the Sea Dok. We were forced to labor as slaves, but the Sea Dok didn't like us for some reason. Something about Anne being unsatisfactory, and they decided to sell us to cannibals. Richard's jaw dropped. Cannibals? Zed grinned. Fortunately, the cannibals turned out to be the Mud People. Chandalin was the one they approached. He knew me, of course, from when we were together before, so he played along and bought us to get us away from our bondage to the Sea Dok. And why couldn't you get away from the Sea Dok? Kalen asked. You're a wizard, and as a sorceress. Zed pointed at his bare wrists. They put magic wristbands on us. We were helpless. He looked up. Quite helpless. It was terrible. We were helpless slaves under the lash. That sounds dreadful, Richard said. Then how did you get the bands off? Zed threw his arms up. We couldn't. Richard pressed one hand to his forehead and held the other up. Well, they're off now. Zed scratched his chin. Well, now they are. The bands are held on with magic. We were smart enough to know better than to try to use magic. That would have bound them on even harder. We just had to wait without using magic until they lost their power. Once we were away from the Sea Dok and were burning the scrolls, they came undone and fell off. So that was your plan all along? Of course it was. Anne nodded. Trust in the Creator to reveal his plan. Zed shook a finger up at Richard. Magic is dangerous, Richard. As you will learn someday, the hardest part of being a wizard is knowing when not to use magic. This was one of those times. We had to find the Jocopo treasure. With all the currents of trouble about, I knew our best chance would be to do it without magic. He folded his arms. And it worked, too, thus proving my point. Chandalin stepped forward. Many soldiers came toward us. He pointed off toward the southeast. A large scouting party of men came to get these things that Zed burned. While he and Anne were burning them, my men and I fought off the enemy. A great battle was fought to the west against the main force of the enemy. This army of the Order was destroyed. I went and spoke with a man named Rybish, and he said that one named Nathan had sent him to destroy our enemy. Richard shook his head. This is all very confusing. Zed flicked a hand. Well, you'll learn someday, Richard. This wizard business is very complicated. Someday, when you decide to do something with your gift other than sit around with your intended while I'm out risking my neck, then you will see.
By the way, what have you been up to while all the important work has been going on?
What have I been up to? Kaelin smiled as she put a hand on his shoulder while Richard tried to think how to begin. Ah, well, I'm the Lord Rahl now and all. Zed grunted and flopped down on the wooden platform.
Lord Rahl indeed. He scooped up a roasted pepper. The paperwork must be grueling.
Richard scratched his head while Anne sat down. Zed, can you answer something for me? Why are the books in the First Wizard's private enclave stacked up in wobbly columns?
It's a telltale of sorts. I remember how they're stacked, so that if anyone has touched them, I'll know it.
Zed's hazel eyes opened wide.
What? Bags, Richard! What were you doing in there? That's a dangerous place. And how did you get in there?
Zed pointed at Richard's chest.
That amulet! It's from in there! How did you get in there? Bags, Richard, where's the sword of truth? I entrusted the sword to you. You weren't foolish enough to give it to someone.
Well, I couldn't travel in the Sliff with it, so I had to leave it in the First Wizard's enclave so no one could get at it.
Sliff? What's a sliff? Richard, you're the Seeker. You have to have your sword. It's your weapon. You can't just leave it lying about places.
When you gave it to me, you told me that the sword was just a tool, and that it is the Seeker that is the true weapon.
So I did, but I didn't think you were listening.
Zed peered up at him.
You didn't mess with the books, I hope. You don't know enough to be allowed to read any of them.
Just one.
Tagenricht ost fuermost, velashendrich, nicht grich lichten. That's Heidehaaren.
Zed dismissed the matter with a wave.
No one knows Heidehaaren anymore. At least you can't get into trouble with a book you can't read.
Zed shook his finger.
And you still haven't said how you got in there.
It wasn't all that hard to get in. The mirth melted from Richard's face. It was a lot easier than it was getting into the Temple of the Winds. Both Zed and Anne shot to their feet. The Temple of the Winds, they said as one. Temple of the Winds, Inquisition, and Trial. That's what the book was. I've kind of had to learn Heidehaaren. Richard put his arm around Kaelin's shoulders. Jagang sent Sister Amelia there. She entered through something called Betrayer's Hall. She betrayed the Keeper to get in. She came back with magic and started a plague. It killed thousands of people. She started it among children at Jagang's instruction. We watched helpless while children and friends died. There was no other way. I had to go there to stop the plague, or it would have been a firestorm that would have consumed nearly everyone. One of the women who prepared the special meat approached, carrying a tray of neatly arranged, dried strips. She offered the tray to Chandalin first. He was an elder now. Chandalin tore off a bite as he looked up at Richard. Richard knew what the meat was. He took a big piece. Kaelin had always refused to eat this dish in the past. This time, when offered, she took a piece. Chandalin watched her pull off a bite. Zed took a piece, and then the tray was offered to Anne. Kaelin was going to say something, but Zed shot her a silencing glance. They ate in silence a moment before Richard asked, "Who is it?"
The commander of the men of the Order who came here and attacked us to get the Jokopo treasure that Zed burned.
Anne's eyes came up.
You mean?
We fight a battle for our existence, Richard said. If we lose, we all die, and the man who started a plague among children will rule those still alive. All magic will be eliminated. Those left will be his slaves. The Mud People do this so that they might know the hearts of their enemy and save their families. Richard glared at her. Eat it so that you too may know the enemy better. It was not Richard, but Lord Rahl who had spoken. Anne watched his eyes for a moment and then started chewing. They all ate the strip of their enemy's flesh to know him better. Sister Amelia, Anne finally whispered, if she has been to the Temple of the Winds, she will be beyond dangerous. She's dead, Kaelin said, haunted by the memory of it all. When Anne's questioning eyes looked at her, Kaelin added, yes, I am sure I put a sword through her heart. She had a dakra in Nathan's leg. She was going to kill him. Nathan, Anne said. We must soon be off to find him. Where was this? Where is he? Zed scowled over at Anne. We? It was in Tanamura, in the old world, just after Richard came back from the Temple of the Winds. Nathan helped me save Richard's life by telling me the 3 chimes. Zed and Anne's eyes widened. They looked as if they had stopped breathing. They finally glanced to each other. The 3 chimes?
Anne said in a cautious voice. You mean he just mentioned the 3 chimes? He didn't actually tell them to you? He didn't speak them to you? Kaelin nodded. Reach on. Zed and Anne threw their hands up. No! They yelled together. Didn't Nathan tell you that no one without the gift may speak the 3 chimes aloud? Anne's face had gone red. Didn't that crazy old man tell you that? Kaelin scowled back. Nathan is not a crazy old man. He helped me save Richard's life. Without the 3 chimes, Richard would have died when he came back from the Temple of the Winds. I owe Nathan a great debt. We all do. I owe him a collar around his neck, Anne muttered, before he causes who knows what catastrophe. Zed, we must find him, and soon. She lowered her voice to a private whisper. And we must do something about this business. Zed's eyes turned to Kaelin. You said them silently when you did this? You said the 3 chimes silently. You didn't actually say them aloud. Tell me that you didn't say them aloud. I had to. Kara remembered them and said them. Then I said them aloud a couple of times. Zed winced. More than once? Zed, Anne murmured, what are we going to do about this? Why? Richard asked. What's the problem? Nothing you need be concerned about. Just don't say them aloud again, any of you. Zed, Anne whispered under her breath, if she has freed... Zed lifted a hand out to the side, touching her, silencing her. What was I supposed to do? Kaelin asked defensively. Richard had absorbed the magic from the book Sister Amelia brought back from the winds. He had the plague. He was a breath or 2 away from death. He would have died within minutes at the most. Would you have had me let him die instead? Of course not, dear one. You did the right thing. Zed lifted an eyebrow to Anne as he leaned close. We will discuss this later. Anne folded her hands. Of course. You did the only thing you could. We are all grateful, Kaelin. You did well. Zed was looking more serious by the moment. Bags, Richard, the Temple of the Winds is in the underworld. How did you get in? Richard looked out over the celebration. We need to tell you both the story, some of it anyway. But this is the day Kaelin and I are to be married. Richard smiled. Kaelin thought it looked forced. It's a hard story to tell. I'd rather tell you about it on another day. I can't just now. Zed stroked a thumb down his smooth jaw. Of course, Richard, I understand, and you are quite right, another day. But the Temple of the Winds... He lifted a finger, unable to resist asking a question. Richard, what did you have to leave at the Temple of the Winds in order to return? Richard shared a long look with his grandfather. Knowledge. And what did you take away with you? Understanding. Zed encircled a protective arm around both Richard and Kaelin. Good for you, Richard. Good for you. Good for both of you. You two have earned this day. Let's put this other business aside for now and let us celebrate the joy of your marriage. Chapter 70. They enjoyed the company of friends and loved ones the whole day, talking and laughing, celebrating together with the Mud People. Kaelin did her best to try to ignore the way her low-cut blue wedding dress displayed her breasts. It was hard with the way people kept coming up to her and telling her that she had fine breasts. Richard wanted to know what they were saying all the time. She thought it best to lie. She told him that they were saying that her dress was beautiful. As the sun turned the sky golden, it was at last time. Page 522. Kaelin gripped Richard's hand as if it were the only thing holding her on the ground. Richard had trouble keeping his eyes off her in her blue wedding dress. Every time he looked at her, a helpless smile took him. Kaelin's heart swelled with joy seeing how much he liked the dress Wessalon had made for her. She had for so long dreamed of wearing it, dreamed of this moment. She had hoped so often with all her heart that this day would come. She had feared so often that it never would. So many times something had happened, delaying this moment. Now it was happening. Richard mimicked the Mud People's words, not realizing that he was saying how fine he thought her breasts looked. He thought he was telling her how beautiful her dress looked. Everyone grinned with satisfaction when he spoke the words in their language, happy that he agreed with them. Kaelin could feel her face turning red. Richard looked magnificent in his black and gold war wizard's uniform. Every time Kaelin looked at him, a smile took her. She was marrying Richard, at last.
Her knees trembled under the blue dress. Kara, standing behind, gave her a reassuring touch. Wesselan, at Kaelin's side, beamed with pride. Savidlin stood to the far side of Richard, beaming just as much. Zed and Anne stood behind. Zed was eating something. Kaelin silently prayed to the good spirits that this time nothing would go wrong, and that it would at last happen. She couldn't help worrying that it would be taken from her yet again. The Birdman straightened before them, clasping his hands. Behind him the entire Mud People village spread out before the wedding party to hear the vows. When all had fallen silent, the Birdman began, and Kaelin's fear began to melt away, to be replaced with joyous anticipation. As the Birdman spoke, Chandalin at his side said the words in the language Richard and some of the others could understand. "These two people have not been born Mud People, but they have proven themselves to be one of us in their strength and in their hearts. They have bound themselves to us and us to them. They have been our friends and our protectors. That they would wish to be wedded as Mud People proves their hearts. As members of our people, these two have chosen not only to be wedded before those of this world, but before the next, and in so doing have called the spirits of our ancestors to be with us on this day, to smile on this joining. We welcome our ancestors into our hearts to share our joy." Richard's hand tightened around hers, and she realized that he was sharing her thoughts. It was real, at last, and it was as they both had always dreamed, except it was better than she could ever have imagined. "Both of you are Mud People, and are bound not only by your words before your people, but by your own hearts. These are simple words, but in simple things there is great power." He met Richard's eyes. "Richard, will you have this woman as your wife, and will you love and honor her in all ways for all time?" "I will," he said in a clear voice that rang out over the gathering. The Birdman looked into Kaelin's eyes, and she had the most profound sense that he was speaking not only as a representative of his people, but for the spirits, too. She could almost hear their voices echoing in his. "Kaelin, will you have this man as your husband, and will you love and honor him in all ways for all time?" "I will," she said, a clear chime matching Richard's. "Then before your people, and before the spirits, you are now wedded for all time." All the gathered people were dead silent, until Richard took her in his arms and kissed her, and then they went wild. Kaelin hardly heard them. It seemed a dream. A dream she had dreamed so often that it had finally come to life. To be in Richard's arms, to have him, to be his wife and he her husband, for all time. And then everyone was hugging them, Zed and Anne, the Birdman and the elders, Wesselan and the other wives. Kara, with tears in her eyes, hugged Kaelin. "Thank you both for wearing an Aegil at your wedding. Hali, Raina, and Denna are all watching because of that. Thank you for honoring the sacrifice of Mord Sith." With a thumb, Kaelin wiped the tear from Kara's cheek. "Thank you for braving the magic of the Sliff to be with us, my sister." Everyone in the village crowded in to greet the new couple. Kaelin thought they might be crushed. People brought food and flowers and sincere, simple offerings of every sort. The celebration resumed around the wedding platform. Kaelin tried to talk to everyone, and to thank everyone, as did Richard, until, as Richard was asking some of Chandalin's hunters about the battle that they had witnessed, his golden cloak billowed out. There was no wind. Richard straightened. His raptor gaze swept out over the heads of the people gathered before the wedding platform. He instinctively reached for his sword. It wasn't there. The crowd in the back fell silent. Zed and Anne both stepped up beside Richard and Kaelin. Kara had her Aegil in her fist as she pushed between them to get in front. Richard gently pushed her behind. The entire village fell silent, the people parting for two approaching figures. Some people grabbed their children and moved farther back as worried whispers rippled through the crowd. As the two solitary figures, one tall and one short, came closer, Kaelin saw that it was Shota and her companion Samuel. The witch woman, looking as stunning as ever, strode up onto the platform, her ageless almond eyes staying on Kaelin the whole time. Shota took up Kaelin's hand. She kissed Kaelin's cheek. I have come to congratulate you, Mother Confessor, on your accomplishment and on your marriage. Throwing caution to the winds, Kalin hugged the witch woman. Thank you for coming, Shota. Shota smiled, staring into Richard's eyes as she ran a lacquered nail along his jaw. Hard fought, Richard. Hard fought. And well earned. Kalin turned to the silent gathering. She knew that the mud people feared the witch woman so much that they wouldn't even speak her name. Kalin could understand. She had felt nearly the same way herself. Shota has come to offer her best wishes to us on our wedding day. She has helped us in our struggle. She is a friend, and I hope you will welcome her to this celebration, for she deserves to be here, and I wish her to be here. Kalin turned to Shota. I told them that, smiling, Shota held up a hand. I know what you told them, Mother Confessor. The Birdman stepped forward. Welcome to our home, Shota. Thank you, Birdman. You have my word that we will bring no harm this day. Shota glanced to Zed. A truce for a day. Zed smiled a sly smile. A truce. Samuel's long arm reached up, grabbing for the Birdman's carved bone whistle he wore around his neck. Mine! Gimme! Shota thunked him on the head. Samuel, behave yourself. The Birdman smiled. He pulled the thong and whistle over his head and held it out to Samuel. A gift for a friend to the mud people. Samuel gently took the whistle. A grin split his face, showing his wickedly sharp teeth. Thank you, Birdman, Shota said. Samuel blew the silent whistle. He seemed able to hear the sound and was pleased by it. People began chuckling and talking again. Kalin was relieved that vultures didn't appear in response to the silent whistle. Fortunately, Samuel didn't know how to call specific birds. Samuel grinned at his gift and hung it around his neck. He took up Shota's hand again. Shota's arresting gaze took in Richard and Kalin. In that moment, there was no one else there. The three of them were as good as alone in that gaze. Do not think, either of you, that just because I congratulate you, I will forget my promise to you. Kalin swallowed. Shota. Shota's eyes were both beautiful and frightening as she held up a silencing finger. You both have earned this joyous wedding. I am happy for you both. I will honor your vows and protect you in any way I can out of respect for all you have done for me, as long as you remember what I have warned you about. I will not allow a male child of this union to live. Do not doubt my word in this. Richard's gaze was heating. Shota, I'll not be threatened. Again the finger rose, silencing Richard this time. I do not make a threat. I deliver you a promise. I do not do it out of animosity for either of you, but out of concern for everyone else in the world. There is a long struggle ahead of us all. I will not allow any chance at victory to be clouded by what you two would bring upon the world. Jagang is worry enough. For some reason, Kalin's voice wouldn't work. Richard didn't seem to have words either. Kalin believed Shota. She wasn't doing this out of malice. Shota lifted Kalin's hand and placed something in it. This is my gift to you both. I do this out of love for you both and for everyone else. She smiled a strange smile. An odd thing for a witch woman to say? No, Shota, Kalin said. I don't know that I believe what you tell us about a son, but I know that it is not said in hate. Good. Wear the gift always, and all will be well. Mark my words well. Never take this off when you are together, and you will always be happy. Disregard my request, and suffer the consequences of my vow. She looked into Richard's eyes. Better you battle the keeper himself than me. Kalin opened her hand and saw a delicate necklace. A small dark stone hung from the gold chain. Why? What is this? Shota put a finger under Kalin's chin as she stared into her eyes. As long as you wear it, you will bear no children. Richard's voice, strangely, seemed gentle. But what if we... Again, Shota's raised finger silenced him. You love each other. Have joy in that love and in each other. You have struggled hard to be together. Celebrate your union and your love. You have each other now, as you always wanted. Don't throw it away." Richard and Kaylin both nodded. Somehow, Kaylin didn't feel any anger. She felt nothing other than relief that Shota wasn't going to do anything to harm their marriage. It had a dreamlike quality, like a formal settlement over an obscure, remote tract of ground claimed by two lands, like agreements in the council chambers over which she had so often presided. There seemed no emotion to it. A simple settlement. Shota turned to go. "Shota," Richard said. She turned back. "Won't you stay? You've come a long way." "Yes," Kaylin said. "We really would like it if you stayed." Shota smiled a witch-woman's smile as she watched Kaylin fasten the chain around her neck. "That you would ask is pleasure enough, but it is a long journey and we must be on our way." Kaylin ran down the steps and scooped up a pile of tava bread. She wrapped it in a square of cloth from the table. She met Shota at the bottom of the steps. "Take this for your journey, as our thanks for coming, and for the gift." Shota kissed Kaylin's cheek and then took the bundle. Samuel didn't try to grab it. He seemed content. Richard was suddenly there beside Kaylin. Shota smiled a small smile and kissed his cheek too. She had a strange, wistful look. "Thank you, both of you." And then she was gone. Simply gone. Zed and Anne were still up on the platform, along with Kara and the rest of the people. Zed turned to Richard and Kaylin.
"What happened to Shota? We make a truce and then she just leaves without a word?"
Kaylin's brow tightened. "She spoke to us." Zed glanced about.
"When? She was gone before she had a chance to say anything."
"I had intended to speak with her too," Anne said. Kaylin looked up at Richard. He looked back at Zed. "She said some nice things to us. Maybe she just didn't want you to hear her saying nice things." Zed grunted a laugh.
"No doubt."
Kaylin touched the dark stone on the necklace. She put an arm around Richard's waist and pulled him close. "What do you think?" she whispered. Richard stared out in the direction Shota had gone. "For now, she's right. We're together. That's what we wanted. I think that for now we should be happy that our dream has at last come true, and we can be together. I'm so tired of trouble. And there is still Jagang to worry about. I'd just like to be with you for now, and love you." Kaylin put her head against him. "I think you're right. For now, let's not complicate matters." "We can worry about this another time," he grinned at her. "Right?" Kaylin forgot all about Shota and the future and grinned back, thinking about the now. "Right." The celebration went on until well after nightfall. Kaylin knew it would likely go on all night. She whispered to Richard that she would be happy not to have to remain for the whole thing. Richard kissed her cheek and then asked the Birdman if they could be excused. They wanted to go to the Spirit House. The Spirit House had special meaning to both of them. The Birdman smiled. "It has been a long day. Sleep well." Richard and Kaylin said their thanks to everyone, and then, in the quiet of the Spirit House, in the soft glow of the low fire that always burned there, they were at long last alone. As they stared into each other's eyes, words were too small. Berdine stood tall and straight as she watched the double doors burst open. Like a gout of flame, they stormed into the Confessor's palace, a dozen moored Sith in red leather. Soldiers scrambled across the slick marble, falling back out of the way, while at the same time trying not to look hurried. They quickly established new guard positions at a safe distance. The 12 women paid them no attention. The existence of Daharan soldiers hardly registered on the mind of a moored Sith, unless they gave her trouble. The group came to a halt. Silence once again settled in the entrance hall. "Berdine, how good to see you." Berdine let a small smile touch her lips. "Welcome, Rika. But what are you doing here? Lord Rahl left you at the People's Palace awaiting his return." Rika's eyes swept the area before her steady gaze settled on Berdine. "We heard that he is here now, and we decided that we should be closer so that we could protect him. We left the others at the palace, should he return unexpectedly. We will return with him when he goes home." Berdine shrugged. "He sort of considers this home now. Whatever he wishes, we are here now. Where is he, so that we may announce ourselves and protect him?" He has gone to be married, some distance to the south. Rika's brows drew together. Why are you not with him? He ordered me to stay here and to see to things in his absence. Kara is with him. Kara, good. Kara will not let anything happen to him. Rika considered a moment, her dark frown returning. Lord Ral is getting married? Berdine nodded. He is in love. The other women glanced at one another as Rika put her fists on her hips. In love? A Lord Ral in love? Somehow I can't picture it, she huffed. He's up to something. Well, never mind, we will figure it out. What of the others? Hallie was killed a while back, in battle, protecting Lord Ral. A noble death. What of Raina? Berdine swallowed and forced her voice to stay level. Raina died a short time ago, killed by the enemy. Rika searched Berdine's eyes. I'm sorry, Berdine. Berdine nodded. Lord Ral wept for her, as he did for Hallie. Silence echoed around the entryway as all the other Mord Sith stared at Berdine in disbelief. This man is going to be trouble, Rika muttered. Berdine smiled. I think he would say a similar thing of you. Kaelin growled at the insistent knock. It appeared that ignoring it would not make it go away. She kissed Richard and wrapped a blanket around herself. Don't move, Lord Ral. I'll get rid of them. Barefoot, she crossed the dim, windowless room. She squinted at the sudden light when she opened the door. Zed, what is it? He was eating a piece of tava bread. He had a platter of it in his other hand. He offered her the tray. I thought you might be hungry. Yes, thank you, very thoughtful. He took a bite of tava bread as his gaze roamed over her hair. He pointed at it with the rolled-up tava bread. You will never get those tangles out, dear one. Thank you for your fashion advice. She started to close the door. He put his hand against it. The elders are becoming concerned. They would like to know when they can have their spirit house back. Tell them that when I'm done with it, I'll let them know. Kara, scowling her best Mord Sith scowl, stepped up behind him. I will see that he does not bother you again, Mother Confessor. Thank you, Kara. Kaelin shut the door in his smiling face. She hurried across the floor back to Richard. She set the platter aside, laid down, and enfolded Richard in her blanket. A pesky in-law, she explained. I heard. Tava bread and tangled hair. Now, where were we? He kissed her, and she remembered. He was showing her some magic. End of Temple of the Winds, The Sword of Truth, Book 4, by Terry Goodkind. Read by Nick Sullivan.